In the winter of 1991, just as dusk was falling, a north wind swept down from the sky, howling across the land. White frost instantly covered the road, gleaming coldly under the dim streetlights. The women sitting behind them ranged in age from 20 to 30, all dressed fashionably in the most stylish leather jackets and boots of the time, but their heavily made-up faces revealed helplessness and exhaustion. The men then turned around and went back the way they came. Across from the dance hall was a billiards hall. A group of teenagers, shivering from the cold, stood around the entrance watching the scene across the street, laughing and discussing, "These Ninja Turtles are really something. Their wives are dancing with other men inside, and they even provide transportation." The old man selling roasted sweet potatoes at the door glanced at the group of teenagers and sighed deeply. "What are you expecting them to do? Countless workers without survival skills, who depend on factories for a living, are pushed into society without any security. Those with a skill are better off, able to make a living with their craft, but many more have lost their source of income." Most people rushed to the entrance to watch the excitement, while inside the billiard hall, a young man was looking down and checking something. The young man pursed his thin lips and stuffed the 2 bottles into the pocket of his military coat, followed by the lighter. Finally, he carried the nunchucks out of the billiard hall. "There is an IC card phone booth by the roadside. Hello, is this 110? There's a fight at the Tianyuan dance hall near the People's Shopping Mall, and someone's about to be killed. Please come quickly." Before the other end could ask any questions, the young man hung up and dialed another number. "Is this the TV station? There's been an incident at the Tianyuan dance hall near the People's Shopping Mall. Come quickly." After making a round of phone calls, the young man returned to the billiard hall, stood at the front desk, craned his neck to watch TV, and occasionally turned his head to glance at the dance hall through the glass. The news was playing on the 12-inch Toshiba color television. The 2 hosts, Luo Jing and Li Ruiying, one male and one female, had clear and distinct voices. "My country's first nuclear power plant, Qinshan Nuclear Power Plant, has successfully connected to the grid and started generating electricity. Chinese chess player Xia Jun won the Women's World Chess Championship, becoming the first Asian to win this title." The area in front of the rural dance hall gradually became lively. One by one, a group of self-satisfied middle-aged men stepped out of the car, their trousers neatly creased and their leather shoes gleaming. They called to their friends and walked into the dance hall. Meanwhile, husbands on bicycles continued to send their wives through this door that resembled the gaping maw of a monster. The night was as thick as ink that couldn't be blurred. In the distance, different kinds of police sirens sounded. The young man withdrew his gaze, strode out of the billiards hall, and resolutely headed towards the dance hall. Before the young man even reached the bottom of the steps, he could already hear mocking laughter. "Han Xiaodong, you're worried about your wife, so you're planning to come and see for yourself how she dances with the guests? Ha, don't worry, your wife is in the boss's office right now. After all, it's her first day at work, so third brother is probably giving her a medical checkup." Before he could finish speaking, a whooshing sound came from the hands of the young man named Han Xiaodong as one end of his nunchuck struck the speaker's chin hard from above. Before the other 3 could react, Han Xiaodong swung his nunchucks like a bolt of lightning, striking their vital points with precision and speed. The change was so sudden that those preparing to enter gasped in surprise. "What happened?" Someone ran out from inside. Han Xiaodong tucked the nunchucks under his arm, pulled out the plastic bag, took out the towel inside, and snapped it on. The lighter lit up, and the towel, soaked in alcohol, instantly ignited. "Ah!" The dancers standing on both sides of the corridor were so frightened that they all backed away. He shook the bottle in his hand. "You all know what's in here. Go and call Tian Dashan." Police cars, fire trucks, ambulances, and press vans were parked at the entrance of the dance hall, their flashing lights constantly on. Countless gazes were fixed on the tall figure inside the gate. In the firelight, the young man's lips were tightly pursed, and the look in his delicate peach blossom eyes was as calm as the temperature tonight. Many of the girls who were dancing with him sighed inwardly after they saw his face clearly. What a pity for this handsome guy. He offended Tian Dashan. How many lives do you have? Yanni, why are you doing this to yourself? That good-for-nothing Han Xiaodong owes me 3,000 yuan, and he's using you to pay off the debt. Tell me, what's the point of you staying with a man like that? I promise you, as long as you're with me, I'll never let you dance like other people. I'll treat you like royalty, okay? Tian Dashan was sweating profusely from his efforts. Tian Dashan, you're despicable. Do you think I don't know you set up the betting scheme to make Han Xiaodong lose money? Let me go. I'm here to dance with people, don't even think about doing anything else. If you dare touch me, I'll kill myself. Yen and I was ready to fight to the death, but unfortunately, she was too weak to escape Tian Dashan's clutches. Snap! A slap landed on the woman's face. Taking advantage of Jenny's momentary daze after being hit, he grabbed the collar of her sweater and ripped it open, revealing a large expanse of snow underneath. Ah! Jenny let out a scream that sounded completely inhuman. Just as Tian Dashan was about to take another step forward. Clap clap clap. A rapid, forceful knocking came from the door. Third brother, hurry and check. Han Xiaodong is here and has blocked the gate. Ah! Tian Dashan broke out in a cold sweat, quickly let go of her hand, opened the door and went out. It was the time for the dance hall to open, but the usually bustling hall was empty, everyone had crowded to the entrance to watch the excitement. Third brother, Han Xiaodong came prepared. He's fooled the police, reporters, and firefighters. So many eyes are watching. We dare not make a move, the subordinate lamented. At the entrance of the dance hall, a policeman was trying to calm Han Xiaodong down. Comrade, don't be impulsive. Put down the alcohol in your hand. Let's talk about it calmly. We will definitely help you solve it. Officers, reporters, you must help me. My name is Han Xiaodong, and I work at the soda factory in Daoxi district. The owner of this Tianyuan dance hall is Tian Dashan. He cheated me out of 3,000 yuan by setting up a gambling scheme, and then forced my wife into prostitution, kidnapping her to dance here. Comrades, friends, this is a new society now, how can such a horrific thing still happen? You must help me. I don't want to live anymore anyway. I'll put down what I'm holding, but I need to see my wife immediately. Han Xiaodong was giving a passionate and moving speech, speaking with great emotion, like a storyteller, while a crowd of onlookers surrounded him in layers. The husbands who were picking up and dropping off their wives clenched their fists. Han Xiaodong's words touched their hearts. If it weren't for the pressures of life, who would be willing to do something so undignified? Many women shed tears. Through his teary eyes, Han Xiaodong's figure appeared even taller. If my husband could act with such courage, why would I have to live this humiliating life here every day? The sobbing at the scene grew louder and louder. When Tian Dashan arrived at the door, he and Han Xiaodong made eye contact. Han Xiaodong pointed at Tian Dashan. It's him, he's the modern-day Huang Shiren, the tyrant Tian Dashan, he's the one who's trying to force me to my death. The police officer in charge gave a signal, and two men immediately grabbed Tian Dashan and asked sternly, where is his wife? There in the back. Tian Dashan saw the huge crowd at the entrance and knew he couldn't resist now, so he answered obediently. Soon, Jenny was taken out by the police. When she saw Han Xiaodong holding a torch, an expression of disbelief appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. Could this Spartacus-like man be the spineless, cowardly scoundrel of the past? Did he do this for his own benefit? When Han Xiaodong saw Yen and I come out, he showed a relieved smile. Officer, I'll go back with you. Wife, you go home first. We can talk about it when we get back. The first sentence was addressed to the police, and the second sentence was naturally addressed to Jenny. Soon, several police officers rushed up and pinned him to the ground. Tian Dashan shouted, arson is a serious crime, you must not let him get away with it. Tian Dashan, Han Xiaodong, and Yen and I were quickly taken to the police car, and order was restored to the scene in less than 10 minutes. In the interrogation room, Han Xiaodong, who was handcuffed, was asked many questions, but he only gave one answer. I was framed by Tian Dashan. He set up a gambling den to cheat me out of my money and forced me into prostitution, making my wife a dancer. I did this because I couldn't go on living. I didn't intend to set the fire, I just brought 2 bottles of water to scare him.
Yanni's answer was the same as Han Xiaodong's.
Tian Dashan, on the other hand, was like a mad dog when he first entered the police station. Paying back debts is a matter of course.
What do you mean by forcing a woman into prostitution?
It's his wife who came to the dance hall to work and pay off the debt. He intended to set the fire, you cannot let him off lightly.
Finally, a phone call silenced him.
Han Xiaodong's matter has become common knowledge and has even attracted the attention of reporters. If you want your dance hall to stay open, you'd better behave yourself.
Han Xiaodong's matter was thus resolved by downplaying its severity.
He was given an administrative penalty of 5 days detention for disrupting social order and causing a negative impact.
The punishment is not severe and he can fully accept it.
In a cell in the detention center, several muffled groans came from the darkness, followed by curses and the sound of fists hitting flesh.
A few minutes later, the cell returned to silence. Han Xiaodong lay on the ground, his fate unknown. He slowly got up, his eyes searching the calm, heated brick bed.
All the people who had just beaten him were fast asleep. I've seen it in movies and TV shows before, beating up new inmates is commonplace, it's called a show of force. But the beating just now was a bit too severe, it's highly likely that Tian Dashan was behind it.
In an instant, the scarred man's legs began to kick wildly, and his hands waved frantically.
Scarface's struggles alerted the others, and everyone in the room got up and rushed towards him. Han Xiaodong put all his strength on his left elbow, and even on the cold night, large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Han Xiaodong's eyes turned bloodshot and ruthless, like those of a wild beast.
Didn't you want me to submit to you? Come on.
If you don't kill me today, I'll kill you.
Let go of Scarface, are you really going to kill him? Han Xiaodong, have you gone mad?
Shouts and even cries erupted from the cell, Han Xiaodong, if you kill Scarface, we're all doomed. Hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed quickly by the warden's voice, Han Xiaodong, let go.
Crackling sounds.
After a jolt of electricity, Han Xiaodong's head lolled to the side, and his burly body collapsed onto the scarred man's body.
Quickly, take it to the clinic.
The sound grew farther and farther away, eventually disappearing into the boundless darkness. His stubbornness from his past life and his violence in this life led him to take the action he just did. He knew that only in this way could he subdue the group of people who wanted to kill him.
A single punch can ward off 100 more.
He understood this principle when he was 10 years old. This was a small cell, and he was all alone. It must have been the solitary confinement cell you see on TV.
That's fine. This is a good opportunity to sort out my chaotic thoughts.
Han Xiaodong slowly closed his eyes. Today is the 3rd day since his rebirth. That period of social transformation, marked by trial and error, saw the collapse of the Soviet Union, dramatic changes in Eastern Europe, the critical stage of state-owned enterprise reform, the impending abolition of the dual-track system, worker layoffs, and soaring prices. These 3 days were thrilling and chaotic.
He seemed to have fallen into a dead end. The tyrant Tian Dashan took a liking to Yen Ni, the wife of the body's former owner, and swindled him out of 3,000 yuan through a gambling scheme.
He then used this gambling debt to force Yen Ni to work as a dancer in a dance hall. What happened last night was truly a last resort. Now, he is no longer the powerful and influential President Han of his past life, but just a spineless and cowardly scoundrel named Han Xiaodong, who is hated by everyone.
In this era without the internet and social media, only by making a big fuss can we possibly rescue Jenny unharmed.
He had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, a suicidal approach.
Consider it compensation for taking away this body.
Han Xiaodong clearly felt the soul's love and regret for his wife. That obsession led him to do the crazy thing he did last night. With his thoughts in turmoil, Han Xiaodong, feeling both sleepy and exhausted, fell asleep. Just after he finished his impassioned speech, he turned his head and saw the stock market covered in green, and his heart sank. How could the price drop happen so quickly? The scene changes.
Where do you think you're going? Han Xiaodong was running wildly down the road when he accidentally fell to the ground.
The person behind him caught up with him and struck him with a short stick that was caught in the wind. Han Xiaodong, I only married you because you were good-looking. Yanni's tears fell like broken pearls.
I really regret it. I regret it so much.
For you, my parents severed ties with me, and I can bear the hardships with you, but you actually made me work as a dancer in a dance hall.
Are you even human?
Jenny pounded her chest frantically, each word dripping with blood, sobbing uncontrollably.
Ah!
Han Xiaodong suddenly woke up, gasping for breath like a dying fish.
For 3 days since my rebirth, I have been restless and haven't had a good night's sleep. The dreams I just had completely merged my memories of my past and present lives. What a pity! I guess I'm dead in that world now.
My house, car, savings, and girlfriend, I wonder who will benefit from them. But in this life, my identity has undergone a complete transformation. I was dealt an absolutely terrible hand at the start. Married life was like falling into hell. Not only did he lack clothes and food, but he was also frequently beaten. In the end, Han Xiaodong even did something beastly like using his wife to pay off gambling debts, which broke his wife's heart. Hiss. Now that the situation has been set, there's no need to dwell on it.
The most important thing right now is to figure out how to deal with the current crisis.
Although Tian Dashan would not give up easily, as he had always coveted Yanni's beauty, after yesterday's ordeal, he dared not do anything more in the short term, and the danger was temporarily averted.
Clang!
Once his solitary confinement period was over, the iron gate opened, and the guards took him back to his original cell. As soon as Han Xiaodong appeared, the group of people who had been attacking him all huddled in the corner.
A ridiculous scene was born.
Han Xiaodong sat alone on the Kong, a heated brick bed, while everyone else stood on the other side. The bloodthirsty violence and fearlessness displayed by this young man that night, who was like a beast, still terrify them to this day. At lunchtime, the scarred man with a bandage wrapped around his neck came over and placed his cornbread in Han Xiaodong's bowl in a fawning manner, saying in a hoarse voice, "Brother Dong, please be magnanimous and let me go. From today onwards, you are the boss of this cell, and we will do whatever you tell us to do. Also, I work for Master Ke, so please give Master Ke some face."
Roll!
Han Xiaodong's single word made the scarred man piss his ass in terror. It doesn't taste good, but he still has to eat it, he needs to conserve his energy. Scarface finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him eat the cornbread. The heavy iron gate of the detention center opened, and Han Xiaodong walked out wearing a worn-out military overcoat.
The 5-day detention period is over.
Because of his habit of petty theft, he was a regular here, and even the armed police guarding the gate couldn't help but joke with him. Han Xiaodong ignored him, tightened his military overcoat, and strode into the cold wind.
Winters in northeast China are so cold.
The biting north wind seeped into my clothes through every seam, and the military overcoat offered no protection whatsoever, it made my joints ache. Han Xiaodong lowered his head and hunched over, trying to ward off the cold wind in this ridiculous way. An hour later, almost frozen stiff, he walked back to the soda factory residential area. The soft drink factory residential area is located in the western part of Shancheng Road and is named after its proximity to a soft drink factory. Several 6-story tenement buildings, built in the 1950s, shivered in the cold temperature, their gray facades closely matching the gray sky. Han Xiaodong went up to the second floor, fumbled for a bunch of keys tied together with a military green rope behind his belt, and opened the rusty, peeling iron door. The room was deathly silent. Han Xiaodong quickly glanced at the furnishings in the room. Small, worn, and old. On the wall of the outer room, there is a picture of a beautiful woman in a swimsuit posing seductively. In the upper right corner, there are 3 small characters, Ling Fongbing, and below them are several rows of numbers. That's a wall calendar, right? When he saw the date on it, Han Xiaodong felt as if a sledgehammer had hit him on the head, making a buzzing sound.
November 1991. Ah!
A soft groan came from the inner room. With just one glance at this woman, Han Xiaodong felt an endless sense of regret deep within his soul.
Yanni!
Han Xiaodong rushed to the bedside and reached out to check her breath.
Thank goodness! He's still breathing. Han Xiaodong couldn't imagine how she had gotten through those 5 days.
With a quick bend, Han Xiaodong picked up Han Xiaodong and the blanket together and rushed out the door. He knew that there was a small private clinic near the neighborhood.
Snap! Who is this? You scared me.
Lu Kuo, who was wearing glasses, stood up, but when he saw Han Xiaodong getting up from the ground, his face changed immediately.
What? It's you? Get out of here.
He found the thug disgusting, like someone who had swallowed a handful of flies, so he pointed without hesitation and chased him away.
Dr. Lu, please save my wife.
She has a high fever, and I don't know how many days it's been.
If we delay any longer, it will be dangerous.
Han Xiaodong placed Yanni on the hospital bed, turned around, and bowed repeatedly to Dr. Lu. Upon hearing that Yanni was ill, Dr. Lu was deeply moved.
He quickly checked Jenny's
temperature and performed a simple examination. We need to bring her fever down immediately, otherwise it will develop into pneumonia.
Has she not eaten for several days? Why is Jenny so weak?
Okay. Han Xiaodong didn't dare to anger the doctor, so he backed out of the clinic.
Get her some brown sugar, she's too weak.
Dr. Lu's last words drifted out through the crack in the door.
Han Xiaodong walked into Jin's convenience store, which was more than 100 meters away from the clinic.
Old Jin was sitting by the stove, listening to Shan Tianfeng's The White-Browed Hero on a transistor radio. As soon as he saw Han Xiaodong come in, he immediately bent down and picked up a broom, yelling, "Get out of here! You're a beast who even sold his wife." Han Xiaodong gave a bitter smile to himself.
The former owner of this body was truly condemned by everyone and aroused the wrath of both heaven and man.
Just now, Dr. Lu started cursing at me, and now old Jin is doing the same thing. He had 5 pockets in total, including his military overcoat, but he didn't have a single penny.
Uncle Jin, I know I'm a bastard, but this isn't for me. Jenny has a high fever. I don't have any money right now, can you buy some brown sugar on credit? I'm begging you.
Old Jin looked at Han Xiaodong in surprise. This beast actually bowed and apologized to me because of his wife. Could it be that he really did set fire to the rural dance hall to save people, as rumored?
Do people really change?
Han Xiaodong held this position for a full 5 minutes, and old Jin didn't even lift his eyelids.
He absolutely hated that beast.
Just thinking about it made old Jin's cheeks burn.
Old Jin, what's wrong? It's nothing. This kid wants to buy brown sugar but doesn't have the money. Let him be stubborn if he wants. The visitor circled around Han Xiaodong, clicking his tongue in amazement. Han Xiaodong, is your face really that worthless? I'm really surprised. Your wife is such a beautiful and virtuous woman. She must have been blinded by love to marry you.
Old Jin was getting on in years. Seeing the sweat dripping from Han Xiaodong's forehead onto the ground, he finally spoke. Han Xiaodong, if you really want to buy brown sugar, it's not impossible. Take off that military overcoat you're wearing. Even though it's tattered and worn, it's still worth a few dollars.
Okay.
Han Xiaodong didn't hesitate and immediately took off his military overcoat and put it on the counter.
Han Xiaodong hesitated.
Old Jin immediately let out a contemptuous laugh. A leopard can't change its spots. You keep saying you'll do anything as long as you can, but when it comes down to it, you can't do it. The customer who was just passing by stared wide-eyed. Han Xiaodong is over 1.8 meters tall, while Lao Jin too is only a little over 1.6 meters tall. They have to look up to stand face to face with him.
Go ahead and fight.
Han Xiaodong tilted his head back and closed his eyes.
I really hit him.
Old Jin still didn't believe that Han Xiaodong would let him hit him without fighting back. Old Jin made a ruthless decision and slapped him. With a sharp crack, Han Xiaodong received a solid slap to the left cheek. After striking him once, Old Jin immediately took a step back, fearing that Han Xiaodong might suddenly lash out and hurt him.
But Han Xiaodong didn't even open his eyes. Just one more time. Are you done?
Now it's time for my brown sugar. Old Jin was a man of his word. He not only gave him half a pound of brown sugar, but also a bundle of noodles and 4 eggs. Han Xiaodong took the items, wearing a red sweater with a ripped seam, and ran out of the convenience store. Behind him, the customers who were just passing by Old Jin were watching his retreating figure, shaking their heads at the same time.
I don't believe it either.
Han Xiaodong ran back to the clinic like a gust of wind. Jenny was already on an 4 drip and was lying in the hospital bed with her eyes closed. Dr. Liu, the brown sugar has arrived.
How is Yanni?
I had no money, so I pawned my coat at the convenience store.
Upon hearing this, Yanni shuddered, a fact that was keenly noticed by Han Xiaodong. Jenny seems to have woken up, that's good.
You're in your 20s and you've turned out like this. Sigh, there's hot water on the stove. Make her some brown sugar water to warm her stomach. Lu Kuiwu pointed to the stove in the center of the clinic room, on which sat a large kettle.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. Han Xiaodong bowed to Lu Kuiwu. This surprised Lu Kuiwu greatly. Why was this bastard suddenly being so polite?
A few minutes later, Han Xiaodong sat down on the edge of the bed, holding a steaming bowl of brown sugar water. Jenny turned her head to the other side. Although she didn't say anything, she could no longer hold back her tears, which rolled down her cheeks. She hadn't heard him speak so gently in a long time. As soon as I closed my eyes, his face with bulging veins flashed before my eyes, and his frantic roar echoed in my ears. She is now living a life worse than death, with no way out. She is too ashamed to go home and see her parents who opposed her marriage. When a person is so desperate, what else can they do but die? My heart is like withered wood, my body like a sunken boat. Seeing Yan Ni's reaction, Han Xiaodong knew that she would never forgive him. He knew it was the fused souls protesting. Jenny was that worthless bastard's last obsession. But such a good woman should be spared. Jenny turned her head and looked at Han Xiaodong in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe her ears. He actually agreed to the divorce. Once, she knelt before him, begging and pleading, and this bastard roared, "I won't divorce you unless I die, Jenny. This is your fate, accept it." Jenny resigned herself to her fate. But to my surprise, this bastard has actually agreed. Even Lu Kuiwu, who was sitting to the side observing the situation, was quite surprised. Has this beast changed his ways? He's finally letting Jenny go. Are you telling the truth? Jenny asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, I'll do whatever you say once you've recovered. Come on, open your mouth. Han Xiaodong carefully placed the spoon into Yanni's mouth. A caramelized sweetness of brown sugar instantly filled Jenny's mouth. At that moment, she wanted to cry. Han Xiaodong fed Yan Ni spoonful by spoonful with utmost tenderness. He seemed to remember something and softly sang a song that Jenny had never heard before. For the rest of my life. The wind and snow are you. Poverty is also you. Glory is you. The gentleness in my heart is you. Wherever the eye can see. It's you too. Han Xiaodong didn't know why he suddenly started singing this song, but he just sang it naturally. As she sang, Jenny's long, slightly upturned eyelashes trembled. Han Xiaodong looked at the face so close to his. Such a beautiful woman, how could that bastard not appreciate her? Lu Kuiwu listened blankly as Han Xiaodong finished singing, then let out a long sigh. Han Xiaodong, change. When will this ever end? I realize that the past cannot be changed, but the future can be pursued. I have not strayed too far from the right path, and I am now aware that what I thought was right yesterday is wrong. Dr. Liu, don't worry, the old Han Xiaodong is dead. I will definitely be fine from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, with a clatter, the large tea mug in Lu Kuiwu's hand fell to the ground, spilling reddish-brown tea all over the floor. This kid can not only sing, but he can also spout literary phrases? The wind was still so strong, and the weather was still so cold. Han Xiaodong carried Yanni, who had just finished receiving in 4 drip, step by step, home. He was shivering from the cold, wearing only a sweater, so he quickened his pace and started jogging. The neighbor who witnessed this scene while walking through the soda factory residential area almost tripped and fell. Am I seeing things? Han Xiaodong, that bastard, actually cheated on his wife. Han Xiaodong carefully placed Yanni on the bed, and after she was settled, he turned and went into the kitchen. Before long, the sounds of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen. 5 days ago, she witnessed the man who had broken her heart standing at the entrance of the countryside dance hall. Then, today, his tone of voice, his completely different behavior, and that beautiful song he sang, everything overturned her opinion of him. Could it be that he might really change? The thought of this immediately made Yanni's heart ache.
Jenny, haven't you been deceived by him countless times?
Every time he beats you, you kneel down and beg for mercy, pleading with yourself not to leave him. But every time, he lies to you and reverts to his old ways after a few days.
He was just faking it.
Jenny, this time you have to be ruthless and resolutely divorce him.
A delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Jenny really couldn't stay in bed any longer. She struggled to get out of bed. That bastard hasn't set foot in the kitchen since we got married. Does he really know how to cook for himself?
That's the smell of egg noodles.
Hearing the noise, Han Xiaodong turned around and saw Yanni. He grinned. It'll be ready soon. Are you hungry? Go back and lie down first.
I'll bring the noodles over when they're done. This man has no other redeeming qualities except that he is good-looking and has a sweet tongue.
Time for noodles.
Han Xiaodong carried a steaming bowl of soup noodles into the inner room. He placed the bowl of noodles on the lacquered, modeled octagonal table, then helped Yanni sit up, draped her coat over her shoulders, and knelt down to put her shoes on. After doing all this, he helped Yanni to the table. Yanni looked down and saw 2 poached eggs, a few cabbage leaves, some green scallions, and a few drops of sesame oil floating on the soup.
Although simple, it has a wonderful aroma. Eat quickly.
It won't taste good if it gets cold, Han Xiaodong urged her. Jenny picked up a mouthful of noodles, and after just one bite, tears streamed down her face. This was the first time he had cooked for her since they got married.
Jenny, can't you be a little more sensible? Don't be fooled by appearances.
Jenny cried as she ate, secretly making a decision. Han Xiaodong looked at her quietly, his heart churning like a surging tide. Jenny, having just recovered from a serious illness, had little appetite and only ate a small bowl of noodles and a poached egg before putting down her chopsticks. Han Xiaodong helped her back to bed and then slurped up the rest of the noodles. He had been eating cornbread for 5 days in the detention center, and he was starving. After finishing his noodles and washing the dishes, Han Xiaodong rummaged through his belongings and found a cotton-padded work uniform that the factory had issued before. He knew that if he went out wearing only a sweater in this kind of weather, he would definitely freeze to death.
Hearing the iron gate close, Jenny opened her eyes. Everything today was so strange, how could she possibly sleep? Tomorrow.
I'll divorce him tomorrow when I feel a bit better. As soon as he stepped out of the building, a gust of cold wind hit him in the face, and Han Xiaodong immediately shivered. It started snowing while we were having lunch. In the 1990s, when the greenhouse effect was not yet significant, winter snowfall was heavy, especially in northeast China. However, Han Xiaodong wasn't in the mood for reindeer or handing out gifts, he needed money to go to the soda factory. But a month has passed, and Han Xiaodong still hasn't received his severance pay.
He desperately needs this money now.
As he approached the soda factory, Han Xiaodong casually picked up 2 broken bricks from the roadside and put them in the pocket of his work clothes.
No matter the era, getting money is never an easy thing.
Factory director Chen Dajuan is an extremely domineering person, and today there's a good chance another full-blown fight will break out. Han Xiaodong sighed deeply in his heart. In the past few days since his rebirth, there hasn't been a single day of peace and quiet.
When will this chaotic life end?
The snow fell heavier and heavier, and Han Xiaodong braved the wind to walk with difficulty into the gate of the soda factory. On the cement gateposts hangs a dilapidated sign with a strong sense of age, bearing the words Daoshi District Soda Factory in large characters. It wasn't that some workers had considered acting tough, but Chen Dajuan's security department was no pushover. In a factory with 50 people, the security department had 8 people, known as the 8 Vajras. These 8 Vajras were Chen Dajuan's personal bodyguards, and the 2 bricks that Han Xiaodong just picked up were meant for these 8 people. The office building of the soda factory is a dilapidated 3-story building. Although the factory is small, it has all the necessary facilities. The factory had a complete set of departments, including finance, personnel, security, party office, production, and sales. In the past, this small factory had more than 30 full-time employees, all crammed into this building.
20 frontline workers supported more than 30 cadres.
It would be a miracle if such a factory didn't lose money. Last month, the factory started laying off and reassigning employees, reducing the workforce of more than 50 people by half. Now, apart from the factory director, secretary, and deputy director, only one person is left on duty in each department of the office building. It is also the off-season for production, so there is nothing to do.
After lunch, all of these people have gone home. The building was deserted.
To save electricity, all the light bulbs in the hallways had been removed, making it feel eerie, like something out of a horror movie. Han Xiaodong stood on the first floor and listened for a while, but there was no sound. He went up to the second floor, the floor where the factory leaders had their offices.
The second floor was equally quiet. Han Xiaodong went directly to the factory director's office at the far left. A woman's crying could be heard coming from inside.
The voice of factory director Chen Dajuan came through. "Factory manager, please let me come back to work.
Cooking, night watchman, cleaning toilets, I'll do any job, I don't mind, my family needs to eat." "Lu Hong, look at your face, it's all messed up from crying. It's heartbreaking to see."
Chen Dajuan's voice immediately turned cold. "Lu Hong, the door is over there, you can leave now."
"You're asking for it. I'm only giving you a chance because you're not bad looking. Get out of here right now. I haven't even thought about your job." "That's more like it.
Come here, let me take a good look at you." Inside the room, Chen Dajuan, a short man, sat on the sofa, holding the hand of Lu Hong, who was crying. The noise was so loud that both of them turned around at the same time. When Lu Hong realized it was Han Xiaodong, she covered her face, cried out "Oh my God," and ran out. Chen Dajuan's eyes were so dark they could drip water. He stood up abruptly, pointing angrily at Han Xiaodong. "Who let you in? Get out of here." Without saying a word, Han Xiaodong rushed up and slapped Chen Dajuan hard across the face twice, making Chen Dajuan see stars and hear a ringing in his ears.
Is this still the same timid Han Xiaodong who wouldn't dare utter a sound when bullied? Could it be that the phone call from a couple of days ago was real?
2 days ago, the district called to investigate whether there was a person named Han Xiaodong at the soda factory. They told us what Han Xiaodong had done at the Tianyuan dance hall and specifically instructed Chen Dajuan to pay attention to Han Xiaodong's movements, appease him, and make
sure he doesn't do anything similar to the extreme behavior he did before. Chen Dajuan didn't believe it.
When Han Xiaodong was at the factory, he was tall and big, but he was a coward.
He didn't do any proper work and spent his days gambling, stealing chickens and dogs. He didn't dare to fight back when he was bullied. He would just go home and beat his wife. How could someone like that dare to cause trouble at Tian Dashan's place? Could it be someone with the same name?
But looking at the murderous Han Xiaodong in front of him, Chen Dajuan was completely convinced.
Han Xiaodong must be crazy. A madman is capable of anything. Chen Dajuan covered his face and stood up. "Donzi, what are you doing? You must have misunderstood. Lu Hong and I were talking about work."
Chen Dajuan felt like he couldn't breathe, and his ribs seemed to be broken. Han Xiaodong could tell what he was thinking just by looking at his eyes.
"Factory manager, do you want to call for help?"
"Sure." He pulled a brick out of his pocket and threw it directly onto Chen Dajuan's desk. With a crash, the glass on the table shattered.
Chen Dajuan's legs started shaking. What is he trying to do? To perish together with oneself? So what if I hit you? Come and bite me then. Oh my God.
As Zhang Jianguo looked down, a gleaming shard of glass grazed his scalp and flew past.
His eyes widened. What was wrong with Han Xiaodong? Are you going to kill someone?
The head and deputy head of the security department felt a chill. They could bully honest workers normally, but when it came to fighting to the death, they were no match.
Besides, is it worth risking your life for a monthly salary of 50 or 60 yuan?
The two exchanged a glance and both saw fear deep in each other's eyes.
Factory manager, why don't you have a good talk with Donzi?
We're all from the same factory, there's nothing we can't discuss. The two men backed down. Chin Dajuan instinctively wanted to run outside, but as soon as he turned around, Han Xiaodong spoke.
Factory manager, we work at the same factory. I know exactly where you live. Your son is in middle school now, right?
This sentence acted like a spell, freezing Chen Dajuan firmly in place. He slowly turned around, a fawning smile on his face.
Donzi, let's talk. Please don't be impulsive. I'll accept whatever conditions you set. He turned around and yelled at Zhang Jianguo, are you fucking dead? Go get the money from the finance department right now.
Half an hour later, Han Xiaodong walked out of the office building with 2,800 yuan in severance pay, followed by Chen Dajuan and Zhang Jianguo, who were trembling with fear. Han Xiaodong stood in the courtyard of the soda factory, walked around in one spot, and looked at the factory buildings, workshops, and warehouses. In the winter snow, the entire factory compound looked utterly dilapidated. The soft drink factory occupies a huge area, and the location is considered quite good in Daoshi district. If it had a factory manager who was knowledgeable in business and ambitious, the factory would definitely not be in such a sorry state now. But that has nothing to do with him anymore. Han Xiaodong shook the snow off his shoulders and strode out of the factory gate.
At this moment, Han Xiaodong was wandering around the greenhouse.
Prices were incredibly low at that time. Rice was 60 cents a pound, pork was 1.2 yuan, and cabbage, radishes, and potatoes were only a few cents. He bought 10 pounds of rice, 4 cabbages, 6 radishes, half a bag of potatoes, some scallions, ginger, and garlic, and also bought 5 pounds of pork belly. He bought a lot of things and spent a total of 15.5 yuan. Han Xiaodong asked the old man selling rice for an empty rice bag and filled it with everything. He tossed the rice bag, weighing nearly 50 pounds, onto his shoulder with ease, and walked without any effort.
It's great to have good health. Carrying all these things, Han Xiaodong went to the fish market and bought half a pound of small crushing carp. Then he went to the beef and mutton stall and bought a pound of mutton. Finally, he bought a small rooster and returned home with his load. The door opened, and Han Xiaodong peeked his head into the inner room. Jenny is still lying in bed, probably still asleep. Han Xiaodong tiptoed into the kitchen and put the groceries away one by one. The rice was fine, but the pork and other such things would spoil if left indoors. Fortunately, there was a small balcony outside the kitchen, and in this sub-zero temperature, food left outside was like being put in a freezer. After that, Han Xiaodong got busy, first cleaning the half-pound crushing carp, and then slowly stewing it in a small aluminum pot. Yanni is weak and needs to eat some nutritious food, so he plans to stew a bowl of fish soup for her to nourish her. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the kitchen. While Han Xiaodong was busy in the kitchen, Yanni woke up. She was awakened by the fragrance. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Han Xiaodong sitting quietly at the octagonal table, seemingly thinking about something. The afternoon sun shone on his profile, revealing a perfect profile reminiscent of an ancient Roman sculpture. Jenny had to admit that this wicked bastard was really good-looking. Even with his stubble and unkempt appearance, he still exuded a masculine charm. If it weren't for his face, I wouldn't have married him despite everything. But how did he become so bad later? Han Xiaodong was awakened by the crying and got up to go to the bedside. Are you still feeling unwell? As he spoke, he touched Jenny's forehead. Jenny slapped his hand away. He hurried out, and soon returned carrying a bowl of fragrant fish soup. Jenny didn't want to drink it at first, but the aroma of the fish soup was so tempting that she couldn't help but look down at it. Drink up. Your health is the most important thing. Han Xiaodong walked out of the room, feeling that if he stayed there, Yanni would definitely be embarrassed to drink. Sure enough, after he left, Jenny swallowed, then picked up the bowl and took a small sip. An indescribable savory aroma exploded in my mouth. It tastes so good. Yanni drank the bowl of hot fish soup down to the last drop. Then, a question came to mind. When did he learn to cook? And he cooks so well. In winter, the days are short, it gets completely dark before 6 o'clock.
On the octagonal table, there were 2 dishes, stir-fried cabbage slices and mutton stew with potatoes. 2 bowls of white rice were placed in front of the 2 people respectively. He put 2 pieces of mutton into Jenny's bowl, and finally picked up a piece of cabbage with his chopsticks and ate it in big bites.
You could tell?
I used leftover fish broth to stew the mutton. You know the character for fresh is made up of fish and sheep, so stewing mutton and fish together makes it the freshest and most nourishing dish.
Eat more.
Han Xiaodong picked up another piece of cabbage with his chopsticks and ate it with relish.
He didn't touch the bowl of mutton.
Yanni had a lot of questions, but she really didn't want to talk to Han Xiaodong. She finished her meal in silence and subconsciously went to clear the table.
What's wrong with him? This change is too drastic. Has he really changed?
It's impossible, it's all an illusion. Jenny, don't be soft-hearted anymore, you must get a divorce tomorrow. Yanni sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, when the door opened and Han Xiaodong came in carrying a basin of hot water. Go brush your teeth and wash your face.
Then soak your feet. Soaking your feet can improve blood circulation and is good for your health.
Yanni watched in surprise as Han Xiaodong squatted down in front of her, took off her socks, and put her feet into the water. The water was slightly warm, and a warm feeling started from the soles of my feet, traveled up the meridians of my legs, and eventually spread
throughout my body. He actually washed my feet?
Since we got married, he has never been this good to me. He doesn't cook for me or wash my feet, and he even ignores me when I ask him to pour me a glass of hot water because I'm not feeling well during my period. Perhaps he knew they would be getting a divorce tomorrow and wanted to leave himself with a good final impression. But what are the names of the songs he sings during the day? Also, when did he learn to cook? His cooking is even better than that of restaurant chefs. After washing up, a practical problem arose. How can 2 people sleep in one bed? Although they were husband and wife, Jenny really didn't want to sleep in the same bed with this bastard. Han Xiaodong saw through her thoughts. In fact, he shared the same idea. Although Jenny was beautiful, in his heart, this woman was always someone else's wife. You sleep in the bed, I'll just make do on the cabinet for the night. Snap. The lights were off, and the room was completely dark. Han Xiaodong turned around and began to seriously plan for the future. I have over 2,700 yuan in hand now, which is a considerable sum these days. I'll use this money as capital to open a securities account, and with my professional knowledge and memory, my assets will quickly double. Should I divorce Jenny then? When I have money, I'll give her a large sum of compensation, as a way of fulfilling my former owner's wish. Call. Before he could think any further, he was already snoring softly. He hadn't slept well for the first 5 days in the detention center, constantly on edge. Now that he's finally in a safe environment, even though it's simple, he fell asleep immediately. Han Xiaodong slept soundly, but Yanni suffered from insomnia. She tossed and turned, the sound of Han Xiaodong's even breathing ringing in her ears. She sat up and glanced at the cabinet. It was pitch black, and I couldn't see anything. Should I divorce him tomorrow? Jenny bit her lower lip, which resembled a rose petal. What if he really does get better? But what if he's just putting on an act and goes back to his old ways in a couple of days? She was torn all night. She carefully folded the blanket, glanced at the sleeping Han Xiaodong, and habitually went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. But as she stood in front of the stove, she suddenly woke up. I'm getting a divorce from him, why should I still cook for him? Fine, let's just consider this the last time I cook before the divorce. The cabbage slices were gone, but the bowl of mutton stew with potatoes was still full. She only ate a few pieces last night, and he didn't eat any of the rest. This has never happened before. Jenny was already indecisive by nature, and this matter involved her entire life, making her even more undecided. Around 8 o'clock, Han Xiaodong stretched and opened his eyes to see a bowl of porridge and leftovers from last night on the octagonal table. Jenny sat on the edge of the bed with a somber expression, already dressed. I'm sorry, I've been too tired these past few days and haven't been sleeping well in the detention center. Han Xiaodong hurriedly jumped down from the cabinet. After washing up, he picked up his rice bowl. The porridge was already warm,
but he didn't care about anything else. He took a bite, then looked up and asked, "Have you eaten?" This time, Han Xiaodong was relieved and devoured the leftovers in a flash. "Okay," Han Xiaodong replied without hesitation.
Jenny was overjoyed, but then fell into a strange sense of loss.
Jenny did not object. "Dr. Liu, this is the money I owe you for the medicine yesterday." Han Xiaodong respectfully handed over a banknote. "Also, give Yanni another injection to consolidate the treatment." Upon seeing the money, Lu Kueiwu's attitude noticeably improved.
"I went to the factory yesterday and got my severance pay."
"What? Chen Dajuan gave you money?" Lu Kueiwu stood up in surprise.
"Most of the neighbors in this area worked at the soda factory, so everyone knew each other's situations."
"What did you do? Did you give him a gift?" Lu Kueiwu pressed. Han Xiaodong replied calmly, "I don't have money to give gifts."
"I took 2 bricks to see Chen Dajuan and told him that he either had money or I would go to his son's school." Jenny looked at him in surprise. The scene from the pastoral dance hall resurfaced in my mind.
How could this timid coward have such courage now?
A few minutes later, he arrived at Jin's convenience store. After slapping him twice yesterday, he was still feeling lingering fear, worried that Han Xiaodong would realize what had happened and retaliate. He looked down at the cigarettes in the counter. The first shelf had a row of brands: Butterfly Spring, White Cat, Red River, Big Chicken, and Red Plum, all in various colors.
"There are no Huazi cigarettes, no Jiawuzhizun cigarettes, and no Yuhuasher cigarettes. The best cigarette in the entire counter is Hongtashan." "How much does Hongtashan cigarettes cost?" $1.50. "Give me a box." Han Xiaodong looked up at Old Man Jean. "Is the bill settled?" Old Jean acted as if he didn't recognize the person at all.
"Including the debt you incurred here before, it's a total of 49 yuan and 80 cents. A 50 yuan bill was slapped on the counter.
"Keep the change."
Under Old Jin's dazed gaze, Han Xiaodong picked up his things and left. That bastard struck it rich.
Old Gold spat on the ground. "Show off, Head and Shoulders and Lux are expensive, but do you even use them? You'll be broke sooner or later."
In Lu Kueiwu's internal medicine clinic, Yanni rubbed her arm where she had received an injection.
"It's cold, and after an 4-drip, my arm feels freezing cold."
When they were leaving, Han Xiaodong tried to help Yanni, but she shook him off.
"I'm better now and have more energy."
Han Xiaodong gave an awkward smile and didn't take it to heart.
"People have to push themselves a little." "Okay, but it's almost 11 o'clock now. By the time we get there, they'll be off work. Let's go home and eat first, and then we'll go." "Shameless." Yanni almost gritted her teeth as she watched his retreating figure.
As soon as he got home, Han Xiaodong went into the kitchen and busied himself with cooking. Han Xiaodong boiled a large pot of water and was pouring it over the chickens he had bought yesterday. He noticed Jenny looking at him, looked up and smiled. "I'll make you chicken soup for lunch."
Han Xiaodong plucked the feathers and cleaned the internal organs with practiced ease and skill. Jenny was stunned. She knew this man too well. He hadn't set foot in the kitchen since they got married. Where did he learn to make yesterday's fish soup, mutton, and today's stewed chicken? Detention center?
Jenny found her idea ridiculous and shook her head.
But she immediately realized, why was she laughing?
Furious, she turned away and went back to her room to sulk. She hated herself for not being firm enough. It was obvious that Han Xiaodong was trying to keep her by offering him delicious food.
"Don't even think about it. I've suffered so much. Can eating something good really make up for my trauma?"
Just as she was lost in thought, the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted from the kitchen, and Yanni almost couldn't help but drool as soon as she opened her mouth.
"Time to eat."
Han Xiaodong carried a bowl of fragrant, steaming chicken soup into the house.
"Drink the soup first, then eat the meat."
He placed the chicken soup on the table and turned to get the rice.
Jenny wanted to firmly refuse him, but then she thought, he owes me this, so why shouldn't I eat it?
Out of spite, she picked up a spoon and took a big gulp in revenge, but the soup was so hot that she almost cried out.
Drink slowly, it's all yours. This scene was witnessed by Han Xiaodong as he entered the room. That's so embarrassing. Jenny just wanted to disappear into the ground. The two ate their meal quietly, and Han Xiaodong went to wash the dishes. Jenny stared at the old wall clock, keeping track of the time. Okay. Han Xiaodong agreed readily, but then turned around and took out the shampoo and soap he had just bought at the convenience store. You had a high fever yesterday and sweated a lot. Do you want to take a shower first? Bath? Upon hearing those two words, Yanni immediately felt an itch all over her body. The Northeast is not like the South, the weather is cold, and the rural environment is poor, making bathing facilities impossible. Throughout the entire winter, many people only go to the nearby county town to take a bath before the Lunar New Year. City dwellers weren't much better off. At that time, no one had a water heater. If you weren't a worker at a large factory or mine like Shandong Iron and Steel Group, taking a hot shower wasn't easy either. There were only a handful of public bathhouses in the city, and the prices were outrageously expensive. 1 yuan for a bath. 1 yuan could buy half a jean of pork or a jean and a half of rice. Especially these past few days, Jenny has been sick, and she feels like she's developed calluses all over her body. Han Xiaodong's suggestion was something she simply couldn't refuse. Go take a shower first, then get a clean divorce, which means welcoming a new life. Okay. It's settled then. Creak, creak. Han Xiaodong was in front, and Yen and I was behind. But after walking only a few steps, Jenny couldn't stand the cold anymore, but she still persevered. Han Xiaodong seemed to sense something and looked back. Yen and I was wearing an old-fashioned down jacket, with the down inside showing in some places, making it very thin. In the early 1990s, most taxis in northeast China were Lada cars imported from Russia. These cars were sturdy and durable, and particularly suitable for the cold climate, making them very popular in northeast China. Han Xiaodong took 2 quick steps, opened the car door, and called out, "Come here, get in the car." Jenny hesitated. A taxi would cost several yuan, which was too expensive. The taxi driver grew impatient. "Get in quickly if you want, you're letting away all the warmth in the car. Hurry up." Han Xiaodong glanced at the driver and urged her. Like a frightened little rabbit, Jenny, scolded, hurriedly scrambled into the car. Han Xiaodong sat in the passenger seat. Yongla Bathhouse. "Dude, it's snowing, 10 yuan. The driver turned and glanced at him. "Damn it, you guys get off. I'm not taking this fare anymore." The driver had a foul mouth and uttered a few swear words. Jenny, sitting in the back seat, was somewhat frightened and at a loss, unsure whether to stay in the car or get out. Han Xiaodong finally turned his head, looking calmly at the driver, and uttered those 2 words through gritted teeth, "Use the meter." The driver was taken aback. This strong and burly passenger had a murderous look on his face. Anyone who dared to speak to him like that was definitely not a good person. After staring at each other for a few seconds, the driver chickened out, took a picture of the vacant sign on the meter, stepped on the gas, and the half-new Lada drove forward. Han Xiaodong pulled a 5 yuan note from his pocket and slapped it on the dashboard. At that time, taxis were an extremely profitable industry. An average worker's monthly salary was only around 100 yuan, while workers at Shandong Iron and Steel Group earned more, between 150 and 300 yuan. Assuming a taxi ride cost 5 yuan, an average worker's monthly income was only enough for 20 taxi rides. Therefore, unless it was something extremely urgent, no one was willing to take a taxi. Han Xiaodong led Yanni into the old and dilapidated Yongla swimming pool. Twist. No rubbing. Rub them all. Han Xiaodong made the decision. 6 yuan. The plump woman returned 4 yuan in change and placed it on the front desk along with 2 padlock keys and 2 aluminum bathhouse massage signs. Han Xiaodong put the money in his pocket, handed the towel, shampoo, and soap to Yen and I, and then silently walked towards the men's bathhouse. Since it wasn't a day off, there weren't many people in the bathhouse. Han Xiaodong took off his clothes, lit a Hontishan cigarette, and took his bathing supplies to the shower room.
Perhaps it was because I had stayed there for a long time, or perhaps the smell of smoke masked other odors, but the strange smell when I entered was no longer so noticeable. Han Xiaodong looked at the water in the large pool. The color was okay, so it shouldn't be too dirty. This time he didn't hesitate and stepped into the large pool. Warm water instantly enveloped his body. Han Xiaodong slowly smoked his cigarette and closed his eyes. He had been in this world for 9 days, and only now did he have time to think properly about how he should live in the future. This year, Zhong Qingho of Qiantang merged with the state-owned Qiantang Can Food Factory, marking a crucial step for Waha. Also this year, Vank was listed on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Now is the time of Lenovo's rapid growth, and computers are beginning to enter people's homes. This is an era of fierce competition and countless heroes vying for supremacy. This era is practically overflowing with opportunities. Many sectors are virtually untapped, including real estate, securities, and automobiles. Thinking of this, Han Xiaodong felt a surge of pride. After the cigarette burned out, Han Xiaodong's entire body was red from being soaked in hot water, making him look like a boiled crab. He stepped out of the pool and walked to the mirror. The half-length mirror was covered with a layer of water vapor, so no reflection could be seen at all. He touched his face. The stubble was prickly and needed shaving, but he didn't have a razor with him. "Do you have a razor?" he shouted towards the door. A short while later, someone brought in a disposable plastic razor. 3 cents. "I'll give it to you outside." There was no shaving foam in this era, so Han Xiaodong lathered his face with soap and carefully shaved in front of the mirror. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had seriously examined his own face. After shaving, Han Xiaodong went back to the hot water pool and soaked twice more until he was covered in sweat. Being chased around like a rabbit every day, how could your muscles not develop? Han Xiaodong felt so comfortable he wanted to groan. The old man's technique was just right, and finally, he pounded his back with both palms like a storm, as if all the blood vessels in his body had been opened up. After scrubbing himself in the bath, Han Xiaodong lathered his entire body with soap, rinsed himself off under the shower, and then left the bath to dry off before opening his suitcase and getting dressed. He frowned as soon as he saw his tattered clothes. Aside from the tattered military overcoat on the outside, the thermal underwear, sweater, and long johns underneath were also in terrible condition, with the cuffs and pant legs worn through. There were very few people in the hall. It seemed that Jenny hadn't come out yet. Women take their time showering. Han Xiaodong wasn't in a hurry. He lit a Hontishan cigarette and smoked it slowly. Finally, Han Xiaodong took a good look at Yan Ni. Yan Ni was about 165 centimeters tall, with a rosy face and beautiful features, especially her eyes, which seemed to hold the stars of the day. She was an absolute beauty. With just that one glance, Han Xiaodong's heart fluttered. When Yani saw Han Xiaodong staring at her intently, her face seemed to turn even redder. She turned her back to him. Yani trembled, about to refuse, but Han Xiaodong shouted, "Don't move." Jenny was the same. She never dreamed that this devil would care about people in this way. Yani probably realized this too, but for some reason, she didn't point it out and kept her head down, silently following behind Han Xiaodong. A shout broke the silence between the two. Han Xiaodong waved to the vendor selling candied hawthorns, took out his money and bought the reddest and biggest one, then handed it to Yani. His memory told him that Jenny loved this kind of sweet. Sure enough, she finished the whole string of candied hawthorns before she got home. In the quiet little house, the two sat facing each other. Han Xiaodong cleared his throat, just about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere. There was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a voice asking, "Is Donzi home?" Han Xiaodong frowned, got up and opened the door. There were more than a dozen people standing at the door, which startled Han Xiaodong. "Donzi, I heard you got severance pay from Chen Dajuan?" Yan Xiong was clearly the one leading the conversation. More than a dozen expectant gazes were simultaneously fixed on Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong nodded, and everyone's faces lit up with joy. "Donzi, how did you get the money? Didn't Chen Dajuan say the factory had no money?" Everyone gathered around Han Xiaodong and started talking all at once. "Why don't you come in? The warmth in the room has all dissipated." Han Xiaodong stepped aside, making room for them. The dozen or so people filed in, but instead of going into the inner room, they stood in the outer corridor.
In fact, everyone in the neighborhood knew about the relationship between Han Xiaodong and Yin and I.
These people usually disliked Han Xiaodong and sympathized with Yin and I, but today they had something to ask Han Xiaodong, so they had to pretend to be ignorant.
Han Xiaodong recounted what happened yesterday when he asked for money, but he omitted the part about Lu Hong.
After he finished speaking, Lu Hong visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and her gaze towards Han Xiaodong showed a clear increase in gratitude. After Jin Shang finished speaking, everyone immediately recalled Han Xiaodong's cowardly behavior before, and suddenly began to have deep doubts about his words. Among these people, only Lu Hong knew that Han Xiaodong was indeed telling the truth, but how could she dare to speak up for Han Xiaodong, as that would expose her?
Han Xiaodong shrugged. Believe it or not, I didn't lie to you.
Jin Shang, however, took advantage of Han Xiaodong's kindness and continued to mock him, pointing at him, "You never tell the truth.
Who knows where you got that money? Maybe you got it by having your wife sleep with Chen Dajuan? Ha ha."
At that moment, Jin Shang's face was covered in blood, and he was bleeding profusely from his nose, looking quite terrifying. Jin Shang screamed as horribly as a pig being slaughtered. By the time everyone came to their senses and rushed to rescue Jin Shang from Han Xiaodong's clutches, the foul-mouthed guy was already covered in blood.
Han Xiaodong, how dare you hit me?
Jin Shang's voice was muffled, because his nasal cavity was full of blood.
All right, we're here to do serious business.
Hey you, hurry up and wipe Jin Shang's blood off and take him home. Although Yan Xiong looked down on Han Xiaodong, he was here to ask for a favor. Besides, Jin Shang's mouth was so foul that even he wanted to hit him. Two people carried the dizzy and disoriented Jin Shang away. The image of Han Xiaodong holding a flame in front of the pastoral dance hall resurfaced in my mind.
She fell silent. Everyone present was as surprised as Yanni. Han Xiaodong's fierce and violent display just now made them believe that he might actually have gotten the money by force.
Donzi, do you think this trick really works? We had some people make a fuss about it before, but those dogs in the security department were too fierce. Yan Xiong pulled out a crumpled pack of Hongmei cigarettes and handed it to Han Xiaodong in a flattering manner.
Han Xiaodong took a puff and choked, coughing violently.
That's because you don't dare to really fight to the death.
Han Xiaodong's words silenced everyone present.
He's right, they really don't dare to risk their lives.
Everyone has elderly parents and young children to support. Risking their lives? It's not that easy.
Looking at these simple, honest faces, Han Xiaodong felt a pang of compassion and decided to give them some advice.
If you want money, you need to unite. Chen Dajuan will be scared. Even if he is determined to delay paying, it doesn't matter.
You can report the problem to higher authorities, the district, or the trade union.
There will always be someone who takes care of it.
But remember my words, unite. Everyone else left, but Zhang Lu stayed behind.
Donzi, I know about your family situation.
I've been wanting to come and visit for a while, but I recently started a new job and can't take time off.
Please don't blame me.
The honest-looking man rubbed his hands together, looking very uneasy. Han Xiaodong knew that Zhang Lu was his best friend, an honest and simple man who had been bullied a lot at the soda factory. Han Xiaodong patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, I understand. You should hurry up and go to Yan Xiong's house.
I reckon they're in a meeting. Getting the money as soon as possible is the most important thing. Zhang Lu was a little surprised by Han Xiaodong's sudden understanding. He agreed and left.
The door closed, leaving only Han Xiaodong and Yan and I in the room.
Yanni wanted to ask him a few questions, such as why he had changed so much.
Why did he offer himself up to Tian Dashan like a commodity and then go to the rural dance hall to rescue her? Why was his cooking so delicious?
And what was the name of the song he sang that day? But she didn't want to talk to him.
Han Xiaodong suddenly stood up, put on the military overcoat, and took Yanni's down jacket. Let's go out for hot pot.
She finally spoke.
But she immediately regretted it after speaking.
Why should I pay attention to him? What does it matter to me whether it's expensive or not? We're getting a divorce anyway. Go on.
There's only cabbage and potatoes left at home. You're malnourished and need to eat more. While Yanni hesitated, Han Xiaodong had already draped the down jacket over her shoulders. He had figured it out long ago. She was a little foodie, and he could usually win her over 9 times out of 10 by tempting her with delicious food. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the two of them left the house and walked one after the other on the snow.
However, in this era, no one pays attention to environmental protection issues. The two left the residential area and quickly found a small restaurant along the road.
The words "pickled cabbage hot pot" were written on the glass door. There's only one kind of hot pot in northeast China, sauerkraut hot pot. The copper hot pot is filled with pickled cabbage, and the broth is used to cook mutton. For those who want to be more particular, they might add dried shrimp, seaweed, blood sausage, frozen tofu, etc. As for green vegetables, forget about them. In the frigid northeast, where temperatures can drop to -20 degrees Celsius, finding fresh vegetables is a luxury. There's really no choice. This little shop only has these items. Things like sliced beef, black-bone chicken rolls, beef aorta, and tripe haven't even made their way into northeast China yet. Han Xiaodong cooked a slice of mutton, first giving it to Yanni, then cooked a slice for himself, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, he frowned.
A good sesame sauce should consist of 8 parts sesame paste and 2 parts peanut butter to maximize its aroma.
As a foodie, Han Xiaodong can be considered a hot pot expert. Han Xiaodong can not only recite the recipes for the broth and dipping sauces of various hot pots, such as the sauerkraut hot pot of northeast China, the copper pot hot pot of Yanjing, the spicy hot pot of Sichuan and Chongqing, the beef hot pot of Kaohsiung, the dolo hot pot of Macau, and the hot pot of Hong Kong, but he has also made them himself, and the taste is professional. In his past life, when he was handling the IPO for a listed hot pot restaurant company, he got along well with the company's founder. One time, the two were drinking and chatting happily, and they had both drunk a bit too much.
The founder then told Han Xiaodong the whole recipe in one go.
Han Xiaodong has a good memory and loves hot pot, so he immediately memorized these recipes. He only took one bite before putting down his chopsticks, while Yanni across from him ate without lifting her head or opening her eyes. It seemed she really enjoyed hot pot. Of course, after spending 2 days together, Han Xiaodong still hadn't discovered what she disliked eating. Han Xiaodong carried his bowl of dipping sauce into the kitchen.
"Boss, I prefer milder flavors and can't handle too much salt. Could I make my own dipping sauce?"
"Sure. Everything's on the counter. Help yourself." The boss was cutting meat when he looked up at Han Xiaodong and waved him off.
Han Xiaodong glanced at the table and regretfully couldn't find any peanut butter.
He had no choice but to make do with the recipe, using sesame paste, fermented bean curd, chive blossoms, a little chili oil, and MSG to make 2 bowls of dipping sauce.
"Try this." Han Xiaodong pushed the newly prepared dipping sauce in front of Yanni.
Jenny clearly trusted him when it came to food.
She picked up a piece of mutton, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it.
Instantly, a satisfied expression appeared on her face. This time, Han Xiaodong felt relieved. He took a sip of the liquor and slowly started cooking the mutton in the hot pot. After a satisfying meal, the two returned home, washed up, and went to bed. There was really nothing else to do but sleep.
Just like last night, Yanni slept on the bed, and Han Xiaodong slept on the cabinet.
Yanni didn't think too much about it while eating, but she became a little scared after returning home because Han Xiaodong had been drinking. In the past, Han Xiaodong would often act out when he drank too much, and beatings and scoldings were common occurrences. Will he revert to his old ways tonight? That bastard actually fell asleep. Jenny finally felt relieved. It seemed the night would be peaceful.
But we can't keep dragging this out on the divorce. We can't delay any longer. Yanni rolled off the bed, walked to the cabinet, and mustered up her courage to poke Han Xiaodong. It didn't move for a moment.
Jenny bit her lip. That bastard, sleeping so soundly, like a dead pig. We can't let him off so easily. This time, Yanni pinched Han Xiaodong's hand harder. These past 2 days of interaction, Han Xiaodong's gentle demeanor has emboldened Yanni considerably. In the past, she would never have dared to do such a thing.
Han Xiaodong finally woke up.
What are you going to do? He asked in terror, several cases of husbands being murdered flashing through his mind. Jenny almost burst out laughing. It was quite amusing to see this bastard so terrified. Han Xiaodong calmed down, took out a Hontishan cigarette from his pocket, and the flames illuminated his face. In the darkness, his eyes shone like jewels. Yanni, Han Xiaodong's voice was particularly pleasant in the darkness. If you insist, I will divorce you, but I don't want you to leave empty-handed.
You've already fallen out with your family. If you go back now, do you think they will accept you? After all, you've been with me for a while. Even if we divorce, I want you to leave with a sum of money.
Han Xiaodong pulled out a stack of money from his pocket.
This is the severance pay I got back from the factory.
I'll use this as capital to make tens of millions. If you still want a divorce, then, no problem. I'll make you the richest woman in the city and then send you off with dignity.
And so, Jenny returned to her bed, feeling dizzy and disoriented.
Han Xiaodong's words just now touched her a little.
Yanni, how could you be so foolish? Han Xiaodong was obviously lying to you. He's lazy and doesn't know any skills. How is he going to make money? Tens of millions?
The total amount of money in the whole city probably doesn't even amount to tens of millions. She ate something simple, then rode her 24-inch flying pigeon bicycle to work.
So, despite Jenny being sick and not going to work for so many days, no one from the factory has even bothered to check on her.
Now, the entire factory is in a state of panic and can't even take care of themselves. In Chongqing today, apart from Shandong Iron and Steel Group, whose production and operations are still relatively normal, most other factories are in the same situation. Under the banner of downsizing and efficiency improvement, everyone and every organization is swept up in the wheels of time, rolling forward helplessly and without any control over their own destiny.
Yanni locked her bike in the shed and nervously walked into her workshop, number 2. After 8 o'clock, people began to enter the workshop one after another.
But the machines in the workshop were quiet and not running. The workers who came to work were all crammed into the only spare parts warehouse in the workshop with a stove, drinking hot water and chatting.
Products can't be sold, factories aren't producing, and workers have nothing to do but chat.
Jenny, who hadn't been to work for a week, became the center of attention, and her close colleagues all came over to ask her a few questions. Jenny only mentioned that she had been sick a few days ago, without saying anything else. However, she knew that the news about the pastoral dance hall had probably already spread throughout the factory. As far as she knew, there were several female workers from the textile factory who danced with the rural song and dance troupe, and they were all young and beautiful. Some people are indeed forced onto this path by the hardships of life, but others are simply indulging in pleasure. Sure enough, not long after she sat down, she heard people whispering about her. She finally came to work. I heard that her boyfriend ran to the entrance of the farm that night and set himself on fire, just to save her.
Don't mention her boyfriend. If it weren't for paying off his gambling debts, why would Jenny go to a place like that? Sigh, it's not a good thing for a woman to be too beautiful. Once she's beautiful, someone will have designs on her.
Yanni felt her face burning and quickly picked up her enamel mug to drink water in order to cover up her embarrassment. Where there are many women, there are indeed no secrets.
Amid the murmurs, a slender young woman entered the small house.
As soon as she saw Jenny, she rushed over affectionately, grabbed her hand, and kept asking, "Jenny, why haven't you come to work for a week?
I thought something had happened. If you hadn't come, I would have gone to your house to check on you."
She was Tan Hongqi, Yanni's best friend in the workshop. Because of her alluring beauty, she was known as the flower of the second workshop, while Yanni was the universally recognized flower of the chemical textile factory.
Hongqi, I'm sick. Yanni felt a little better when she saw Tan Hongqi. The two sisters sat down holding hands and talking quietly.
Jenny's beautiful eyes widened.
Hongqi, that's not what you told me before. Didn't you say that husband and wife should be tolerant and supportive of each other? I only agreed to go to the countryside because I listened to you?
The week before, Yanni was persuaded by Tan Hongqi to the point of having no other choice, and only then did she agree to go to the countryside to dance with Han Xiaodong in order to pay off his gambling debts. At the time, Tan Hongqi argued vehemently, "Yani, you two are a couple.
If you don't help him, Han Xiaodong will die. Tian Dashan is not someone to be trifled with."
Yani couldn't understand how her best friend had changed so much in just 1 week.
When Yani asked her that question, Tan Hongqi was speechless and couldn't answer.
Fortunately, she reacted quickly and put her arm around Yani's shoulder, saying, "Times have changed.
I'm just feeling sorry for you."
She whispered in Jenny's ear, "That night at the entrance of the countryside dance hall, I saw you and Han Xiaodong." After chatting for a while, Tan Hongqi excused himself to go to the restroom, slipped out of the factory, ran to a public phone booth across the street, and dialed Tian Dashan's mobile phone number.
"Brother Shan, it's me, Hongqi." Upon hearing it was her, Tian Dashan felt inexplicably irritated. "Speak quickly if you have something to say, I'm busy here." "Here's the thing, Brother Shan, Yani came to work today." "Going to work is going to work. What the hell does it have to do with me?" Hearing Tian Dashan's tone, Tan Hongqi panicked. "Brother Shan, what's wrong? Haven't you been thinking about her all along?" "What? Have you found someone new?" "New love my foot." Han Xiaodong made a huge scene that night, alarming the higher-ups. "I have to stay quiet for the time being. If he causes any more trouble, my dance hall will have to close down." Tan Hongqi felt a wave of disappointment, but she still forced herself to cheer up. "How about I go to the dance hall tonight to keep you company and help you relax?" Tan Hongqi returned to the factory with no other choice. It turns out she was the one behind all of this. A woman's jealousy is truly a devil. She was jealous that Jenny was younger and prettier than her, so she wanted to ruin Jenny. Tan Hongqi had already been dancing with Tian Yuan for a while. It was she who showed Yan Ni's photo to Tian Dashan, hoping to drag Yan and I into the fire. Unfortunately, Yani, that silly girl, is still completely unaware of the truth. Even the rumors circulating in the factory about her being a dancer were spread by Tan Hongqi. What a silly girl! Aside from having a good temper and being pretty, she has practically no redeeming qualities. Gluttonous, prone to crying, obsessed with looks, obsessed with saving face, and as simple-minded as a child, in short, silly. It's a miracle that someone like that has survived to this day. Han Xiaodong walked through the snow towards the joint camp, thinking about that silly girl as he went, and unconsciously a smile appeared on his face. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, he had already analyzed Jenny quite thoroughly. She's a typical innocent little rabbit. If I don't protect her, she might be devoured by society until nothing is left. Braving the cold wind, Han Xiaodong arrived near the joint camp half an hour later. Lianying, officially known as Shanchang Lianying Shopping Mall, is the largest department store in Daoxi district. Naturally, the area where it is located has become the most prosperous commercial area in Daoxi. When Han Xiaodong arrived at the location, his heart sank. The lobby of the securities company he remembered had been replaced by the Red Rose Ballroom. Needless to say, the securities company definitely hadn't been established yet at this time. He shakily pulled out a Hontishan cigarette, found a sheltered corner, and lit it. This change disrupted all his plans. He originally planned to open a stock account, hoping that with his expertise, he could quickly increase his money, 2,000 to 4,000, 4,000 to 8,000, 8,000 to 16,000, but when will the securities company be established? What should I do in the meantime? I can't just sit around living off this meager severance pay, can I? After finishing his cigarette, he still hadn't come up with any good ideas. It was too cold outside, so he had no choice but to run into the nearby joint venture shopping mall to warm up. The joint venture shopping mall only has 3 floors, which is incomparable to the shopping plazas of the past that were tens of thousands of square meters, but in this era, this place is Tsim Sha Sui in the West District, Manhattan. Wang Husheng, Lu Huifang, and Song Deshang brought tears to the eyes of countless Chinese people. Han Xiaodong walked around the mall, focusing on the washing machine. Because I haven't washed the clothes I took off after showering last time. Yani hasn't forgiven him yet, so she only washed her own clothes. Han Xiaodong hates washing clothes because he thinks it's a waste of life. The prices are mostly around 600 or 700 yuan. Han Xiaodong felt a pang of heartache. He still had a little over 2,600 yuan left in his severance pay, which he was counting on as capital. He really couldn't bear to spend the money to buy a washing machine. Looking at his military overcoat with its cuffs worn black and shiny, Han Xiaodong decided to buy a few more outfits. He went to the women's clothing counter first and found the sales clerk. "I want to buy a women's down jacket." That person is about 1.65 meters tall and quite thin. "I bought Yanni a thick down jacket, then pants, and leather cotton shoes." I also went to the underwear counter with a blush and bought several sets of thermal underwear and thermal pants. As for the size, that's entirely up to your judgment. All the clothes cost more than 300 yuan in total, which really made Han Xiaodong feel a little heartache. The 2,600 yuan had shrunk to 2,300 yuan. Just as Han Xiaodong was spending money like water, Yanni was walking towards the canteen with a lunchbox at the chemical textile factory. At lunchtime, nearly 1,000 workers from the chemical textile factory poured out of their workshops and headed to the canteen. For the workers, lunchtime is the most important meal of the day. Yanni, holding her lunchbox, stood in the middle of the line with Tan Hongqi, listening to the discussions of the people around them. "We absolutely mustn't lose our jobs. I don't know how I'd survive without them." "I doubt it. Look at our factory warehouse, it's overflowing, and we can't sell anything." Jenny grew increasingly frightened as she listened. She couldn't imagine what a terrible situation she would face if she lost her job. She knew nothing else to do besides this job. Just as she was looking down in thought, someone suddenly tapped her on the shoulder. "Never mind, let me treat you." The woman's name was Xia Anren, the daughter of Yan Ni's aunt. She noticed Yan Ni's embarrassment and took Yan Ni's arm. "Go back and change into something warmer, let's go out to eat." "Yanni, what would you like to eat?" "Pick whatever you like, it's on me." Xia Anren pointed to the row of small restaurants in front of the chemical textile factory, speaking with great generosity. The two sisters entered the restaurant. Xia Anren stared at Yanni with pity for her misfortune and anger at her lack of self-control. This cousin was the darling and princess of everyone since she was a child because she was beautiful. Unfortunately, she wasn't very bright and didn't do well in school. After graduating from junior high school, she didn't get into high school and had to attend a relatively bad vocational high school. After 2 years, her uncle used his connections to get her a job at the Jinhua textile factory. Actually, there's nothing to look down on about being a worker these days. With my cousin's looks, finding a good man wouldn't be a problem. She could even be the son of some leaders. Unfortunately, she was not only not very bright, but also a womanizer. She started dating Han Xiaodong when she was in junior high school. The two went to vocational high school together, and later Han Xiaodong got a job at the soda factory in Daoshi district. This Han Xiaodong is good-looking, but otherwise useless. He is not only cowardly but also incompetent. His parents died early and left him nothing but a dilapidated single room. Such conditions are among the worst in the urban area of Shanchang. My aunt was so angry that she fell seriously ill and severed ties with my cousin from then on. If they were doing well, that would be fine, but karma struck so quickly. After marriage, Han Xiaodong not only didn't improve at all, but also developed many bad habits: drinking, gambling, petty theft, and most unbearably, he was abusive, and his cousin was beaten by him quite a bit. At that time, I was just a college student, and I could only sympathize with my cousin's tragic experience, but I was powerless to help her. After much hesitation, she finally told him that Han Xiaodong had lost 3,000 yuan gambling and needed her to dance with him at a dance hall to pay off his debts. Now, only her cousin cares about her. Talking to her makes her feel much better. Snap! Xia Anren's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What's wrong with him? Did he do something even worse this time? Oh. Cousin, don't you work in the provincial capital? That's great, Sister Anren. Then I'll be able to see you more often from now on. Yanni was very happy. With her cousin around, she had someone to support her. She took off her pager, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. Yanni, my boss needs me. Let's eat quickly, I need to get back before 1 o'clock.
Yanni looked enviously at the small black box in her cousin's hand. This was the most popular thing in Chongqing right now, a pager. Don't underestimate its small size, a single pager can easily cost over 1,000 yuan. With this, communication would be so convenient, just make a phone call, and the pager would ring. She was actually quite beautiful, but she paled in comparison to her cousin, Jenny. From childhood, all the family's love was focused on the doll like Jenny, so she could only study hard and try to win the adults' attention with excellent grades. This is a job that everyone envies, high income, good working environment, and respectable.
Now, the family's evaluation of her and Jenny has completely reversed.
At 1:30 p.m., Xianran accompanied Director Gong, who was in charge of setting up Shancheng Securities, out of the car and arrived at the Municipal Bureau of Commerce.
The Commerce Bureau is located in the area in front of the station. It is a two-story building built in the 1950s.
The words Shancheng City Commerce Bureau are written on the mottled white wooden board.
During the planned economy era, the Bureau of Commerce was definitely the most lucrative unit.
It controlled major shopping malls and hotels. If ordinary people wanted to buy meat, fish, or other scarce commodities, they had to ask the Bureau of Commerce for help.
Back then, even the sales clerks in any store would look down on people.
Unfortunately, starting in the late 1980s, with the country's reform and opening up and the opening of the agricultural product market, state-owned stores began to decline, and the first choice for ordinary people to buy agricultural and sideline products was the free market. The goods in the free market were fresh and cheap, and you didn't have to put up with the salespeople. As a result, the economic benefits of many shopping malls began to decline sharply, and their glory days were over. Director Gong and Xianran came here because they had their eye on a plot of land under the Commerce Bureau, and they are here today to discuss the matter. They were accompanied by a section chief from the Shancheng city government. Director Du immediately called over the office director and asked him to find the contract and show it to Director Gong. Director Gong took a look and found the contract to be very rudimentary, handwritten, and rather informal. It simply stated that Lu Jun was leasing the youth hostel for 3 years, with an expiration date of December 20, 1992. It bore the seal of the Commerce Bureau and Lu Jun's handwritten signature. Director Gong, actually our bureau has other plots of land in the area in front of the station, which are even better than the joint venture plot. Director Du looked very troubled. In that case, I'll try my best to help you contact Lu Jun. This is going to be tough. We fly entwined, inseparable. Flying beyond this mortal world, forever together. I'll chase you my whole life, and love you 1,000 times over. I will not let down your tenderness and your beauty. Men sing of sorrow, women sway in the wind of sorrow. Han Xiaodong, feeling very worried, hummed a song as he cooked and pondered his future. The fact that the securities company had not yet been established disrupted his plans, and now he had to find another way, otherwise the little money he had would be spent in a few days. We can't just sit around and live off our savings. To prepare a variety of nourishing dishes for Yanni, he bought an old duck on his way home today, intending to make a pot of old duck soup. Boil water, remove feathers, and clean internal organs. Then heat oil in a pan, add scallions and ginger, sauté until fragrant, add duck pieces, stir-fry until fragrant, pour in a bottle of beer, and simmer over low heat. Han Xiaodong was busy with his hands, but his mind was working even faster. In this era, what should I do to make money? Manufacturing is also not an option. For similar reasons, comprehensive reforms have not yet begun, trade with foreign countries is still in its early stages, and the market is limited. However, it requires sourcing goods from Guangzhou and renting a shop in the Bagua market, which is too troublesome. Most importantly, this business requires capital for purchasing goods, and the 2,000 yuan I have is clearly not enough. As for profitable industries like karaoke bars, dance halls, and bathhouses, Han Xiaodong didn't even consider them. These industries are all borderline and not something he could do. Han Xiaodong was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. His disadvantage is that, apart from securities, he is only theoretical and has no practical experience in other areas. Food. The catering industry is one of the oldest industries, but it is also an industry that will never go out of style.
Following this line of thought, Han Xiaodong deduced the problem several times and felt there were no major issues. In terms of professional skills, his current culinary skills are enough to qualify him as a chef. In terms of knowledge, he can easily surpass all chefs of this era.
Furthermore, when it comes to service, management, expansion, and promotion of catering businesses, he is currently unmatched. A sharp glint flashed in Han Xiaodong's eyes. He had already decided what to do. Hot pot. Choosing hot pot was the result of Han Xiaodong's careful consideration. First, the Northeast is freezing cold, with low temperatures for more than half the year, making it the most suitable region in the country for hot pot. Third, hot pot is relatively simple in the catering industry, basically requiring no chef, thus saving on labor costs. Besides, Han Xiaodong gradually formed a plan in his mind, and then, bang! The iron gate opened. Han Xiaodong immediately recognized the taste. It was the smell of white-collar workers. The arrogance and self-importance that only the so-called elites in office buildings possessed in my past life.
Yanni, what's this? Han Xiaodong asked Yanni. Although Yanni didn't want to talk to Han Xiaodong, Xia Anrun's immediate argument was something she really didn't want to see. She hurriedly closed the iron gate and grabbed Xia Anrun's arm. Cousin, don't get so angry. It's not worth it. Let's go inside. Okay, pack your things and come with me today. We absolutely can't stay with this bastard any longer. Xia Anrun glared at Han Xiaodong and turned to go into the inner room. Upon entering the room, Jenny was stunned. She immediately noticed the brand new clothes on the octagonal table. Jenny's eyes reddened. She is far too indecisive. This was the first time Han Xiaodong had bought her anything since they got married. Did he buy all of these? Does that mean he's really fixed things? She reached out and pinched her cousin hard. Wake up! You're moved by this little thing? Does all of this even add up to 200 yuan? It's a pile of junk. Your older cousin will buy you something better. Han Xiaodong walked in confidently with a bowl of freshly stewed old duck soup and placed it on the octagonal table. Yanni, have some soup to warm yourself up. Then, facing Xia Anrun, he politely asked, Cousin, let me serve you another bowl so you can try my cooking. Han Xiaodong, what are you pretending for? How have you treated my cousin all these years? Do you think a bowl of soup and a couple of pieces of clothing can make up for the harm you've done to Yanni? A large sum of money? Xia Anrun smiled sarcastically. I'd like to know how much of a large sum of money you're talking about? 1,000? 5,000? Your so-called large sum of money is a joke to me. That's right, for someone like you, 4 figures is a huge sum of money, but this amount is not enough to compensate Yanni at all. Xia Anrun, who works in the financial system, has the confidence to say these things. Xia Anrun was a little dazed, but quickly came to her senses. 10 million? 50 million? Are you dreaming? Is this bastard crazy? 10 million is a huge sum of money. Let alone ordinary people, even the richest people only have a net worth of a few 100,000. Go ahead and brag. Boast as much as you can. After all, bragging doesn't cost you anything. Just pretend I'm dreaming. Han Xiaodong didn't want to argue with her anymore, because with her current understanding of wealth, she simply couldn't comprehend the economic level 10 or 20 years from now. He turned his gaze to Jenny. Jenny, drink the soup, then try on the clothes. If they don't fit, I'll change them tomorrow. Jenny stood between the two of them, caught in a dilemma. Xia Anrun grabbed Yanni. Haven't you been fooled enough by him? Hurry up and pack your things to come home with me. After saying that, she walked up to Han Xiaodong with her head held high, looking at him like a fighting rooster. As he spoke, he stepped forward and wrapped up the anti-inflammatory medicine that Yanni had taken, instructing her, your illness isn't fully cured yet. Take these medicines with you and remember to take them tonight. Yan and I was a little surprised by Han Xiaodong's sudden concession, but Xia Anrun saw it as a sign of Han Xiaodong's cowardice. Yanni quickly packed a small bag of clothes and left with Xia Anrun. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back at Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong smiled at her and waved, come back if you miss home. Bang!
The iron gate closed, leaving Han Xiaodong alone in the house. Han Xiaodong went to the kitchen, filled a bowl with rice, and silently finished eating it along with the still warm old duck soup. The clothes he bought for Yanni are still on the octagonal table. Han Xiaodong picked up the clothes, intending to find another place to put them, but then he saw a brown paper file folder.
He remembered, Xia Anren had just left it here. Out of curiosity, he opened the file folder, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Han Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat. The securities company he had been longing for was finally coming. In his memory, Shancheng Securities was established around 1992, so the timing was right. The photo shows the handwritten contract signed between the Commerce Bureau and Lu Jun.
Han Xiaodong spread all the documents and photos out on the table and carefully looked them over in chronological order. From the provincial government issuing the document to the city government responding, the process went smoothly at this stage.
However, the contract in the last photo seemed a bit off.
Considering the Red Rose Ballroom he saw at the joint venture during the day, he concluded that the construction was definitely stuck on this issue. These days, those who run dance halls are all thugs. Honest, simple people can't run this kind of business. The people in charge of setting up the securities company are from the provincial government. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, so this matter is unlikely to go so smoothly. Han Xiaodong walked around the room for a while, feeling a bit stuffy, so he put on his newly bought down jacket and jeans, closed the door, and went out for a stroll.
After leaving the soda factory residential area, Han Xiaodong walked south along the small road.
After passing a small market, he spotted a billiards hall on the side of the road. Upon seeing the sign for the billiard hall, Han Xiaodong's heart stirred. He's a workaholic with few hobbies. Besides cooking, he plays billiards. Shame spurred him to action, and from then on, Han Xiaodong began to put in the effort to improve his billiards skills. Later, when he had more money, he even installed a billiards table at home and hired a professional coach to instruct him. Therefore, his billiard skills are quite good. Han Xiaodong strolled into the billiard hall. The small space was filled with smoke and fumes, and the floor was covered with cigarette butts and sunflower seed shells. It looked like it hadn't been mopped in ages, and your shoes would stick to it.
Han Xiaodong immediately had the idea of running away. Dongzi, you're here. A warm greeting pulled Han Xiaodong back to his feet. He looked and, wow, there were so many familiar faces. One by one, names popped into my mind. They were the former owner's cronies, all small-time thugs from the soda factory area. It was obvious that none of these low-life thugs were any good. Skinny Monkey was happily cracking sunflower seeds, while Big Zhuang was bent over, searching for cigarette butts that someone had thrown on the ground. Dongzi, we've all heard that you got so angry for your wife that you went to the fields and set them on fire. Wow! He gave her a thumbs up. The others all made the same gesture in unison, awesome. A group of people were watching the game at the innermost table in the pool hall. The two players each held a club and were playing very intensely. In Northeast China, most billiards is American 16-ball, and snooker is rarely seen. The game is very simple. 15 balls are divided into solid colors and mixed colors. Solid colors are called full and mixed colors are called petals. Each player has 7 balls, and whoever finishes first gets to play the final black 8. These petty thugs make money through this gambling game. When one side hits the black 8 ball to end the game, the other side has to pay out money for each ball left. Han Xiaodong also became curious and followed Lu and the others to watch the excitement. Snap! Urban, brimming with pride after winning the money, looked down on everyone. He pulled a pack of Hontishan cigarettes from the pocket of his school uniform coat, flicked one out with a flourish, lit it, and asked in a kingly tone, "Who wants to play?" Urban, with his superb billiard skills, is the king of this billiards hall. He manages to win the Hontishan cigarettes by playing billiards and gambling with people here every day. No one answered. He looked around and suddenly spotted Han Xiaodong in the crowd. This is also because Han Xiaodong is too tall, it's hard for him not to be seen. Dongzi, you're here? You're even wearing a new down jacket. You must have struck it rich. Urban used to look down on Han Xiaodong and rarely spoke to him, but today was different.
He heard that Han Xiaodong had received more than 2,000 yuan in severance pay from the soda factory and was now a rich man. Naturally, he started to have designs on Han Xiaodong and became much more polite in his speech. Before Han Xiaodong could answer, Manga grabbed Han Xiaodong's clothes and pulled him back, saying in a muffled voice, "Don't play with him, you can't beat him." They all knew that Han Xiaodong was no match for Urban. "It's okay, I'll give him 2 goals.
Are you a man? If not, get out of here. This place is crowded. Enough."
Even a small-time thug knows how to use reverse psychology.
"Donzi, let's go."
Manga grabbed Han Xiaodong's hand and pulled him outside. Professional billiards players have their own dedicated cues, with prices ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. However, these small billiard halls use the cheapest, mass-produced cues, which are used casually and of questionable quality. These words shocked everyone in the room. "Oh no, I heard Han Xiaodong isn't quite right in the head. Looks like he really is sick, and quite seriously so." Urban felt his wicked scheme had succeeded and laughed happily, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth.
"Let's give them a 2-goal handicap, everyone can testify to that."
The people around shouted in unison, "We all heard it, let them win by 2 goals.
How much is 1 ball?
10 yuan it is, I won't be motivated if it's too small."
"Okay." Han Xiaodong nodded calmly. "No way."
Erlu, De Zhuang, Shouho, and the others who were leaning towards Han Xiaodong rushed forward.
"Donzi, are you crazy? How about you treat us guys to a drink if you have the money?" "Exactly, isn't it like throwing money into a fire if you and Urban gamble like that?"
"These low-level thugs are actually quite loyal."
"It's okay, I'll give it a try."
"Anyway, I'm only giving you a 2-goal handicap, so at most I'll lose 50.
"If it doesn't work, I'll quit."
Han Xiaodong insisted, leaving the others with no choice but to stand nervously to the sidelines and watch. Urban placed the white ball on the table and gestured politely for Han Xiaodong to break the shot.
Holy crap, Donzi's posture is perfect. Could it be that he's been secretly practicing hard?
This 3-point aligned posture is commonly used by professional billiards players because of its high stability, but no one uses it in billiard halls like this.
Han Xiaodong's skill immediately amazed everyone present.
Han Xiaodong increased the force with his right hand, and the cue stick quickly extended forward, striking the white ball. With a snap, the white ball rolled weakly to the side and forward.
It missed.
After a moment of silence, the pool hall erupted in laughter.
"Holy crap, it split open."
"I'm dying of laughter, my stomach hurts."
"Damn it, Donzi, are you kidding me?"
Urban was worried for a few seconds after seeing Han Xiaodong's opening pitch, but now he's laughing the loudest.
This time, Urban didn't refuse.
He bent over the table and delivered a powerful first shot, blasting the colored ball apart. The colorful balls scattered and rolled around, but unfortunately none of them went into the pocket.
"It's your turn."
Urban grinned and gestured towards Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong glanced at the ball, selected the one with the better position, and with a swift and steady shot, pocketed the 11 ball that was close to the edge of the pocket. Urban walked half a circle around the pool table with a sullen face, then threw the 2 pieces he thought were the easiest to pocket into the pockets. This is what is called giving a 2-goal handicap.
Now there are only 4 petals left on the field. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Could it be that Donzi really did practice secretly and his skills improved a lot, and he came here today to challenge Urban?
This shot is where the real test of skill comes in. There are 4 petals on the table. 2 of them are in slightly better positions, and 2 are in the center of the bottom cushion. These are the most difficult balls to hit. As expected, Han Xiaodong chose the one that was easier to fight. Urban squinted at the ball, thinking, if it were me, I could put a little more effort into it and pocket the ball in the middle pocket, then I could hit a better one in another spot. However, given Han Xiaodong's level, it's unlikely he'll be able to score. Han Xiaodong's cue stick moved. Snap! With the crisp sound of the 2 balls colliding, Urban's eyes were filled with astonishment. And his mouth was wide open, unable to close. His surprise wasn't that Han Xiaodong accurately potted the ball, but that the ball went into the bottom pocket instead of the middle pocket. the distance to the bottom pocket is quite long, making the shot twice as difficult. But what moved Urban so much was that after hitting the target ball, the cue ball continued to move forward and actually knocked up the two balls on the baseline, making the situation on the table much better. Move. These two words appeared in Urban's mind. Han Xiaodong actually knows how to position himself? That's right, he just hit a drive shot, which is why he came to this position. Wow! The four of them, including Lu Er and Lu, jumped up with joy. Donzi, you're awesome. Urban didn't score a single point, which means Han Xiaodong won 70 yuan from him in this game. 70 yuan is no small amount. You have to understand that a worker at a soda factory doesn't earn that much in a month. He threw off his school uniform coat, grabbed a golf club, and stared at Han Xiaodong with burning eyes. Being shut out is an absolute disgrace for this street table king, especially since the opponent is Han Xiaodong, whom he has always looked down upon. The second game has begun. Han Xiaodong didn't play well in this game and lost a point. He also took out 10 yuan and handed it to Urban. Urban is really amazing. Donzi just guessed. His confidence returned. If Han Xiaodong played as well as he did in the first game, he would actually be a little scared. Urban turned to get money from his school uniform coat, but when he reached into his pocket, he found that he only had 20 yuan left, which wasn't enough. He stood frozen in place, his face turning pale and then red. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and before he knew it, he had lost more than 400. Can anyone lend me some money? Urban whispered. Han Xiaodong put down his cue, walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It's late enough today, let's play another day. He didn't want the money for this round. I tried my luck tonight and won over 400, which is quite a haul. Dongzi. The four men, Erlu, Shouho, Dazhuang, and Mengang, called out to him. Han Xiaodong tilted his head and thought for a moment, no problem. It was already 10 p.m., and the streets were deserted. In the northeast during winter, nightlife simply doesn't exist. All the shops on both sides of the road were closed and locked. The five of them walked for a full 10 minutes before they saw a shop with its lights on. A white tin sign had 5 words written on it, Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant. The restaurant was small, consisting of only 2 rooms, one inside and one outside. A woman was slumped over at the front desk, seemingly asleep. She didn't even hear the door open. Vegetable prices are also very cheap. Take a look, order whatever you like to eat. As soon as Han Xiaodong finished speaking, the 4 boys behind him started discussing things without any politeness. The sound of them ordering food woke up the proprietress. She looked up, her eyes still blurry with sleep, at the 5 people in front of her, and immediately stood up angrily, grabbing a rolling pin in her hand. Han Xiaodong realized that by hosting a dinner party, his status had immediately risen from Dongzi to Brother Dong. Before he could think any further, the 4 drooling boys ushered him into the inner room, where the sounds of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen. Soon, the ordered dishes were served one by one. Han Xiaodong noticed that every time the dishes were served, Yanmei would glare at him angrily a few more times. They started talking, one after the other, and Han Xiaodong understood the gist of it. It turns out that the shop owner, Huang Yanmei, and Han Xiaodong were elementary school classmates with a somewhat ambiguous relationship, falling into the category of premarital friends. If Han Xiaodong hadn't met Yanni in junior high school, the two of them might have actually gotten together. However, ever since Han Xiaodong and Yanni got married, Yanmei has hated Han Xiaodong and never gives him a friendly look whenever she sees him. I never expected there was this connection. Yeah, I know. I heard the girls there are really pretty. The men revealed lewd expressions. Who is the owner of Red Rose? Junzi. Do you know who Junzi's greatest enemy is? Fuku, the group answered in unison, looking at Han Xiaodong with strange eyes. Seeing Han Xiaodong's serious expression, the 2 Lius dared not be negligent. Brother Dong, Fuku opened the Emerald Palace in front of Daodong Station, and Junzi opened the Red Rose Ballroom in Daoshi. These 2 have fought a lot to win customers. The mention of the Jade Palace brought back memories for Han Xiaodong. Meanwhile, Junzi, who started later than Kuyi, opened the Red Rose Ballroom in Daoshi.
As rivals in the same industry, these two had a life-or-death feud. Of course, Tian Dashan, who runs the rural song and dance troupe, also doesn't have a good relationship with them. Han Xiaodong fell into deep thought. This sound interrupted Han Xiaodong's thoughts. All you could see were the four boys, with 8 chopsticks in hand, simultaneously reaching into the plate and rummaging around in it. Han Xiaodong cursed, "Leave some for me." After a satisfying meal, Han Xiaodong checked the bill and had to admit that the prices were really reasonable. For dishes, a soup, and a few bottles of beer cost less than 40 yuan in total. Show off. Yanmei cursed under her breath. On the way from Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant to home, Han Xiaodong was thinking about how to get to Junzi out of the Red Rose dance hall as soon as possible, but when he got home and turned on the lights, he couldn't help but laugh. This is none of his business, why bother with it? After washing up, Han Xiaodong habitually lay down on the cabinet. After Jenny left, the house suddenly felt cold and empty. Although she never spoke to me when she was there, I always knew she was still in the house. Han Xiaodong suddenly felt as if something was missing. Aside from her beauty, she couldn't compare to her cousin in anything, but it seemed she was about to lose even the only thing she could be proud of. Long-term depression and malnutrition have left Yanni's skin dull and lifeless. Although she is only 22 years old, she seems to have lost her youth. Xia Anrun turned her head indifferently. "It's alright. I haven't been at the new company for long, and my salary is only around 300 yuan now." 300? Jenny covered her mouth in surprise. "Can you spend all that money? I only earn 60 or 70 a month now." "Yanni, our jobs are different." Xia Anrun's tone was calm, but the sense of superiority it conveyed was very obvious. Unfortunately, Jenny, that silly girl, couldn't understand at all. "Sister Anrun, I really envy you. You've always been a good student, went to a good university, and found a good job. Unlike me, I'm destined to be a factory worker for the rest of my life." At times, Yanni is really as innocent as a child. "Yanni, being good at studying is secondary. The most important thing is that I knew what I wanted from a very young age, unlike you, who still hasn't figured it out. Let me ask you, are you really that dependent on Han Xiaodong? What's so good about that hoodlum? No money, no career, no time, and he even beats you. If I were you, I couldn't stand it for a day. Take this opportunity to divorce him quickly. Then I'll get my relatives and friends to find you a better partner, definitely 100 times better than Han Xiaodong." Xia Anrun seized the opportunity to lecture Yanni. Yanni lowered her head sadly. "Sister Anrun, once I divorce Han Xiaodong, I'll be remarried." "A remarried woman is worthless." Xia Anrun's eyes suddenly widened, and she abruptly stood up and ran outside. Jenny, unaware of what was happening, followed her outside. Outside, Yan Ni's Aunt Du Choying and Uncle Xia Wenchuan were watching the TV series The Legend of Emperor Qianlong on the sofa, both of them thoroughly enjoying it. Their daughter suddenly burst out and startled them. Xia Anrun rushed to the clothes rack and rummaged through it, turning her coat inside out. "What's missing?" Du Choying knew what had happened as soon as she saw the situation. "Don't panic, think carefully. Where have you been? Did you leave the documents somewhere else?" Xia Wenchuan, the leader of the unit, saw that his daughter was sweating with anxiety and quickly reminded her. "Where have you been?" Xia Anrun looked at Yanni. "Yanni, did you leave it at your house?" "It seems so." Jenny had a bad memory, but she tried hard to recall and finally remembered that her cousin seemed to have taken a file folder when she came into her house. "No, I have to go get the documents right away. The boss needs them first thing tomorrow morning." Xia Anrun immediately got dressed. "No, don't you even look at the time? I'm worried about a girl like you going out so late." Du Choying refused decisively. "No, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting the two of you go out. Mr. Han, these are white truffles imported from Italy. Would you like to try them and see how they taste?" Han Xiaodong closed his eyes tightly, his whole being immersed in the luxurious and rich aroma of white truffles. Bang! The iron gate rattled, then the light in the outer room came on, and footsteps could be heard. Han Xiaodong immediately woke up. Who? He shouted. It's me.
Jenny's voice came through.
Han Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief.
He climbed out of the cabinet and turned on the light. The door opened, and Yanni, Xia Anren, and a middle-aged man walked in. Xia Anren rushed to the octagonal table, grabbed the file folder, quickly opened it, and carefully examined the documents and photos inside.
Finding everything intact, she breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Han Xiaodong. You didn't peek inside, did you?
Before Han Xiaodong could answer, Xia Anren continued with even more sarcastic remarks. Even if you read it, you probably wouldn't understand it, right?
Xia Anren snorted, not feeling that she had done anything wrong at all.
I'm sorry, Xiaodong, and Ran left an important document at your house. I'm sorry to disturb your rest so late.
We'll be leaving now. It's all right, uncle.
It's getting dark, please walk carefully.
Han Xiaodong smiled. Dad, why are you talking so much nonsense to him? Xia Anren pulled Yanni and walked out.
Even a clay figure has some earthy spirit. No matter how good-tempered Han Xiaodong was, he couldn't stand Xia Anren's repeated provocations. He blurted out, cousin, your company probably won't get a good result tomorrow.
What did you say? Xia Anren turned around angrily. Fine. You peeked at my documents.
I told you, Lu Jun will definitely make exorbitant demands and impose very harsh conditions. You should be prepared. Before her daughter could finish speaking, Xia Wenchuan grabbed her and led her out the door.
What impulsive thing could he possibly do? Dad, don't let his tall and strong appearance fool you, he's a coward. Who else would he dare hit besides Jenny? Don't you think so, Jenny?
Jenny replied softly. They were talking about their husbands. Although she also despised the man, she still felt very uncomfortable hearing her cousin speak so ill of Han Xiaodong. At least, he beat up Jin Sheng yesterday, just because Jin Sheng slandered him. He went crazy and beat Jin Sheng until his face was covered in blood. No matter how bad Han Xiaodong was before, at least just now, he did act very maturely. While her cousin and uncle were talking, Jenny kept her head down. Although she hated Han Xiaodong, she was still somewhat gratified to hear her respected uncle say a few good words about him. After all, Han Xiaodong was still her legal husband, the man she had personally chosen back then. Unfortunately, it seems that this dream will never come true. Like her mother, Du Qiuyue, she was someone who was obsessed with saving face and suffered for it. This is why Du Qiuyue severed her mother-daughter relationship with her as soon as she heard that she had married Han Xiaodong, who had no ambition. It is also why she has not yet made up her mind to divorce Han Xiaodong. After all, in this day and age, divorce is a very shameful thing. Jenny turned her head to the window, looked at the dark night sky, and sighed. While Han Xiaodong was busy, Xie Anren accompanied Director Gong to meet Lu Jun, the owner of the Red Rose Ballroom, in the conference room of the Municipal Bureau of Commerce.
Lu Jun is in his 40s. He is wearing a black mink coat and holding an exaggeratedly large mobile phone.
When he grins, a gleaming gold tooth is revealed, giving off a strong sense of jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry.
Director Du from the Commerce Bureau introduced the two parties. Manager Lu, hello. Director Gong took the initiative to shake hands with him.
Just now, Director Du introduced Lu Jun as the manager of the Red Rose Ballroom. Lu Jun laughed loudly, his large gold teeth blatantly displayed.
Director Gong, right?
Everyone else calls me De Junzi, but I'm a little uncomfortable with you calling me Manager Lu.
No problem, as long as there is compensation.
De Junzi's triangular eyes flashed with a fierce light. I spent a lot of money on the renovation of this dance hall, and all the sound systems are foreign brand names. Moreover, I can earn at least several thousand yuan a day. I'm not going to waste any more words with you.
One price, 300,000 yuan. I'll move out immediately.
Director Gong almost coughed up blood. You really dare to ask for 300,000?
You couldn't rob a bank that fast.
Director Gong thought this in his heart, but he dared not say it out loud.
This guy just left, leaving Director Gong and Xie Anren in the conference room.
Xie Anren's mind was filled with Han Xiaodong's prediction from yesterday, but a few minutes later, she convinced herself that Han Xiaodong was also a hoodlum, and Lu Jun was also a hoodlum, which was why he knew Lu Jun so well. It was nothing special. Director Gong didn't say anything, just offered a few polite words of thanks, and then returned to the Nanshan Hotel. The preparatory team rented a room here to serve as a temporary office. After making the call, Director Gong's mood worsened. Director Gong had to beg and plead to get this opportunity. At the time, the leaders promised him that if the establishment of Shancheng Securities went smoothly, he would naturally become the first manager of Shancheng Securities. Director Gong made numerous phone calls to his classmates and friends, all seeking help. He even went so far as to call Xie Anren, a desperate measure. Xiao Xie, your family is from Chongqing. Do you have any connections that can help resolve Lu Jun's problem, or perhaps you can ask someone to negotiate a price with him? 300,000 is far too much. I just reported this to my superiors, and they didn't agree. Xie Anren was dumbfounded. She had always been a good student since she was a child. How could she possibly know someone like Lu Jun, who was a scoundrel? Xiao Xie, if you can help with Lu Jun's matter, I'll reserve the position of deputy director of the business department for you. Director Gong started making empty promises. But Xie Anren was truly tempted. From a young age, she had been obsessed with official positions, and the role of deputy director of the sales department was incredibly appealing. Xie Anren also made a round of phone calls and found her old classmates, but those classmates had only recently started working and were not able to help her. One of her classmates, who was a policeman, told her some truths. Anren, I'm not trying to discourage you, but De Junzi is quite a big shot in Shancheng Road, and he has the contract in his hands. Even if you go to court, you won't win. If you want him to obediently give up that land, you either have to give him a satisfactory amount of money or find someone who can keep him in check. Forget about the money. 300,000 yuan is more than an average worker can earn in a year without eating or drinking. It would take 100 years of work to earn 300,000 yuan. Besides, the provincial company has already rejected it. As for the people who could suppress De Junzi, Xie Anren didn't know a single one of them. These honest and unassuming workers ultimately lacked Han Xiaodong's ruthless spirit and were driven out by the security personnel. Brother Dong, please help us think of another way. My family has run out of food and we really can't hold on any longer. When people need something from others, they unconsciously become more subservient. Even Yin Xiong, who was over 30 years old, started calling Donggu, Brother Dong, repeatedly. With a bruised and swollen face, Zhang Lu grabbed Han Xiaodong's hand, sobbing, Brother Dong, we really had no other choice. Chen Dajuan brought back the 8 Vajras, and I even got beaten up by them. Brother Dong, I'm kneeling down before you, please help us. A woman even knelt down before Han Xiaodong, crying. Get up quickly. Why are your knees so weak? You kneel before Chen Dajuan, and then you kneel before me. Can't you be a little more assertive? Han Xiaodong couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with these people who used to look down on him, these people in front of him had elderly parents and young children to support, and they didn't have any survival skills. They were indeed quite pitiful. Okay, I'll take care of this. Even though he had been tempered by the world and his heart was as hard as stone, Han Xiaodong still softened. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up. Meet at the entrance of the community tomorrow. We're going to petition. Bring all your materials with you. The security guards blocked them from entering, which made many people anxious. They started arguing with the guards on the spot, and the scene became chaotic. Zhang Lu was immediately discouraged and secretly asked Han Xiaodong, Brother Dong, with so many people, can the government do anything about us? This question completely stunned the official. He had been doing this job for a long time, and this was the first time he had seen a petitioner so calm and collected, able to ask such a question. Go to the petition office to report the problem, prepare your relevant materials, and they will give you a reply. Among the crowd, Han Xiaodong spotted Xie Anren among those getting off the bus. The two looked at each other, but neither spoke. Xie Anren was somewhat surprised. She had accompanied Director Gong to the Daoxi district government to seek help regarding the Red Rose Ballroom incident, and she hadn't expected to see Han Xiaodong here.
Han Xiaodong's words from that night resurfaced in her mind.
She couldn't help but turn her head and saw Han Xiaodong wave his hand, and more than 30 people followed him away.
Clearly, these people all listened to Han Xiaodong. Does this thug have so many men under his command?
They went there full of confidence, but returned utterly disappointed. The crying seemed contagious. Within minutes, many people's eyes were red. They resent that their parents weren't officials or rich, that they weren't assigned to a good factory, and that they had to suffer like this.
"Hello, soda factory, who is this?"
Chen Dajuan's voice came through the receiver.
Chen Dajuan was taken aback.
The other person's accent sounded like it came from Beijing, which immediately made him wary.
"Hello, may I ask who you are?" Chen Dajuan was startled. "That's not true. How could we possibly embezzle severance pay? This is slander. This is a rumor."
"That's good. To be honest, our newspaper has received a lot of letters reflecting similar incidents recently, and we're a bit overwhelmed.
Could you give us some information about the situation?" Before Chen Dajuan could say anything more, Han Xiaodong hung up the phone.
Yan Xiong and Zhang Lu watched as Han Xiaodong finished his phone call and ran back.
"Dong Ji, where have you been? Don't ask. If you want your money back, do as I say. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I won't help you anymore."
It was obvious that these people looked at Han Xiaodong with distrust in their eyes. Only Zhang Lu stood firmly on Han Xiaodong's side, saying, "I'll listen to Brother Dong. I'll do whatever Brother Dong tells me to do." With him taking the lead, the attitudes of others changed as well.
"Listen, we'll do anything to get our money back."
More than 30 heads crowded around.
Han Xiaodong lowered his voice and gave him instructions in person. "When you get back, do as I say." On the way back, Han Xiaodong tilted his head and asked Zhang Lu, "Why do you trust me so much?"
Zhang Lu scratched his head and smilingly, "We grew up together.
You've always been smarter than me since we were little. I believe you." Han Xiaodong sighed softly.
To the former owner of this body, Zhang Lu was perhaps the only person in the world who believed in him.
"Do you really think I'm some country bumpkin who's never seen the world? Damn it!" Chen Dajuan cursed viciously after hanging up the phone. "And to the reporters from Yanjing, why don't you fabricate a UN official? I'm easily scared."
However, just to be on the safe side, he still called Zhang Jianguo from the security department.
"All right. If you ask me, factory manager, you're being too cautious. What could those people possibly do?" Zhang Jianguo really wanted to ask, "Then why did you give Han Xiaodong the money?"
But when he thought of Han Xiaodong's fierce and murderous appearance that day, he silently swallowed the question back into his heart. Having served as the head of security for so many years, he can tell who's faking it and who's truly willing to risk their lives.
It was 6 o'clock in the evening, the time when most families were having dinner.
Zhang Jianguo came out of his house and, like a thief, began to wander around the soda factory residential area, checking each building entrance. Today is unusual, the aroma of fish and meat wafts from many homes, just like during the Lunar New Year. Sure enough, Yan Xiong's door wasn't closed properly, leaving a crack, and it seemed like there were many people inside.
Zhang Jianguo leaned closer, wanting to hear what the people inside were saying. "That's great. Once the reporters from Yanjing arrive the day after tomorrow, we'll definitely get our money back. We owe this all to Brother Li. His second son met a reporter while studying at Peking University. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know who to turn to. Is that possible? Reporters aren't officials. How could they have such great abilities? You don't know anything.
Journalists are the uncrowned kings.
As long as they write about what we've reported in the newspapers and magazines, those high-ranking officials will see it."
Ha! This time, Chen Dajuan is really in deep trouble. Serves you right. Zhang Jianguo felt a chill run down his spine.
No wonder the factory manager sent me over, it seems there really is something going on.
As soon as Zhang Jianguo left, the group of people who had been boasting at Yan Xiong's house all shut up. Ever since Zhang Jianguo left home, someone has been watching him. Zhang Jianguo ran out of the residential area, found a public phone, and dialed Chen Dajuan's pager number. "Call 52900 for me, call it 3 times. 1 minute later, the public phone rang. Zhang Jianguo grabbed the receiver. "Factory manager, something terrible has happened."
"Absolutely not. The neighborhood is like it's Chinese New Year today. Every family is cooking fish and meat. If it weren't for something good, would they be willing to spend that money? Factory manager, have you forgotten? Li Hongxing's second son from the bottling workshop is studying at Peking University."
He must have contacted the reporter.
Zhang Jiangui was a little embarrassed. "Yes. What did you say?"
Chen Dajuan's face immediately turned ugly.
Chen Dajuan gasped, "Could it really be true?"
He opened it and found the external phone number of the Daoxi District Publicity Department according to the area.
A phone call was made. "Is this the Publicity Department of Daoxi District Committee? It's me, Xiaoli from the city."
He spoke with a thick Chongqing accent. The person who answered the phone didn't know who this little Li was or which department he was from, but upon hearing the word city, he was very polite. "Yes.
Little Li, what can I do for you?"
The person who answered the phone had no desire to get involved in other people's business and cursed inwardly. "Why did I have to answer this call when there are so many people in the room?"
"All right, I'll go report to the boss." "Answer or not?" He was quite conflicted. He speaks fluent Mandarin, and does indeed sound a bit like someone from Beijing. Snap. The call ended. Han Xiaodong walked out of the Post and Telecommunications building with a flourish and continued his market research on Hot Pot.
The saying 3 men can make a tiger applies here.
Even if Chen Dajuan didn't believe reporters would come, repeated exposure would inevitably make him believe it. This is human nature, and most people cannot avoid it.
As for the 2 phone calls made to the propaganda department, they served as a catalyst.
Han Xiaodong rubbed his temples. He had done all he could, the rest was up to fate. Sister Sun, a reporter from Yanjing.
Xiao Wang felt he had to report this to his superiors, otherwise, if the reporter really came tomorrow, the responsibility would fall entirely on him.
A reporter from Beijing? Then you should go find the section chief right now.
The woman with the perm's expression changed.
Can you take responsibility for delaying something so important? The second common problem among these people is that none of them want to take responsibility. He glanced at the number and his face turned pale instantly. "Boss, this is Xiao Chen. What can I do for you?"
Chen Dajuan smiled so broadly that his forehead wrinkles appeared, as if the boss on the other end of the phone line could see it. Hearing these words from his superior, Chen Dajuan believed them completely.
He panicked immediately. "What should I do?" "Boss, you have to help me." Cheers. Overjoyed, they each took out 10 yuan and went to the small restaurant to celebrate. "This is all thanks to Brother Dong."
"Yes, thank you, Brother Dong." Han Xiaodong helped them get their money back, and his status was significantly elevated, instantly transforming him from Dongzi to Brother Dong.
Han Xiaodong downed a beer.
Although he didn't have any real connection with these people, seeing them happy made him feel better too. "Brother Dong, it's really strange. We've been asking for the money for so long, and Chen Dajuan still won't give it to us. How come you just made up a lie and tricked him into handing over the money so easily?"
"Come on, let's drink. Drink to your heart's content."
After a bout of heavy drinking, the initial excitement gradually faded, and some pessimists began to sigh and lament.
This statement immediately resonated with several people. Yes. 2,000 or 3,000 won't last long.
Instantly, the atmosphere at the dinner table took a dramatic turn, from jubilation to gloom.
Han Xiaodong really doesn't understand these people.
Perhaps this is the mark that this era has left on them.
"Brother Dong, what are you planning to do in the future?"
Zhang Lu asked, leaning closer. Han Xiaodong didn't intend to hide it from him. "I'll open a hot pot restaurant and be my own boss."
Is being a boss so easy?
In the early 1990s, people with relatively limited knowledge of the word boss understood it from businessmen from Hong Kong and Macau, or at the very least, from eastern Guangdong. In their minds, only those who have reached a level of wealth that they can look up to can be called bosses.
Han Xiaodong, this scoundrel, wants to be a boss? Does he deserve it? Ah, Dongzi, you really dare to dream. Boss, is that a job that someone like us can do? Dong Gu instantly fell back to Dongzi. It's always good to think about it.
Han Xiaodong picked up a peanut and chewed it slowly.
Brother Dong, opening a hot pot restaurant must cost a lot of money, right? Zhang Lu persisted in asking. Han Xiaodong tilted his head. What? You have an idea? How about we go together?
I've got it figured, a small shop, 10,000 yuan should be enough.
10,000 yuan?
These people stared in disbelief as Han Xiaodong bragged. I'm saying, I happen to be short of capital, and you've just received your severance pay.
Why don't you invest in me? I guarantee you won't regret it later.
Han Xiaodong's smile deepened, but to these people, it seemed incredibly wicked.
They're trying to scam us out of the money we just got. No way.
If it weren't for Han Xiaodong helping them get their money back, they probably would have been attacked by the crowd. Dongzi, I've had too much to drink, I'm leaving now.
Yes. It's so late, I should go home too. Let's disperse. Why aren't you leaving? Do you really want to open a shop with me?
He must be a boss at least once in his life.
Having just one is enough. Han Xiaodong turned around in surprise.
Yanni and Xie Anren were lying in bed with the lights off, whispering to each other.
Jenny, don't you miss your parents? Xie Anren hugged Yanni and comforted her, it's okay. I'll talk to your aunt when I have the chance. You two really do look alike. Jenny, I have something to ask you, but you're not allowed to get angry. Why would I be angry with you? Tell me, what kind of person is Han Xiaodong? Sister Anren, aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to? You know exactly what kind of person he is, otherwise why would you dislike him so much? But what?
This morning, I went to the West District government with my leader and saw Han Xiaodong. He was with a group of more than 30 people. He seemed to be their leader. Jenny sat up abruptly, her voice tinged with anxiety. Did he go to the district government to cause trouble?
No.
Xie Anren shook her head as she recalled the scene from that morning. When I saw him, he was talking to officials from the district. Everything seemed normal, he didn't look like he was causing trouble.
That's good.
Jenny breathed a sigh of relief.
Yanni, I feel like those 30-odd people listened to him quite a bit. Is he considered a thug now? Does he have any reputation? Xie Anren continued to probe. I don't think so.
Jenny also felt strange, but her vanity made her give a vague answer.
I'm not too sure either, but I have something to tell you. Don't scold me after you hear it. Good.
In her excitement, Yanni recounted how Han Xiaodong had beaten Jin Shang so badly that his face was covered in blood at her house a couple of days earlier.
Xie Anren felt a wave of fear after hearing this.
She had insulted him far more than Jin Shang had.
Luckily, Han Xiaodong hadn't reacted at the time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. You mean, Han Xiaodong has become a man? He dared to hit someone for you? Yes. Yanni nodded her head vigorously.
Although this person is a complete scoundrel and beyond redemption, he was indeed quite manly at the time. And that time at the Tianyuan dance hall, he was all alone, holding a torch, facing Tian Dashan and his group of people, and he didn't back down.
He was really manly. Maybe that's why I didn't divorce him right away. Xie.
Anren got up and walked around the room, seemingly making an important decision.
Before she could finish speaking, Xie Anren abruptly turned around, having finally made her decision. Between Yanni and her future prospects, she chose the latter without hesitation.
After all, for a newcomer like herself, the position of deputy director of the sales department was far too tempting.
I want to ask you for a favor. Beg me? Jenny's mind went blank for a moment. Yanni understood.
Her cousin meant that Lu Jun was a hoodlum, and Han Xiaodong was also a hoodlum.
They might know each other, or they might be able to contact each other through others. This was the first time her cousin had asked her for a favor, and Yanni felt she had to help no matter how difficult it was. Not for any other reason than to prove she wasn't entirely useless. My old habit of being overly concerned with saving face has resurfaced. Then I'll go home tomorrow night and talk to him about it. Will it be dangerous? If it is, then forget it. Jenny, thank you. Jenny took out her key and gently opened the door. There was no one in the room. Jenny breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. She was a little stunned. Han Xiaodong was being so good to her? But if she kept spending at this rate, his severance pay probably wouldn't last long. Jenny went over and took a look, and immediately became unsettled. The calligraphy is so beautiful, so strong and elegant, it definitely wasn't written by Han Xiaodong. Does this mean we have a stranger at home? What are you doing? Does this mean Han Xiaodong is going to open a restaurant with someone? Who wrote these words? Bang! The iron gate opened, and Han Xiaodong, looking chilly, walked in carrying several groceries. He smiled as soon as he saw Yanni. You're back. Are you hungry? I'll go make you something to eat right away. Han Xiaodong suddenly became mysterious. I'll make you something you've never tried before. You're in for a treat. No, let me do it. Yanni thought that she had something to ask him, so she decided to lower her stance. Besides, he had taken care of her when she was sick a couple of days ago. No need, just rest in the room, it will be over soon. Han Xiaodong walked into the kitchen and closed the door behind him. Jenny was a little curious and was about to peek through the crack in the door when there was a knock on the door. Jenny stared at the cigarettes and alcohol in his hand, puzzled. They've been married for so long, and no one has ever sent gifts to their home. What's Zhang Lu up to? As he spoke, the kitchen door opened wide, and Han Xiaodong came out carrying a steaming copper hot pot. Yanni and Zhang Lu both looked puzzled. It's just hot pot, it's not like we've never eaten it before. You don't have to exaggerate like this, do you? Can vegetables be used in hot pot? Yanni and Zhang Lu asked at the same time. Everything can be used in hot pot. Han Xiaodong mysteriously pulled out 2 enamel basins with lids. Now, the star of tonight's hot pot feast is about to make its appearance, tada. The lid was opened, and Yanni and Zhang Lu looked inside together. There was a bowl of thick red sauce and a bowl of black liquid that looked like soy sauce. Isn't this just soy sauce? Zhang Lu asked, puzzled. Han Xiaodong spoke quickly and worked just as fast. He ladled a spoonful of sauce into Yanni's and Zhang Lu's bowls, then picked up 2 pieces of frozen mutton and quickly dipped them in the hot pot. Try it quickly, how does it taste? Yanni now trusts Han Xiaodong's cooking skills. She was the first to scoop out a slice of mutton, dip it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. Then her eyes lit up, delicious, really delicious, even better than the lamb I've ever had before. Han Xiaodong laughed loudly. I told you, the dipping sauce is the soul of hot pot, ha ha. Really? You two aren't putting on an act to trick me into lending you money, are you? Zhang Lu asked, still somewhat skeptical, but he took a bite as well. Bang! An indescribable flavor exploded in my mouth, the richness of mutton, the freshness of seafood, and the intense aroma of peanuts blended perfectly together. How can there be such delicious food in this world? Han Xiaodong watched their reactions with a smile. Given their limited experience of the world, it's understandable that they would have such an expression when they first tasted this new type of hot pot. Unfortunately, the 2 people opposite him were engrossed in eating and ignored him completely. Soon, both plates of meat were completely devoured. Jenny blushed, she was embarrassed. Zhang Lu's face also turned red, it was hot. Donzi, I brought some wine, let's have a drink. Oh dear, where's the meat? You haven't eaten yet. It's okay, I'll go cut another plate. Han Xiaodong turned back to the kitchen and soon brought out another plate of meat. Zhang Lu moved his stool closer to Han Xiaodong. Donzi, no wonder you want to open a hot pot restaurant. This is absolutely delicious. It's the best hot pot I've ever had. I guarantee this restaurant will be a hit. Could it have been written by Zhang Lu? But it doesn't seem like it. I've seen Zhang Lu's calligraphy, and it's not much better than Han Xiaodong's. Dongzi, opening a hot pot restaurant really costs 10,000 yuan. Even if we both have money together, it won't be enough. What should we do then? Zhang Lu scratched his head anxiously. My severance pay is 2,900. I can come up with 2,500. Even if you can come up with that amount, we're still short by more than half. It's alright, there's always a way out. Han Xiaodong's expression suddenly turned serious. Zhang Lu, let me make this clear from the start, if you really want to invest, no matter how much money you bring, my formula must account for at least 51%. He thought Zhang Lu would object, but to his surprise, Zhang Lu nodded repeatedly. Of course, without your recipe, the hot pot restaurant wouldn't be able to open. Han Xiaodong stared at Zhang Lu for a long time without saying a word. You little rascal, you're lucky sometimes. Fine, since you trust me so much, I'll grant you a fortune beyond measure. Zhang Lu had no idea that the seemingly small loss he suffered today would later be worth tens of billions. This is truly unprecedented. Since Han Xiaodong returned, this is the first time Yanni has taken the initiative to do housework. Han Xiaodong was both flustered and expectant, and was very conflicted. What alarmed him was the fear that Yanni might fall for him. After all, emotionally speaking, she was someone else's wife. What gave him hope was that in the short 2 days they had spent together, he had already begun to like this silly woman, and something was beginning to sprout in his heart. Holding the pot of leftover hot pot broth, Yanni muttered to herself, I'll use this to make noodles tomorrow, it'll be delicious. Han Xiaodong really wanted to say that high purine levels could easily lead to gout, but he swallowed the words back. These days, most people are malnourished, so who cares about purines? They probably don't even know what purines are. Yanni glanced at Han Xiaodong on the cabinet. Although she couldn't see him clearly, she could still tell that he wasn't asleep. Yanni had poor language skills, and fearing that Han Xiaodong wouldn't agree to help, she dragged out what should have been a simple matter for several minutes before finally getting to the point. Do you know Lu Jun? Can he help my cousin? As the saying goes, when you think you've reached the end of the road, a new path opens up before you. This is an opportunity, an absolute opportunity. What's wrong with you? Yanni was frightened by Han Xiaodong's current appearance. Nothing? I'm actually quite happy that you're talking to me. Even in the darkness, Jenny felt her face flush slightly. So, can you actually help my cousin? Yes, but I have one condition. You're offering conditions for helping my cousin? I think you just don't want to help. Yanni was a little angry. No, your cousin is just a junior employee. There are many things she can't make decisions on her own. It's no use talking to her. You have to see her boss. Then I'll talk to her about it tomorrow. Are you sure you can help? Able. Jenny huddled under the down comforter and chuckled to herself. The down comforter is so warm. It's so light and comfortable to sleep in. What? He wants to see my boss? And he says I can't make that decision? Has Han Xiaodong gotten too big for his britches? I don't think he even knows Lu Jun, he's just using that as an excuse. Impossible. How could our director possibly meet with a hoodlum? Xia Anrun kept calling him a hoodlum, which made Yen and I very uncomfortable. Everyone has a little temper. Sister Anrun, then I'll tell Han Xiaodong that you don't agree, so let's just let this matter go. Yanni's face immediately turned cold. She was a person without any guile, her joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were all written on her face. Faced with a choice between her future and her emotions, the rational Xia Anrun chose her future. After all, being the deputy director of the sales department was more valuable than disliking Han Xiaodong. What if this thug actually has a way? Since she needed his help, Xia Anrun's attitude was better this time, at least she didn't yell at Han Xiaodong right away. Han Xiaodong retorted, Cousin, at least you should let me know why you're looking for Lu Jun, so I can have a clear understanding of the situation. Xia Anrun thought about it and felt that Han Xiaodong's words made sense. If Han Xiaodong was really going to be the middleman,
then people should know the cause and effect.
Then she looked at Han Xiaodong expectantly. Can you contact him?
I was thinking if someone I know could put in a good word for him, maybe he could lower the price a bit.
Han Xiaodong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took out a pack of Hontishan cigarettes and asked Xia Anren, do you mind? Xia Anren was stunned for a moment. He actually asked me if I minded?
His tone and demeanor were nothing like a thug, he was practically a gentleman. Moreover, his actions didn't seem feigned, but rather a habit.
Xia Anren waved her hand. Han Xiaodong nodded. Thank you.
A flash of firelight illuminated his handsome face.
Xia Anren suddenly understood her cousin's silliness.
After all, with such a handsome guy right there, few girls could resist him if they didn't know his character.
Han Xiaodong lit a cigarette but still didn't answer Xia Anren's question. What is your securities company's target price for compensation to Lu Jun?
What is your target price?
Xia Anren thought for a full few seconds before she understood the meaning of the word.
I estimate it's at most 100,000. Our director is currently trying to find people to pull strings for him. It's just that he's not a local, so he doesn't know many people. She didn't mention that Gong Zixin had promised her the position of deputy director of the sales department. Logically speaking, when faced with such difficulties, your director should report to his superiors, right? Why did he try to resolve this matter through his own connections?
This was the only thing Han Xiaodong couldn't understand. Xia Anren was dumbfounded.
She hadn't thought of anything else, all her thoughts were focused on how to get promoted to deputy director of the sales department.
I'm not quite sure about that.
Xia Anren suddenly realized that from the beginning of the conversation, the whole rhythm had been following Han Xiaodong, and compared to him, she was just a newbie in the workplace. Han Xiaodong is meticulous in his thinking and has a great understanding of workplace dynamics and colleague relationships. If I didn't know his background, I would really doubt which government
agency he came from. Yani, is Han Xiaodong really just a hoodlum? Xia Anren suddenly asked out of the blue. What's wrong? Yani was in a good mood.
She had seen Han Xiaodong's performance just now, and she felt a little proud.
Nothing. Gong Zixin's eyes lit up. Xiao Xia, is there good news to tell me? Have you managed to contact Lu Jun? Money? No problem.
As long as he really has a way, Gong Zixin seemed indifferent to the money issue. After all, compared to the 300,000 yuan compensation Lu Jun wanted, other money was small change.
Xiao Xia, what does your distant relative do? He's a hoodlum, just like Lu Jun. Then let's meet.
For the sake of his future, he had no choice but to take a gamble.
In the afternoon, Xia Anren took Han Xiaodong to the Nanshan Hotel. Xiao Han, right?
I heard from Xiao Xia that you have a way to help us solve this problem. Gong Zixin shook hands with Han Xiaodong with some surprise. After learning that Han Xiaodong was a hoodlum, he naturally assumed that Han Xiaodong was a vulgar thug like Lu Jun, but upon meeting him, he found that the man in front of him was actually a young and handsome guy, which immediately made him suspicious.
Is this person capable? Did Lu Jun sign a contract with the Bureau of Commerce? If so, when does it expire? If it hasn't expired, does the contract mention any compensation clauses?
Han Xiaodong had already seen the photo of the contract, and he asked deliberately.
Ha? Gong Zixin was no longer able to calm down. He was truly astonished that this scoundrel could ask such a professional question.
Xiao Xia, don't we have a photo of the contract? We can show it to Xiao Han. Xiao Xia took the enlarged photo of the contract out of the file folder and placed it on the coffee table.
Han Xiaodong picked up the photo and pretended to look at it. Xiao Han, Lu Jun's conditions are extremely harsh.
He wants us to compensate him 300,000 yuan.
Isn't that a joke? The country's money doesn't grow on trees. How can we possibly give him that much compensation? I think if you know him, could you please pass on a message to him and ask if the compensation could be reduced? Han Xiaodong put down the photo. Director Gong, is this matter urgent? Then why choose this place? Couldn't you have chosen another one?
The report has already been submitted.
If we change the address, the process will be complicated, and the higher-ups will think that we didn't do our preliminary work properly. Han Xiaodong did not press further, judging from Director Gong's expression that he had something difficult to say.
Perhaps his superiors gave him a direct order, or perhaps this land was favored by a high-ranking official. In any case, the reasons were complicated, but one thing Han Xiaodong was very clear about was that Director Gong's urgency was definitely related to his personal interests, either money or his future.
He understood. Han Xiaodong was quite direct. How much money are you talking about as a material reward?
Director Gong held up 3 fingers, 3,000 yuan, but payment will be made after the matter is completed.
He's not stupid.
At that time in Chongqing, 3,000 yuan was the annual income of a section-level leader at Shandong Iron and Steel Group, which was an absolute fortune.
This offer was very tempting.
Han Xiaodong shook his head without hesitation and refused. No, De Junzi is ruthless.
I can't do this job. You'll have to find someone else. He got up to leave. Gong Zixin was overjoyed. If the money was too little, it meant he had the ability to deal with Lu Jun. Don't go. Let's talk some more. If you think it's not enough, you can make an offer.
Han Xiaodong turned around, revealing an innocent smile, and held up 5 fingers, 5,000.
No. That's too much. Then there's nothing to discuss.
Just as Han Xiaodong reached for the door, Director Gong gritted his teeth and asked, "Can you guarantee that Lu Jun will give up that piece of land by
the end of December?"
The office door opened, and Gong Zixin and Xie Anren escorted Han Xiaodong out.
Han Xiaodong calmly replied, "I don't have any communication devices. How can we manage without communication tools?"
"Xiao Xia, let Xiao Han use your pager for a while, it will be easier for us to contact each other that way."
Xie Anren reluctantly and even angrily took out her pager and glared at Han Xiaodong with murderous eyes, as if to say, "This thing is expensive. If you break it, I'll kill you." Gong Zixin ran back to his office, took out a dark, bulky mobile phone, and dialed Xie Anren's number.
In the early 1990s, these first-generation mobile phones, which could potentially kill someone, were extremely expensive. With the phone and network access fees, they cost nearly 30,000 yuan, making them an absolute symbol of status and prestige. As a result, the Motorola 3200 was affectionately known as the Big Brother and became a standard accessory for successful individuals. The pager in Xiao Xia's hand emitted a crisp and pleasant sound.
"Xiao Han, this number is mine. You can contact me anytime if you need anything."
Han Xiaodong calmly took the pager, glanced at the number on it, then casually stuffed it into his down jacket pocket and left. Back in his office, Gong Zixin made a confident conclusion. "I have a feeling that this Han Xiaodong is no ordinary thug. He might actually be able to help us solve this problem. He's just a thug." For some reason, Xie Anren suddenly felt uncomfortable. Director Gong looked at her with a smile. "That pager is old. If this matter can be resolved, you can buy a new one, and I'll reimburse you." Upon hearing this, Xie Anren's brows finally relaxed a little. On the street, Han Xiaodong smoked a cigarette, lost in thought. Perhaps in his and Xie Anren's hearts, they would love for me and De Junzi to fight to the death. Han Xiaodong was fully aware of all this. Whether it was for the 5,000 yuan or the hope that the securities company would be established as soon as possible, he had to make this happen. The 5,000 yuan will be his precious startup capital, and the stock market will be his battlefield to make his mark. In just a few minutes, Han Xiaodong figured out the cause and effect of the matter, as well as the solution. Han Xiaodong strode off in another direction. At noon, the billiard hall was bustling with activity. It was freezing cold outside, and with nowhere else to go, Erlu, Shouo, Mengang, and Dazhuang practically made the billiard hall their home. "Come on, guys, I'll treat you to drinks." Han Xiaodong led the 4 of them to Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant. When Yanmei, who was doing her accounts at the counter, saw Han Xiaodong, her pretty face immediately darkened. Yanmei muttered, "What's with all the fuss about wearing new clothes?" When Han Xiaodong arrived, Yanmei could no longer settle her score. She threw down her pen and gritted her teeth as she stared at Han Xiaodong's retreating figure. Han Xiaodong ordered a few dishes and a few bottles of beer, and he and the other 4 started drinking. Han Xiaodong stared at him.
treat me back? Do you have the money?
This question made all four of them lower their heads.
None of the four of them had jobs, so where did they get the money? That's heartbreaking. Han Xiaodong took a sip of beer and asked casually, "There's a money-making opportunity right now, are you interested?" "Yes," the four answered in unison. "Only a fool wouldn't want to," the skinny monkey added. "That depends on whether you have the guts."
Han Xiaodong stared at the four of them, his smile sinister. 2 hours later, Han Xiaodong left Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant, found a public phone, and dialed the mobile phone number that Director Gong had left behind. He has always had a good memory. Without even looking at the pager, that number starting with 9 is already deeply imprinted in his mind. The call was answered quickly. "Hello, who? Is this Director Gong? Xiao Han?" Director Gong clearly recognized his voice. He was somewhat surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected Han Xiaodong to call him so quickly. Had he already come up with a solution in such a short time? "Director Gong, I mentioned this morning that I needed your cooperation." "Okay, tell me first, what method do you plan to use?" Han Xiaodong stood in the cold wind for a long time, making a phone call that lasted almost 10 minutes. "Director Gong, I need some more funds for activities." "That's a labor fee, I'm talking about activity expenses. There's a big difference between the two. When it comes to playing with words, Gong Zixin is no match for him." "Okay. 300 at most, I'll pay for it myself." After making the agreement, Director Gong made a phone call. "After walking around, do you even know what the Jade Palace is?" "Old Gong, damn it, your surname is such a hassle to pronounce, you're making things difficult for me." "Old Lang, once the securities company is established, I'll reserve a medium-sized room for you. It's agreed that it's just a short trip there, I have my own difficulties." I understand. Did you get it?" Han Xiaodong asked as soon as they met. The two Lius handed over a red lighter with the words Red Rose Ballroom clearly printed on it, and a phone number below it. These lighters are easy to get, large-scale karaoke bars and bathhouses all have them. Just go to Red Rose and ask the staff for one. "Let's go." Han Xiaodong waved his hand and led the four of them out of the residential area in a hurry. Jade Palace is located on the first floor of the Blue Ocean building in front of the station. When Han Xiaodong and his group arrived, it was not yet 8 o'clock, and the Emerald Palace had just opened for business. A huge neon sign illuminated a section of the night sky, and the 3 large characters Jade Palace shone brightly. In front of the gate, there are all kinds of luxury cars that can be seen in this era: Crown, Santana, Citroën, Peugeot, Camry, Cedric, and Mercedes-Benz W140. One by one, successful people dressed in nylon coats or wool coats got out of their cars and, led by the doorman, entered the gate. It's just like the scene in the movie Kung Fu Hustle where rich people escort beautiful women into the Paramount Ballroom, while a group of numb beggars squat across the street. This is the best of times, this is the worst of times. It is brimming with vitality, but also riddled with problems. The 4 thugs behind Han Xiaodong looked like beggars in a movie, drooling with envy at the rich people. "Do you all understand what you're doing?" Han Xiaodong's tone was unusually serious, and the 4 thugs nodded involuntarily. They knew what they were doing tonight was a bit dangerous, but for the money, they didn't care about anything else. The car window rolled down, revealing Gong Zixin's face. Gong Zixin reluctantly took out 300 yuan, and Han Xiaodong flicked the banknote, making a crisp sound. "Don't worry. Even if they catch you, they won't betray you." Han Xiaodong turned and returned to the gate of the Jade Palace. "Skinny Monkey, you and Big Zhuang go in first. Remember, find an opportunity to make your move around 8:30. Don't hurt anyone. Our purpose is just to cause trouble." "Understood, Brother Dong." Skinny Monkey and Big Strong nodded. "Did you bring all the gear?" "Once you're inside, you're only allowed to order the cheapest items, and once you've done your business, you have to run away as fast as you can." A 100 yuan bill was handed to Skinny Monkey, and the 2 boys immediately showed excitement. They went inside. After a while, Han Xiaodong took out the pager, glanced at the time, 8:10, 10 minutes had passed since Skinny Monkey and the others went in.
Luair, Mangang, let's go in. Remember what I told you?
They both nodded at the same time.
Han Xiaodong led the two of them into the Jade Palace. After
entering the gate, there was a long corridor lit up with colorful lights. Men Gang and his companion looked around like country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time.
The table is empty. Countless men stared wide-eyed at the rows of white legs on the stage. This is the minimum charge here.
Han Xiaodong probably never imagined that one day he would feel the pinch over 30 yuan. Han Xiaodong saw that the skinny monkey and the big guy who came in first were staring at the models on the stage as if they were in a daze, and they were about to drool.
Cough, cough.
Han Xiaodong coughed a few times, trying to wake up the two good-for-nothings.
Brother Dong, those models are so beautiful.
The two boys wiped away half a foot of drool. The two boys got up and went to the table where the skinny boy was in the distance, and whispered a few words to each other.
Skinny Monkey and Big Gang stood up and glanced at Han Xiaodong.
Clearly, the two boys had remembered why they came here tonight. At this moment, the models who had been walking the runway on stage had left, and a female singer wearing a thin veil came on stage and sang Falling in Love with Someone Who Never Comes Home.
Falling in love with someone who never comes home. Fickle eyes. Tightly closed lips. Why bother to force it? Persistently asking.
The female singer on stage was striking a pose when suddenly a can of cola flew up from below the stage and hit her right at her feet, splashing dark brown liquid everywhere.
She was terrified. Ah! The female singer suddenly uttered a high note an octave higher. What kind of rubbish is that? It's fucking awful.
Skinny Monkey rushed off stage, pointing a single finger at the trembling female singer and shouting insults. Suddenly, two people rushed out from backstage and stood directly in front of Skinny Monkey.
Friend, are you drunk?
The two men were strong and burly, with sinister eyes.
I'm drinking Coke, do you think I've had too much? Skinny Monkey was quite bold, and he didn't lose in terms of momentum when facing the two of them.
Another man leaned close to Skinny Monkey's ear and whispered, "Dude, where are you from?
This is Bosca's territory, are you tired of living?"
When De Zhuang saw that Shouho was about to suffer a loss, he hurriedly ran over and shoved the two of them aside, saying, "What's wrong?
You sing terribly and sell your stuff at ridiculously high prices, and you won't even let others say anything? Damn it, you're just here to cause trouble." Guards!
At a command, 5 or 6 people rushed in from all directions. Skinny Monkey and Big Strong, who had come to cause trouble, immediately turned and ran outside, shouting as they ran, "The Jade Palace is beating up its guests.
Catch those two troublemakers."
Han Xiaodong and his two companions sat near the entrance.
As soon as Skinny Monkey made a move, they stood up.
These guys were all thugs. As soon as they saw Han Xiaodong blocking their way, they started cursing, "Where the hell did you come from?
Get out of my way." Han Xiaodong's expression changed. "Why are you swearing at me? So what if I curse you? A good dog doesn't block the way. If you don't move aside, I'll beat you up." Bang! Han Xiaodong didn't tolerate his behavior and slammed a cannon into the leader's face, then threw something away.
In the darkness, a rectangular projectile tumbled and flew towards the group of security guards, striking one of them in the face. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Men Gang and Air Lu simultaneously turned on the dry powder fire extinguishers, and the dance hall was immediately filled with white smoke, making it difficult for people to breathe. By the time the white smoke dissipated, Han Xiaodong and his group had long since vanished without a trace.
Snap!
A teacup was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Fuka sneered a few times, his anger gradually subsiding, and a sinister light flashed in his triangular eyes.
You say they came prepared, then do you know who sent them? Who else could it be? Shuekue immediately slapped the lighter with the Red Rose Ballroom logo in front of Fuku. Master Ko, besides Dijunzi, who else could do something like this?
It was accidentally dropped by one of their men at the Jade Palace and picked up by my men.
The most naked hatred is between people in the same industry. Fuko and Lu Jun had clashed before over competing for business.
Now, as soon as Fuka saw this lighter, he immediately believed that Dejunzi must have been responsible for tonight's incident.
That bastard Dejunzi is really asking for trouble.
I didn't provoke him, but he dared to mess with me.
This is not over. Fuka slowly got up with the help of his cane.
When he was young, he got into a fight and his Achilles tendon was cut, which made him limp. So he has been using a cane for many years. He turned around angrily and smashed a half-person tall Tang tricolored pottery sculpture in the corner of the room to pieces with his cane.
Shuekue shuddered.
Knowing Master Ku as he did, he knew that Master Ku was truly enraged this time.
The last time Master Ku lost his temper was 2 years ago.
That time, a pretty boy ran off with the most popular female singer in Jade Palace. Master Ku chased him all the way from the East China Sea to Guangdong and personally knocked out all of the pretty boy's teeth. On a street late at night, a lantern was lit outside a makeshift tent made of canvas, and a cardboard sign fluttered in the cold wind, bearing the 3 words, "Old Soup Noodles."
A stove was burning brightly inside the tent.
Han Xiaodong brought the 4 boys here to eat hot soup noodles. They were all hungry after working late into the night, and they ate with their heads down, making slurping noises. After a bowl of hot noodles, everyone felt warm.
Dongji, what are we doing tomorrow? What money? The skinny monkey asked, feigning ignorance.
Han Xiaodong just watched him quietly, and the skinny monkey obediently took out 80 yuan from his pocket and put it in his hand. Just now at the Jade Palace, he and Dazhuang went in first, each ordered a can of the cheapest Coke which cost 20, and Han Xiaodong gave 100, so they still had 80 left. The question is, when did Han Xiaodong, who has always been careless about money, become so shrewd?
Don't worry, once this is done, it'll be 200 for each person. I mean it.
Han Xiaodong did the math and then returned to the soda factory residential area with the 4 thugs. It was already 10 p.m. when Han Xiaodong quietly opened the door and tiptoed into the house. Han Xiaodong took a step forward in the dark and kicked something soft, which startled him. He thought there was someone squatting on the ground, so he quickly turned around and turned on the light.
On the ground lay a pile of disassembled cotton sheets. Han Xiaodong chuckled to himself. After saying that, she realized, I'm getting a divorce from him anyway, why should I care about him? Jenny blushed and turned to go back into the inner room.
Han Xiaodong stared at her slender back, a wicked smile on his face.
The following evening, Han Xiaodong appeared alone in front of the Jade Palace.
He stood at the door for a few minutes, then turned around and left.
After finishing a roasted sweet potato, the sound of police sirens came from afar. Han Xiaodong smiled.
He knew that Director Gong had made a difference. Han Xiaodong threw the leftover sweet potato peels into the trash can, lit a cigarette, and sauntered away. If yesterday's events weren't enough to fully ignite Fuka's anger, then today he's added fuel to the fire. In the office behind the Emerald Palace, Fuka sat on the sofa with a somber expression, his right hand gripping a cane so tightly that the knuckles of all 5 fingers had turned white.
As soon as the door opened, Shuekue walked in. Brother Ku, the police are gone. Did they say anything? Even if there were, Fu Ku would receive the news in advance.
Has the old scar appeared yet?
Fu Ku asked calmly.
The calmer he was, the more frightened Shuekue became.
He knew Carrie all too well.
If he had thrown things and hit people like he did yesterday, nothing serious would have happened. Right now, it was just the calm before the storm, and Dejunzi was in for trouble.
We're out now, outside. Let him in. Old Scar, come, sit down.
Fuka personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to Scarface. The man with the scarred eyes accepted the tea with a flattered expression, and without caring that it was too hot, he drank it all in one gulp. Old Scar, how have I treated you all these years? Fuka stared at Scarface's eyes, a hint of a smile in his eyes, but mostly endless coldness. Scarface shuddered.
Uncle Ku has always been incredibly good to me.
If you say the word, I'll go through fire and water for you, even at the cost of my life.
It's not that serious.
Fuka suddenly smiled and patted Scarface's eye.
Old Scarface, you made me a big mess.
Scarface left, and Fuka sat alone in his office. He was a cripple, and his rise to his current position wasn't due to his fighting prowess, but rather because he thought further and more deeply than other thugs. While others were preoccupied with how to make their fists stronger and their reputations more prominent, he opened a small karaoke bar and, by skirting the edge of the law, made his first fortune. With money, things became much easier. He used the income from the karaoke bar to make many friends and recruit subordinates, and his business grew like a snowball. From then on, no one called him Fu the Cripple anymore. Everyone who saw him respectfully addressed him as Master Ku. This was the culmination of his life's work, and he would never allow anyone to covet it. He would fight to the death for anyone who dared to lay a finger on or damage the Jade Palace. Tian Dashan from Tianyuan is one, and Daoshi's Dejunzi is another, but unfortunately, he also runs a nightclub. In the name of competition, he has come to cause trouble and create chaos more than once. Fu Ku endured it all. But this time, Dejunzi actually used government officials, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. Dejunzi, you're asking for it. Clatter! Fu Ku pressed a mechanism on the armrest of his cane, and a sharp point emerged from the bottom of the cane, easily embedding itself into the floor. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Fu Ku had been holding back, but once he made his move, he wanted to kill him. My body is cold, but my heart is even colder. Scarface had never been a good student and dropped out of elementary school before starting his life as a hoodlum. But even though he was uneducated, he knew one thing: murder is punishable by death. In the past, he had been to detention centers and prisons many times. But those were all minor offenses, such as fighting and gambling, which resulted in detention for 10 days or half a month, or at most a sentence of 6 months to a year. He hasn't lived enough yet. Moreover, what Master Ko wanted him to kill was Dejunzi. Who is Dejunzi? Will Master Ko care about me? Even Scarface himself doesn't believe it. These big shots are incredibly loyal when they need you, but treat you like dirt when they're done with you. But he dared not say these things to Master Ku. He knew that if he didn't take the job, Master Ku wouldn't let him off the hook. What do I do? Scarface touched the 3,000 yuan in his pocket. This was the deposit for killing Dejunzi. Master Ku had promised him that he would receive another 10,000 yuan after the job was done. Mr. K, are you trying to kill me? Maybe I should just run away with this money? The word kill came to mind, and Scarface suddenly thought of those beast-like eyes. Oh right. How could I forget about Han Xiaodong? That kid's got a death wish and'll do anything. I'll give him 1,000 yuan and let this hothead do it. I'll keep the rest in my pocket. Let's make a profit by trading in the price difference. Han Xiaodong ate 2 large bowls of soup and water, and then went out while still warm. Although the soda factory is not as good as the one in front of the station or the joint venture, it is still a good location with many nearby residents. Its unique recipe can attract diners. Staring into the cold wind, he walked around the area and inquired at several shops, but either they were unwilling to rent out their properties or were asking for exorbitant prices. He spent the whole morning without any luck. Shivering from the cold, Han Xiaodong sneaked into a newsstand by the roadside, where they not only sold newspapers but also hot bowls of tea. Han Xiaodong ordered a bowl of hot tea, casually picked up a newspaper from the rack, and quickly read it. What a turbulent year! It was almost noon, and Han Xiaodong, having found nothing, walked home along the north wall of the soda factory. As he walked, he looked up at the roof above and suddenly an idea popped into his head. Judging from the appearance, this should be the warehouse of the soda factory. If we open a gate in the wall here and make use of the empty warehouse in the factory, wouldn't that be a ready-made store? Thinking of this, Han Xiaodong quickened his pace, circled around to the gate of the soda factory. It was midday, and everyone was probably at lunchtime, so there was still no one guarding the gate. He casually walked in. When Han Xiaodong got to the north wall, he almost burst out laughing. This is a large warehouse. Looking through the broken glass windows, the dust on the ground is an inch thick. The factory is not in production now, it's empty. If we simply renovate this place, wouldn't it be a ready-made restaurant? Having made up his mind, Han Xiaodong strode towards the office building. Section Chief Shan, you've changed offices? Han Xiaodong asked with a smile.
Zhang Jianguo cursed inwardly, isn't this all your fault? Yes. Donzi, what's wrong?
Zhang Jianguo didn't dare to meet Han Xiaodong's gaze now, his eyes darting around.
I need to talk to the factory manager about something. The factory manager is not here.
Han Xiaodong narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, getting closer to Zhang Jianguo.
Really not here? He. Han Xiaodong let him go and walked directly into the depths of the corridor. Bang bang bang. Han Xiaodong pounded on the door of the factory director's office.
With a creak, Chen Dajuan's pale face appeared.
Han Xiaodong grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth.
Factory manager, you told me last time to come back and visit more often, and here I am.
Chen Dajuan swayed and nearly fell. Since we came here to ask for a favor, Han Xiaodong was very polite and didn't hit anyone.
He took out a pack of Hongtashan cigarettes and handed them to Chen Dajuan and Zhang Jianguo respectively.
Chen Dajuan is in very poor mental condition and speaks weakly.
No wonder, he was criticized by the district for not paying severance pay on time. If it weren't for his supervisor protecting him, he would probably have been dismissed by now. Factory manager, section chief, have a smoke.
I'm in trouble this time and I've come to you for help. Didn't you say last time that the factory is my home? Give money? Neither of them understood what Han Xiaodong meant. Isn't there a row of empty warehouses along the north wall of our factory? They're just sitting idle anyway, why don't you rent them to me and I can get some rent? An empty warehouse? Chen Dajuan suddenly remembered. Donzi, what do you need that for? Donzi, how much rent can you offer? Chen Dajuan asked tentatively.
The factory was quite large, and that empty warehouse hadn't been used for several years. It was just sitting idle anyway, so renting it out would be a good way to make money.
1,000? That's too little. Chen Dajuan grinned. Donzi, I can't make this decision on my own. It needs to be discussed in a meeting. This is 1/3 of the normal price.
Other leaders will have objections.
Factory manager, that's just an empty warehouse, not a ready-made store.
I still need to renovate it, and renovation will cost a lot of money.
Han Xiaodong took a puff of his cigarette.
How about this, the rent is 1,000 for the first year, 2,000 for the second year, and normal for the third year. Even if the factory supports me in the early stages, I was once an employee of the factory after all. Then I'll have to rely entirely on the factory manager. When the hot pot restaurant opens, the factory manager and the section chief must come and support us. Han Xiaodong cupped his hands in farewell, and Chen Dajuan and Zhang Jianguo escorted him to the corridor. A man was wandering furtively down the corridor, looking around suspiciously, as if searching for someone. As the head of the security department, Zhang Jianguo puffed out his chest and shouted sternly, "Who goes there? What are you doing there?" He was only halfway through his sentence when he saw Han Xiaodong. The man who had been so fierce just moments before immediately changed his demeanor, jogging over and bowing obsequiously, saying, "Brother Dong, I've been looking for you for so long." Han Xiaodong stared at him for a long time before realizing that this was the Scarface from the detention center. How did he find his way here? His violent-like aura indeed frightened Zhang Jianguo, and Section Chief Zhang automatically retreated behind Chen Dajuan. Chen Dajuan was so angry that he wanted to kill Zhang Jianguo with his eyes. What use is a security chief who hides when trouble comes? Han Xiaodong stared at him and slowly nodded. 20 minutes later, the two appeared at Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant. It wasn't that the food at this restaurant was particularly delicious, but rather that Han Xiaodong was quite familiar with it, and it was less crowded, so they could talk about something private without fear of being overheard. Just as Han Xiaodong had predicted, there wasn't a single customer at Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant at midday. The proprietress was sitting behind the counter, lost in thought, her hand supporting her chin. Han Xiaodong and Scarface went into the inner room. Yanmei stood coldly in front of Han Xiaodong with the menu in her hand, her expression as if Han Xiaodong owed her hundreds of millions. Han Xiaodong casually ordered a few snacks to go with his drinks, and also got a few bottles of strong beer. The two then started drinking together.
After downing 2 bottles of beer, Scarface's courage grew. He glanced at the outer room. The landlady was still in a daze. Inside, it was just him and Han Xiaodong, perfect timing. "Brother Dong, do you want to make money?" The scarred man stared intently at Han Xiaodong. "It's finally here. A fool doesn't want to make money. To be honest, old Scar, I'm so poor I'm desperate. I'd do anything for money. Tell me about it. Does Dejunzi know?"
The owner of the Red Rose Ballroom is being targeted by a boss from out of town who doesn't like him. It seems that what I did earlier successfully provoked Fuku's anger, and the plan is already halfway to success.
However, Han Xiaodong also felt a little uneasy. The big bosses of this era are pretty ruthless, they're quick to kill. His plan was to have Dejunzi and Fuku fight each other, making a big scene. But he didn't expect Fuku to be so cunning. He secretly hired someone to kill Dejunzi. This has already slipped out of his control. "Brother Dong, say something. Do you dare to earn this money?"
Scarface was getting anxious seeing Han Xiaodong lost in thought.
"What do you mean by can? Do you mean to beat me up to vent your anger, or to break my arms and legs?" Han Xiaodong was pretending to be stupid.
Han Xiaodong feigned hesitation. "Old Scar, murder is no small matter.
How much money is your boss willing to pay?" Upon hearing Han Xiaodong ask this question, Scarface knew there was hope. This time we've finally found the right person.
This hothead is really stubborn, he's even willing to kill for money.
Han Xiaodong glared at him. "Are you kidding me? 1,000 for a human life? Go find whoever you want. Brother Dong, listen to me."
Han Xiaodong was quite frightened this time. Even the scarred-eyed man had developed a conditioned reflex from being hit by him, and cold sweat immediately broke out.
1,000 is just a deposit. There will be another amount after the matter is completed.
With a heavy heart, he stretched out a hand and waved it in front of Han Xiaodong's eyes. After a hearty meal, Han Xiaodong, clutching the 1,000 yuan deposit that Scarface had given him, walked out of the dumpling restaurant under Yenmei's resentful yet murderous gaze. Soon, he gathered the 4 thugs, Lu and Meng, in the neighborhood. All eyes were on Men Gang. At 7 p.m., Men Gang, wearing a tattered cotton-padded coat, met up with Han Xiaodong at the building entrance. The two arrived at a street lamp, and Han Xiaodong pointed to an empty bird's nest in a tree. "Men Gang, shoot that bird's nest down, and I'll see your marksmanship." Han Xiaodong was very satisfied. Men Gang's marksmanship was indeed excellent. At 8 p.m., the two arrived at the Red Rose Ballroom.
"Do you know Dejunzi?"
"I saw it once from afar."
"That's good."
Han Xiaodong led Men Gang around the roadside opposite the dance hall entrance and finally found a secluded spot relatively close to the entrance.
After giving him repeated instructions, he left Men Gang there.
He ran to a nearby phone booth, picked up the phone, and dialed the number that was in his memory, the number for the Red Rose Ballroom on the red lighter that Lu had given him yesterday.
The phone rang twice before someone answered. It was a man. "Who is it? Is Dejunzi here? I need to talk to him." "Who are you?"
"Tian Dashin in the countryside." A few seconds later, the voice on the other end of the line changed. "Brother Sean, what's up?" "I am not Tian Dashin, but I have something important to tell you. Master Ko wants to kill you, so be careful lately."
"What the hell are you saying? Who the hell are you?"
"Who I am is not important. Also, keep your dance hall quiet lately, or I'm going to take care of you." After saying that, Han Xiaodong hung up the phone with a click.
"Hello, is this 110? I've filed a report about indecent performances at the Red Rose Ballroom in the West District. Please send someone to check it out." "Who am I?"
"A concerned citizen.
With Gong Zixin's connections, the nearby police station will definitely come to investigate."
After doing all this, Han Xiaodong strolled into the Red Rose Ballroom. The dance hall had just opened and it was performance time. A scantily clad female singer was singing on the dance floor.
"I'll take you to the edge of the village."
The short skirt swayed back and forth, with glimpses of white light occasionally shining through from underneath. Han Xiaodong chose a table to sit at, ordered the cheapest Coke, and listened to music while looking around at his surroundings. He noticed a small corridor at the right rear of the hall, with people coming and going from time to time. These people were strong and burly, not like kind people. It was very likely that Dejunzi's office was there. Moreover, these people all looked very nervous, probably because his phone call earlier had worked. About 20 minutes later, 2 police officers came in. Han Xiaodong smiled. Gong Zixin's connections had come into play. This must be Dejunzi. Han Xiaodong guessed correctly, he was indeed Lu Jun. Dejunzi had been feeling uneasy ever since receiving that strange phone call. The sudden police inspection immediately reminded him of that phone call. Could it be that Fu the cripple was behind this? That's why Dejunzi came out personally, otherwise, his henchmen would have handled this little matter. The 2 police officers walked around the dance hall for only a few minutes before leaving. Dejunzi, used to being arrogant, actually chased after them and shouted a few words. Didn't that cripple Fu want to kill me? Come on. Do you really think I'm easily scared? Damn it. He had just uttered a couple of curses when he suddenly felt something fly past his ear. Then, with a crash, the glass on the dance hall door behind him shattered, sending countless shards of glass flying everywhere. Dejunzi, being a seasoned thug, immediately tackled himself to the ground. The younger thugs who followed him were still bewildered, unaware of what had happened. Even if it's not very powerful, it can still kill someone. Damn it, Fu the cripple, you're serious this time. Men Gang grinned at Han Xiaodong. Remember, don't tell anyone about tonight's events. Han Xiaodong took out 300 yuan and stuffed it into Mengang's pocket. Alright, Dong Ji, I'll be going now. Mengang left with a smile. Han Xiaodong stood there in a daze for a long time. He only told Mengang to fire the gun to scare Dejunzi, he had no intention of killing him. Even so, he was still terrified. If that shot had missed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. So fast? Director Gong was genuinely surprised. He had just spoken with Han Xiaodong on the phone and, as instructed by Han, had his classmates send someone to Red Rose to conduct a routine inspection. And now, less than an hour later, there were already results? Is this thug just bragging? Such analysis is sufficient, it is enough to make Director Gong look at him with new respect. Xiao Han, if this succeeds, I will definitely keep my promise to you. After hanging up on Han Xiaodong, Director Gong immediately dialed his old classmate's landline and relayed Han Xiaodong's words. His classmate slammed his fist on the table. Isn't this ridiculous? Am I supposed to believe a thug and follow his orders in handling cases? Yes. At most, it will only make your subordinates work for nothing for a few days. If Lu Jun and Fu Ku really fight each other, and I solve this major case, I will have made a great contribution. Langjin, a seasoned official, made a decision instantly. He immediately called his most trusted subordinate and asked him to send a few capable men to keep an eye on the movements of Lu Jun and Fu Ku. At the Red Rose Ballroom, Dejunzi, who had just run back to his office, was already deathly pale. Fu the cripple, you've gone too far. If you won't let me live, then you won't have a good life either. After thinking it over, Dejunzi decided to tie up Fu Ku's wife and children. Only in this way could he make Fu Ku hesitate to act. Under the cover of night, several of Dejunzi's staunch henchmen left through the back door of the dance hall and disappeared. Under the cover of night, Dejunzi's men sneaked into a residential building on Jiefang Road in Daodong District and kidnapped a mother and child. The woman was in her 30s and was one of Fu Ku's mistresses. Her child was only 5 years old and was Fu Ku's illegitimate son. As longtime mortal enemies, Dejunzi had naturally inquired about Fu Ku's secret. Fu Ku's mistress used to be a singer at the Jade Palace. Later, she became his mistress, had a child with him, and lived in a place that few people knew about. Unfortunately, Dejunzi found out about it by chance. After the terrifying shooting, Dejunzi immediately thought of Fu Ku's mistress. Only by tying her up could he be temporarily safe. When Dejunzi received the call from his subordinate, he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. In less than an hour, the person had been kidnapped. It's not safe in the city, so I'll send them to my place in the suburbs. Dejunzi, along with 4 of his men, left Red Rose through the back door and drove away. Dejunzi didn't notice that after his Citroën CX drove out of the dance hall, a car had been following him at a distance.
Longjin was quite lucky. His men had only
been at Red Rose for a short time when they encountered Dejunzi setting off from there, and the rest went smoothly. The police followed Dejunzi to the suburbs and found the kidnapped mother and child in the yard.
Kidnapping is a serious crime, and the police dared not delay, so they immediately consulted Lang Town. Langjin didn't expect the credit to come so quickly. He immediately requested reinforcements, surrounded the courtyard, rescued the hostages, and captured Dejunzi and his gang.
The news reached Foucault late at night. When Foucault heard this news, he was filled with lingering fear and utter bewilderment.
I never expected Dejunzi to be so unscrupulous.
We underworld people believe in keeping one's wife and children from harm.
How dare you kidnap my woman and son?
Luckily, the police arrived in time. By the way, I didn't call the police.
How did the police know? Foucault realized this, but he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately rushed to the police station that night. After being woken up by Langjin's phone call, Gong Zixin couldn't fall back asleep.
Wearing only his underwear, he leaped off the bed and let out a wild shout.
Immediately, a deep sense of doubt arose. Could it be that Han Xiaodong resolved the matter by simply making a few reporting calls? It must be a coincidence, definitely. That scoundrel just got lucky.
Little did he know that while making a tip-off call was simple, successfully igniting the conflict between Foucault and Lu Jun relied on an understanding of the underground rules and a precise assessment of their past grievances. The shot that Men Gang fired was the finishing touch. Foucault and Lu Jun are both ruthless and unwilling to suffer losses. If their core interests are violated, they are capable of murder and arson.
Han Xiaodong devised the entire plan based on this point. However, Gong Zixin now has some regrets.
Han Xiaodong earned that 5,000 yuan way too easily. Dejunzi made wild accusations at the police station, insisting that Foucault had hired someone to kill him first, and that he had kidnapped the hostage in order to protect himself. No one took his words seriously anymore, but the police still summoned Foucault to question him about hiring someone to commit murder.
Foucault, of course, denied it outright. Without evidence, isn't that just nonsense?
However, to avoid trouble, he still had someone notify Scarface, telling him to go to another place to lay low, and strictly ordered him not to say a word if the police asked him about Dejunzi. When Scarface heard that Dejunzi had gone inside and he no longer needed to kill anyone, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But his joy lasted no more than 3 seconds before he thought of Han Xiaodong.
If this kid tells the police about these things, then everything will be exposed.
Han Xiaodong readily agreed, "Don't worry, Lao Ba, I understand your loyalty.
It's just that I spent the 1,000 yuan you gave me." Damn it, you spent 1,000 yuan in one day? You're kidding me.
But he was at a loss, and the most important thing now was to go out and lay low. After seeing Scarface off, Han Xiaodong stretched in front of the empty warehouse of the soda factory, and his mood immediately improved.
Once Dejunzi is inside, there will be no more threats.
The Provincial Securities Company can immediately discuss the land transfer with the Municipal Commerce Bureau, and it is estimated that the matter will be completed within a week.
Only. Han Xiaodong took the pager out of his pocket.
It's been all morning, and Director Gong hasn't called him yet.
Could they be trying to renege on their debt?
Han Xiaodong walked to a public phone booth by the roadside and made a call to Director Gong. It seems they really are crossing the river and then burning the bridge. The people at the provincial securities firm also lack integrity.
Han Xiaodong wasn't in a hurry.
After asking a few people on the roadside, he found out the location of the Municipal Bureau of Commerce, took bus number 2, and leisurely made his way to the station. He knew it was a car belonging to the Provincial Securities Company, he had seen it before. It seems that Gong Zixin did indeed come here.
The Commerce Bureau only had one old gatekeeper, who was not very responsible.
He was only interested in listening to storytelling on a radio and didn't care about anyone coming in or out. The thin wooden door offered no sound insulation, and Han Xiaodong heard Director Gong's voice.
"Director Du, please help me with this matter. I will reward you handsomely once it's done.
When the securities company is established, Director Du, you must come and give us some guidance.
Director Gong, you're too kind.
Since the leaders have agreed, we have nothing more to say.
We'll sign the land transfer contract within 3 days. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early.
The fact that Director Gong is in such a hurry to come to the Commerce Bureau shows that he is in a real hurry.
Han Xiaodong smiled slightly.
People in this era, whether cadres or workers, are indeed all ignorant of the law. Although De Junzi was imprisoned, the contract still has legal effect. But this is good, it's a good opportunity to use this to get back the debt. Director Gong was all smiles just a second ago, but his expression changed instantly when he saw Han Xiaodong.
Director Gong, hello. Director Du, hello. Han Xiaodong waved to the two leaders.
Director Du didn't know who Han Xiaodong was, but seeing him greet Director Gong, he assumed that Han Xiaodong was also an employee of the Provincial Securities Company.
Hello, Director Gong, is this your subordinate? Why is he still standing in the corridor? Director Gong forced a smile. Xiao Han, let's talk about it when we get back.
Han Xiaodong smiled at her, grabbed the pager's cord, and waved it in front of Xia Anren. Here you go. Xia Anren felt disgusted, as if she had swallowed a handful of flies. This pager had already been used by this thug, how could she possibly continue to use it?
Gong Zixin guessed Xia Anren's thoughts.
Not wanting to cause any trouble in front of Director Du, he reached out and grabbed the pager. Xiao Han came specifically to return the machine.
He really keeps his word. A person cannot stand without integrity.
Han Xiaodong seemed to be alluding to something. Xiao Han, we need to go through a process to request payment, and we haven't even acquired the land yet, so don't worry. These words sound incredibly familiar. Even if we go back 30 years, the way officials speak in their official jargon is exactly the same. After Han Xiaodong finished speaking with a smile, Director Gong's face turned ashen.
Xiao Han, are you threatening me?
Director Gong looked directly at Han Xiaodong, his speech becoming very slow. A mere director of a securities company is nothing. I've seen countless high-ranking officials in my past lives.
You think you can scare me away? Han Xiaodong didn't take Gong Zixin seriously at all.
Gong Zixin clenched the muscles in his cheeks, and if it weren't for the fact that the thug in front of him was too strong, he would have liked to go up and slap him a couple of times.
Xiao Han, if I give you the money, can you guarantee that my land transaction with the Commerce Bureau will not be interfered with?
That's for sure. Han Xiaodong exhaled a round smoke ring. Han Xiaodong sat in the passenger seat of the Duke's car, curiously looking at the luxury car of this era. Leather seats, wood trim, CD player, it's just that the style is too outdated and lacks any modern feel. The driver glanced at Han Xiaodong sideways, brimming with a sense of superiority, but dared not show it in front of this thug.
The Duke quickly drove to the Nanshan Hotel. Han Xiaodong followed Gong Zixin and Xia Anren and strolled into the hotel. Although Xia Anren was walking in front, she was actually keeping an eye on Han
Xiaodong behind her. It wasn't appropriate to ask questions in the car, and she still couldn't understand why Director Gong had brought this hoodlum back.
As soon as I entered the hotel lobby, I heard a commotion.
A foreigner with a high nose and deep-set eyes was standing at the front desk, muttering a long string of foreign words, while the two staff members at the front desk were blushing and flustered. It seems that the language barrier caused a communication problem between the foreign guest and the front desk.
Excuse me, sir, what's wrong? Can I help you? Xia Anren spoke a few words to the foreign guest in broken English.
Apart from the first few words, she didn't understand a single word.
Sir, could you please speak a little slower?
Anderson slowed his speech this time, but Xia Anren still didn't understand him. Her English was already quite poor, and the foreigner in front of her didn't seem to be speaking fluent English. The two sides were deadlocked. Han Xiaodong originally didn't want to get involved, but he was in a hurry to get back his 5,000 yuan service fee, so he stepped in to help with the translation. Anderson solemnly approached Han Xiaodong and extended his hand, saying, "Sir, thank you."
You're welcome. I hope you have a good time in China.
Han Xiaodong shook hands with him. Gong Zixin and Xie Anren, who were standing nearby, were both dumbfounded.
He speaks English so fluently, is he still the hoodlum they look down on?
Both of them were somewhat bewildered.
Gong Zixin finally couldn't help but ask, Xiaohan, your English is so good, did you study it before?
Of course, I'm someone who has received 9 years of compulsory education, Han Xiaodong replied seriously.
Xia Anren blinked her beautiful eyes, unsure of what to say.
After Han Xiaodong surprised her last time, this was the second time he had done something unexpected.
This thug is no ordinary person. Xiao Xie took out his key and opened the door.
Director Gong instructed her to take 5,000 yuan in cash from the safe and hand it over to Han Xiaodong.
Thanks. Han Xiaodong waved to the two of them and quickly left the room. Gong Zixin and Xie Anren looked at each other, neither of them knowing what to say.
After a long silence, Xie Anren spoke up, Director, this money needs to have a source, right?
Director, I think this Han Xiaodong is quite extraordinary. Isn't that obvious? Have you ever seen a thug who can talk to a foreigner?
Or a thug who is well versed in legal provisions and can use contracts to turn the tables on me?
Xiaohan, is something the matter? Gong Zixin really didn't want to see this person right now.
I forgot to mention earlier, if you ignore that contract and sign a land transfer agreement directly with the Bureau of Commerce, it might leave legal problems. So I suggest you try to find some connections and contact Lu Jun's family. They must be in a complete mess right now and desperately need cash. If you bring up the termination of the contract at this time, you'll probably only have to pay a small amount. Although he had suffered a setback at Han Xiaodong's hands, Gong Zixin was still very happy to receive this suggestion. After all, with the issue of land for the securities company resolved, he could take another step forward in his career.
Xia Anren was not at peace.
For a long time after Han Xiaodong left, she was still lost in thought.
Why was this scoundrel's English so good?
He was also proficient in law, and he had calculated every loophole step by step. With 5,000 yuan in his pocket, Han Xiaodong left the Nanshan Hotel whistling.
The sky is so blue.
Back at the soda factory residential area, he first found the 4 people, including Air Lu, and gave each of them 200 yuan, which was the reward he had promised them. The boys who got the money were as happy as if it were New Year's Day, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a quick meal at home, Han Xiaodong returned to the
soda factory. Chen Dajuan was still wary of Han Xiaodong.
The factory leadership meeting had already concluded this morning, and they had agreed to rent the empty warehouse in the north wall to Han Xiaodong. In reality, this meeting was just a formality. The soda factory was essentially Chen Dajuan's personal fiefdom, and if he agreed, no one dared to object. Han Xiaodong readily signed the lease agreement with the factory, but a small problem arose when it came to paying the rent. Han Xiaodong wrote an IOU for 1,000 yuan and handed it to Chen Dajuan along with the contract with a smile.
Factory manager, we're short on funds during the startup phase.
I'll give you an IOU for the rent first, and I'll make up the difference as soon as we start making money. Chen Dajuan's facial muscles twitched a few times, clutching the IOU, on the verge of tears.
Han Xiaodong almost burst out laughing when he came out of the soda factory.
According to the original budget, 10,000 yuan would not be enough to open a hot pot restaurant, but now Han Xiaodong has saved 5,000 yuan on rent, so the startup capital is no longer a problem. That evening, Zhang Lu knocked on Han Xiaodong's door like a thief.
Brother Dong, I'm here.
Zhang Lu looked back and, after confirming that no one was following him, closed the iron gate.
Yanni was bewildered by his actions and wondered why Zhang Lu was acting so suspiciously.
When Han Xiaodong saw Zhang Lu enter the room, he took out his key, opened the closet where Zhang Lu slept, took out a stack of money, and slammed it onto the octagonal table. This is 7,500 yuan, which includes his severance pay, the labor fee given to him by Gong Zixin, and the 1,000 yuan deposit given by the scarred man.
All my money is here. It's 7,500 in total.
When Jenny saw so much money, her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in surprise. She really couldn't understand how Han Xiaodong suddenly became so rich.
7,500. That's 8 years' salary for her.
This is my share, 2,500.
Zhang Lu, is it really worth it for such a small amount of money? How could it not be? This is all my savings. I felt like someone was watching me as soon as I left home. It scared me to death. Zhang Lu was indeed very nervous. He was even sweating in this cold weather. I'll ask you one last time, are you really going to partner with me in business? You won't regret it? Doing business is risky. Han Xiaodong stared into Zhang Lu's eyes. Okay, let me calculate. I contribute my technology as equity, which accounts for 51%. The total here is 10,000 yuan, which is 49% of the total share capital. I contributed 7,500 yuan, which means I own 87.75% of the shares. You contributed 2,500 yuan, which accounts for 12.25% of the shares. Do you agree to this equity distribution plan? Zhang Lu opened his mouth. Brother Dong, I don't understand what you're saying. Then he pointed to the smaller piece. This is your share, understand now? Zhang Lu was caught in a dilemma. Jenny, who was standing at the door, witnessed the entire scene. It seems they really are going to open a hot pot restaurant. But Zhang Lu was too stupid. He took 2,500 yuan and only got such a small piece of the pie. Han Xiaodong is obviously lying. If it were me, I wouldn't partner with him. After a few minutes of serious thought, Zhang Lu looked up and asked, Brother Dong, you're not going to screw me over, are you? This is an opportunity, it's up to you whether you can seize it. Han Xiaodong thought so. I believe you, so I'll give it my all. I agree to this plan. Zhang Lu was truly going all out. Han Xiaodong was genuinely surprised this time, and he took a closer look at Zhang Lu. You're a lucky guy, kid. In that case, let's sign the contract and put our fingerprints on it. Han Xiaodong took out 2 sheets of white paper and quickly started drafting a contract on them. This time it was Jenny's turn to be surprised. This time, she finally saw Han Xiaodong write with her own eyes. So the beautiful handwriting she saw the day before yesterday really was his? Had he been secretly practicing calligraphy? Han Xiaodong barely suppressed the urge to punch that honest-looking face. It means opening a branch. Oh. Brother Dong, how come you know so much all of a sudden? Zhang Lu took the pen, solemnly signed his name on the 2 contracts, and pressed his bright red fingerprint on them. The same goes for Han Xiaodong. After signing, Han Xiaodong put 1 copy of the contract and the money into the cabinet, then handed the other copy to Zhang Lu, saying, Make sure you keep it safe, this contract might be worth a fortune in the future. Han Xiaodong kicked out, yelling, Don't you have any pockets? Zhang Lu got up from the ground and asked excitedly, Brother Dong, what are we doing tomorrow? Renovation. The warehouse needs to be renovated before we can open for business. Do you know anyone who does renovations? Han Xiaodong stood up excitedly. Tomorrow, call them all over. If their skills are decent, we'll use them. After Zhang Lu left, Yan and I took the initiative to cook a meal. During the meal, she asked 2 questions that she had been holding back for a long time. Why is Han Xiaodong's handwriting so beautiful? Second, where did all that money come from? Yanni was very happy. Sister Anran has been very busy these past few days, so I haven't met with her. Since her boss is willing to give you money, it means he's very satisfied with you. This was the first time Yanni had spoken to Han Xiaodong in a kind and gentle manner, which made Han Xiaodong feel flattered. That night, Jenny had several sweet dreams. Han Xiaodong continued to sleep soundly on the cabinet. Bang bang bang. The loud banging on the door woke him up. Brother Dong, open the door, it's me. Zhang Lu's voice came in. This little rascal is really diligent. He yawned, put on his coat, and slipped on his slippers to open the door. A chill swept in, and 5 people, including Zhang Lu, entered. Brother Dong, I heard from Zhang Lu that you're opening a restaurant and need people for the renovations. Do you think a few of us would be suitable? Yan Xiong, who seemed to be the leader of the group, spoke first. Yes. But what are your skills? Han Xiaodong, who was sleep-deprived, rubbed his eyes, sat down at the octagonal table, and began the onboarding interview. Han Xiaodong narrowed his eyes. It was obvious this meant they didn't trust him.
Han Xiaodong went to the kitchen and heated up the breakfast that Yanni had left behind. Under the watchful eyes of the five of them, he barely managed to finish it.
However, he didn't waste this time.
During the meal, he settled the wages with Yin Xiong and the others, which was 3 yuan and 50 cents per person per day. The price made Yin Xiong and the other three very happy, and they jumped for joy and agreed. After breakfast, Han Xiaodong led the five of them to the empty warehouse of the soda factory. As soon as they opened the dilapidated door, a primal stench hit them, causing all 6 of them to cough. The warehouse hadn't been cleaned in a long time, it was covered in dust.
Yin Xiong asked, "What is an operating room?" "It's the kitchen."
"I want the kitchen to be transparent, separated by glass, with all the electrical wires and pipes running through it. The floor can be smoothed with cement. I have a few principles: first, to save money; second, to be fast.
It needs to be completed in a week. Can you do that?"
Yin Xiong and the others looked at the sketch and listened to Han Xiaodong's explanation, and then they all fell into deep thought.
The workshop, Wang Laolu gave the closest answer.
"Yes. If the concrete floor has pipes running over it and they're not even blocked off, it'll just look like a factory.
The style is indeed quite industrial, but it's a last resort. To finish this renovation project quickly and cheaply, we had to keep it as simple as possible." Han Xiaodong then took Yin Xiong and Wang Laolu to buy building materials.
Yin Xiong somehow produced a rickshaw, and he and Wang Laolu took turns riding it, carrying Han Xiaodong to the prosperous area west of the city, where there was a building materials market not far from the soda factory.
A rickshaw is a type of human-powered cart ridden by a rider on the back.
Han Xiaodong went on a shopping spree, buying so much stuff that one donkey cart couldn't hold it all. He had to hire 2 more donkey carts at the building materials market, and the 3 carts transported the building materials back to the soda factory. Inside the empty warehouse, Zhang Lu and the other 2 were working enthusiastically. Each of the 3 of them had a tattered piece of clothing to cover their heads, with only 2 small holes cut out for their eyes, otherwise the dust inside would be too great to work in. It took the 3 of them more than 2 hours to clean the warehouse to a rough state.
Opening a restaurant is not that easy.
Zhang Lu's severance pay of over 2,000 yuan was essentially thrown into the ocean, leaving no trace.
Mu Hongbing blinked and asked Zhang Lu teasingly, "So what's your restaurant called?"
Zhang Lu picked up a twig from the ground and wrote 3 characters on it in a crooked and messy way, Tian Xiaolao, meaning to search the world.
Around 11 o'clock, Han Xiaodong and Yin Xiong returned.
Everyone pitched in to move the purchased building materials into the warehouse. While they were making a fuss, the employees of the soda factory all came out to watch the spectacle. Some busybodies loudly mocked, "Donzi, I heard you're going to open a restaurant. When you make your fortune, treat us all to a meal." He turned and shouted towards the warehouse entrance, "Once my restaurant opens, you're all welcome to work here. We're all from the same factory, and I'll take care of you."
The laughter outside grew even louder. He understands this person less and less now. Han Xiaodong led the elderly men to Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant.
It wasn't that he wanted to see Huang Yanmei's face, but this restaurant was the closest to the soda factory. Since it was a work lunch, Han Xiaodong, adhering to the principle of saving as much as possible, ordered 6 plates of celery dumplings, 2 small plates of mixed vegetables, and a bowl of hot dumpling soup for each person. You know what, despite Huang Yanmei's bad attitude, her side dishes and dumplings tasted really good.
It's just a pity that there weren't many customers at lunchtime. Huang Yanmei still didn't give Han Xiaodong a friendly look.
Finally, Han Xiaodong couldn't take it anymore, and after saying, "With your attitude towards customers, the restaurant will go out of business sooner or later," he ran away. In the afternoon, Yin Xiong led the 4 men to start work. The first task was to install water and electricity pipes.
"Brother Dong, you just need to know what's going on. You don't need to tell me about every single transaction." Zhang Lu was still as honest and simple as ever. "That won't do. Financial matters must be made public, that's a principle. Brother Dong, aren't you paying Yin Xiong and the others too much?"
Zhang Lu's face turned red as he finally managed to utter this question.
Han Xiaodong patted Zhang Lu on the shoulder, "It's not too high. If we want to finish the project quickly, we need to give them a little reward. The sooner we open, the sooner we can make money. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Dong. Zhang Lu bent down and pedaled hard on the donkey backwards.
Jenny got home from get off work at 5:30 p.m., and it was almost dark. But the house was empty. Han Xiaodong had disappeared. Looking at the empty house, Yanni's heart clenched. This scene seemed familiar. Many nights before, Yanni would come home from get off work to find this scene before her, a cold stove and no warmth.
Back then, Han Xiaodong would either go drinking or gambling, and then come home drunk in the middle of the night.
If anything displeased him, he would drag Yanni out of bed and beat and scold her. After a few days of peaceful living, Jenny was terrified of returning to that kind of life. She stood at the door for a few seconds, without even changing her clothes, then turned around, closed the door, and rode her 26-inch flying pigeon bicycle to the soda factory. In less than 10 minutes, she arrived at the soda factory. Lights were on in the empty warehouse on the north wall, and shadowy figures were moving inside the open door.
Jenny cautiously leaned closer to take a look.
Inside the room, 6 men were working enthusiastically. 2 men were sitting on a long ladder, looking up as they installed electrical wires. Han Xiaodong and Zhang Lu were holding the ladder, while Yan Xiong and Wang Laolu were handing them tools. Seeing this, Jenny felt relieved. Regardless of whether his restaurant is profitable or not, at least he's doing something worthwhile. She got on her bike, satisfied, and rode home. In the warehouse, Han Xiaodong took out some Hongtishan cigarettes and distributed them to Yan Xiong and the others.
Master Yan, now that the water and electricity are installed, shouldn't we start the bricklaying tomorrow?
Yes.
Wang Laolu chimed in, Brother Dong, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. What's wrong with saying this? Bricklaying is time-consuming.
If we want the work to be done quickly, we can't rely on just a few of us. It would be best to hire 2 more laborers.
After Wang Laolu finished speaking, he looked at Han Xiaodong with some unease. Hiring laborers would cost money, and Wang Laolu worried that Han Xiaodong would overthink it. Hire them. As long as we can finish quickly, we can hire 2 more. Han Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively.
At 7 p.m., all the work for the day was finished. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 workers, Han Xiaodong counted out 14 yuan and handed it to them. This is the first day's wages. Yan Xiong and his 3 companions happily received their wages and went home. With heavy legs, Han Xiaodong climbed up to the 2nd floor, took out his key, and opened the iron gate. This was the first time Jenny had ever smiled at him.
Han Xiaodong immediately felt his mouth dry and his legs weak. It must be because I was tired from working today, it must be.
Happiness came a little suddenly, leaving Han Xiaodong somewhat at a loss. But he snapped out of it in just a second, looked at the delicious food on the table, and slowly sat down.
Let's eat together.
The room was quiet, with no other sounds except for the sound of chewing.
What was the name of the song you sang at the clinic the other day? Jenny suddenly asked. The rest of my life. I can't remember the lyrics to the beginning, I can only sing the chorus. Han Xiaodong sang softly.
He sang very well, although he was not at a professional level, but he was considered good among ordinary people.
For the rest of my life. The wind and snow are you. Poverty is also you. Glory is you. The gentleness in my heart is you. Wherever the eye can see. It's you too.
As Han Xiaodong sang, he sized up Yan and I.
Moreover, her childlike innocence stirred in Han Xiaodong an impulse to protect her.
She has endured so much suffering and compromise for so many years, I don't know how she managed to keep it all. They both have the same captivating, alluring eyes.
Finished? It's over. That sounds great.
Han Xiaodong, how much money does your hot pot restaurant make?
Probably a few 100 billion.
A slight frown or anger possesses a captivating charm. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to make a mistake if I keep watching. Han Xiaodong quickly avoided her piercing gaze.
I'm not lying to you. You still say you're not lying to me? Several 100 billion? The whole country probably doesn't have that much money.
Yanni was clearly not really angry, and she didn't think Han Xiaodong was
bragging. Jenny couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh.
Han Xiaodong took out a cigarette, using it to mask his unease.
Yanni slept in late.
Han Xiaodong tiptoed down from the cabinet, went to the kitchen to make breakfast, ate a quick bite, and then came out of the house.
When he arrived at the empty warehouse, Yan Xiong and the others were already busy.
There were many people working today, and Wang Laolu had also found an experienced bricklayer and 2 laborers.
These 3 openings will be the future hotel's doors and windows.
Over there, Wang Laolu and the newly hired bricklayer, along with the laborers, had already prepared the cement mortar. Everyone worked together to install the doors and windows that Han Xiaodong had bought from the second-hand market the day before.
Afterward, Wang Laolu and his men began sanding the walls.
Covered in cement splatters, Zhang Lu sidled up to Han Xiaodong and asked, "Brother Dong, the bricklayer Wang Laolu hired charges 4 yuan a day, and the laborer charges 2 yuan a day.
Isn't that too much?
You won't be cold once you start working."
Zhang Lu was clearly reluctant to spend money on coal. Han Xiaodong tapped him on the head. "It'll be warmer inside, so the cement will dry faster. Don't be stingy." Zhang Lu reluctantly mounted his donkey and went to buy coal with Han Xiaodong. Nanshan Hotel, the temporary office of the Provincial Securities Company. "Sister Anren, your workplace is so comfortable, there's even a TV." Today is Sunday, she doesn't have to work, so she paged Xia Anren, wanting to talk to her. Unexpectedly, Xia Anren had to work overtime today, so she called back and asked Yanni to come to the Nanshan Hotel to find her. "Yanni, watch TV for a while. I'll talk to you after I finish my work." Xia Anren handed the TV remote to Yanni and continued with her unfinished work. Following Han Xiaodong's advice, Gong Zixin approached Lu Jun's wife to discuss the land for the Red Rose Ballroom. Now that Lu Jun was in prison, the ballroom obviously couldn't continue operating. Although Lu Jun's wife was a woman, she was quite knowledgeable about the ways of the underworld. If Red Rose continued to operate, Fuku alone could ruin the dance hall, so she made a decisive decision to terminate the contract with the Commerce Bureau early with only 50,000 yuan in compensation. Afterwards, Gong Zixin bought the land for 100,000 yuan, thus perfectly solving this biggest problem. For ordinary people, the securities market is still a new thing, and there are not many people who understand this profession. Therefore, some positions with professional requirements can only be filled by transferring people from financial institutions such as banks and trusts. As for positions such as tellers, accountants, and human resources, they have to be recruited from the public. Of course, in good companies like securities firms, all the positions with permanent staff have already been filled internally. What Xia Anren is hiring now are all temporary workers who do a lot of work but earn little money. "Yanni, our company is currently hiring tellers. It's 80 yuan a month. With your looks, you're definitely qualified. Would you like to consider it?" 80 yuan, that much? Is he a full-time employee? Jenny was very excited. Xia Anren shook her head. "It's temporary, but if you come in first, I'll help you figure something out." Jenny lowered her head and pondered for a long time. Although the wages at the chemical textile factory where she works are low, it is still a state-owned factory with full-time employees. Giving up a secure job to become a temporary worker is not worth it. Jenny's thoughts were the same as most people in this era. She would rather starve to death with the so-called national civil service job than be a despised temporary worker or self-employed individual, even if those people earn far more than her. Never mind then, just don't regret it later. Our company has a bright future. Xia Anren felt a little regretful, but suddenly she remembered the most crucial question. "I'm asking you, how are things between you and Han Xiaodong now? When are you going to get a divorce?" "Busy? Busy with what?" Xia Anren asked curiously. "He's opening a hot pot restaurant and he's busy with renovations right now." Yanni told her what Han Xiaodong had been doing these past few days. "Sister Anren, Han Xiaodong only helped out with a small favor, and your boss only gave him so much money. I feel really bad about it." He was quite shameless when he asked for money. Thinking about Han Xiaodong's behavior that day, Xia Anren was furious.
However, she had to admit that Han Xiaodong had done no small favor. Without him, who knows what would have happened to the Red Rose Ballroom land.
Jenny, let me ask you, is Han Xiaodong's English particularly good? English? Does he speak English? Yanni was confused.
She and Han Xiaodong were classmates in junior high school and then went to vocational high school together. They were both poor students and she had never heard of him speaking English.
Yanni immediately thought of Han Xiaodong's sudden change in writing skills. Could it be that besides secretly practicing calligraphy, he was also secretly learning a foreign language? But how did he learn a foreign language? There wasn't even a radio at home. Yanni, I think this Han Xiaodong is quite unusual.
Even though she didn't like Han Xiaodong, Xia Anren had to admit it.
Perhaps, Han Xiaodong really will turn over a new leaf. Yanni, once I'm done with this, I'll go to your house to talk to my aunt. You two can't keep going like this. After all, you're mother and daughter.
That night, all the craftsmen were so exhausted that they squatted on the ground, panting and having no strength left in their bodies.
Wang Laolu took out a cigarette and offered it to him, saying flattering things.
Little did the worker know that Wang Laolu was rushing to get the job because of the 10 yuan bonus that Han Xiaodong had promised if he finished on time. He used the plywood he bought the day before yesterday to build a partition, with the kitchen inside and the living room outside. Han Xiaodong and Zhang Lu went to the Shannon Building Materials Market in Daodong District and bought 4 large pieces of glass. He wanted to create a transparent and hygienic kitchen so that all guests could see it at a glance, making them feel more at ease while eating. At 10 a.m. in the chemical textile factory, Yen Nai hurriedly walked out of the workshop and immediately saw her younger brother Yen Xiao standing timidly at the door.
Yen Xiao was wearing her school uniform.
As soon as she saw her older sister, she pouted and was about to cry. Jenny was terrified at the time.
Yen Xiao is different from me. She is smart and good at studying.
2 years ago, she was admitted to the number 3 high school, a key high school in Daoxi district. She is a college prospect just like sister Anren. She is the hope of the entire Yin family and the pride of her mother, Du Qiuyue. Jenny was also proud of her younger brother. Even when she was struggling financially, she would visit him at school from time to time and give him some pocket money.
But what's wrong with me today? Yen Xiao, what happened? Don't scare me, is something wrong with mom and dad's health?
Yen Xiao shook her head while crying, Sister, I didn't do well on my midterm exams.
The teacher wants to call my parents. I don't dare tell mom. If she finds out my grades have dropped, she'll definitely beat me. How could you not do well on the test? You've always been a good student.
Yanni was also anxious.
English? Yanni suddenly thought of what Anren had told her yesterday, that Han Xiaodong could converse fluently with foreigners.
But she immediately nipped the idea in the bud. With Han Xiaodong's level of ability, it would be disastrous if he hindered his younger brothers.
Development. Don't cry. I'm asking you, is there any way to improve your grades? Tutoring, of course.
Some students in our class go to a tutor once a week, and their grades improve very quickly.
How much does it cost to get tutoring? 10 yuan per class is too expensive. Mom definitely won't be willing to spend that much money.
Jenny silently did the math in her head for a long time. 1 lesson costs 10 yuan, 4 lessons a month would cost 40 yuan, and English and math together would cost 80 yuan, while I only earn 50 yuan a month. Yanni quickly changed into her work clothes, got on her bicycle, and went to the 3rd middle school with her younger brother, where she met Yen Zhao's homeroom teacher, Teacher Qin.
Nonsense, Yen Xiao. I told you to call your parents, why did you call your sister? No way, go and call your mom over. Tell you? Teacher Qin snorted. Fine, then I'll tell you. Yen Zhao's grades have dropped drastically.
She fell to 60th place on the list in the midterm exam.
Jenny was a little confused. Isn't 60th place a pretty good ranking?
20 minutes later, Jenny walked out of the office, biting her lower lip, as if she had made a major decision.
Brother, I'll pick you up after school tonight. We won't go to evening self-study. Sister, where are you taking me?
Yen Xiao asked, puzzled.
Come to my house, I'll tutor you.
Yan and I finally decided to let Han Xiaodong tutor Yan Xiao first, and if that didn't work, she would think of other ways.
Go to your house? Yan Xiao showed strong resistance. I'm not going. I don't want to see him.
He is, of course, Han Xiaodong.
Brother, he's different now. He's gotten a lot better.
And, according to Sister Anren, his English is really good.
He can even have conversations with foreigners. Let him tutor you.
Yan Xiao clearly didn't believe it.
Sis, are you running a fever? How can that good-for-nothing Han Xiaodong talk to a foreigner? Is that foreigner deaf and mute? It's better to have Sister Anren tutor me. Hurry back to class.
I'll buy you something nice to eat tonight to treat you. Yanni affectionately tugged at her brother's head. Since starting high school, my younger brother's height has increased dramatically, and he is now 175 centimeters tall. At 7 p.m., Han Xiaodong opened the door to his home. At noon, Yanni rode her bike to the soda factory and told him about tutoring Yan Xiao.
You're back.
Yanni ran out of the kitchen and greeted Han Xiaodong. Yan Xiao sat at the octagonal table, looking at Han Xiaodong with a questioning and even hostile gaze. If he weren't still a child, he would have loved to beat up the person who treated his sister badly. He was only here today because of his sister, but he had no hope whatsoever.
So when Han Xiaodong came back, he didn't even say hello.
Han Xiaodong smiled. He understood the mindset of young men in this age group all too well. They all harbored a rebellious streak to some extent, and besides, they looked down on their good-for-nothing brother-in-law, so it was perfectly normal for them to have such an attitude.
Yan Xiao is here.
Yan Xiao made a low sound through her nose as a response. The atmosphere around the octagonal table was eerie, with each of the three people harboring their own secrets.
The dinner was finally finished in the dead silence. Yanni quickly cleaned up the dishes and wiped the octagonal table clean with a rag.
Yan Xiao, bring your English test paper to your brother-in-law for him to see.
Snap. A small stack of English test papers was slapped unceremoniously on the table.
Yan Xiao's lips curled up as she stared intently at Han Xiaodong, ready to watch the show.
Just kidding.
I don't know what my sister was thinking, letting Han Xiaodong, who didn't even finish high school, tutor her. Well, it's a good opportunity to ridicule this arrogant guy.
Yan Xiao is ready to act. Han Xiaodong still didn't mind Yan Xiao's attitude. He took the English test paper and looked at it from beginning to end.
After only a few glances, he felt relieved. Han Xiaodong uttered a string of English words, his pronunciation so clear and accurate that he sounded just like an English announcer on the radio. Yan Xiao was immediately stunned. He picked up the pen, completely forgetting his original intention.
In this question, the preposition is wrong. That's how it's done in English.
These two words together form a phrase.
Remember that.
Jenny stood to the side, her surprise no less than that of her brother.
This person who speaks fluent English could be Han Xiaodong. When did he learn English, and how did he become so good at it?
Yan Xiao, you should take your brother-in-law's words to heart.
Yan and I gently patted her younger brother's head.
Although his English wasn't good, he was still discerning. After just 2 questions, he could tell that Han Xiaodong's English level and pronunciation were better than their English teachers. Yan Xiao had no temper left at this point and quickly memorized the points Han Xiaodong had mentioned. 40 minutes passed, and the entire roll of paper was finished.
Han Xiaodong lit a cigarette.
Yan Xiao,
you're having some problems with your English learning right now.
Of course, it's not your fault. After all, you don't have much contact with the outside world, and you're learning mute English.
The language learning environment is very important.
I have a suggestion for you. When you have free time on weekends, go to the post office and subscribe to an English weekly. Those weeklies come with tapes.
Listen to and read a short article every morning and evening.
Write down any words you don't know and review them several times. There are no shortcuts to learning English, it's all about accumulating knowledge day by day. Yan Xiaoqing nodded involuntarily.
Han Xiaodong's words made a lot of sense.
Alright, are there any other departments?
Bring them out.
Han Xiaodong frowned after only looking at a few questions. He could solve these problems if given time to review, but that would take too much time.
However, he didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, he asked Yan Xiao, "Which question don't you understand?"
Yan Xiao flipped the test paper over and pointed to the last big question. "Okay, but I want to make it clear beforehand that there are many formulas I can't remember, so you'll have to tell me." Han Xiaodong glanced at the question, picked up a pen, and began to work out the calculations on the scrap paper. Yan Xiao was still angry with Han Xiaodong, so she chose this last difficult question to stump him. But when he saw Han Xiaodong's beautiful handwriting, he gasped in surprise. The handwriting was simply too stylish. After Han Xiaodong wrote out a few steps to solve the problem, Yan Zhao's expression changed.
This at least proves that he really does know how. But how could that be? Didn't he never go to high school?
Yan Xiao silently picked up her pen and wrote down the formula on the paper.
5 minutes later, Han Xiaodong let out a cheer. "I've figured it out.
It seems I'm still quite capable. I haven't forgotten all my past lessons."
This child, like his sister, is simple-minded, lacks willpower, and easily changes his mind. He can't hide anything on his face.
It took him 20 minutes from the start of solving the problem, which is too slow. "Yan Xiao, I can tutor you in English, but not in math.
It's such a waste of time.
I can't even get through a few problems in a whole night."
"You can't just study these 2 subjects.
If you spend all your time on them, you won't have time to review the other subjects."
"What should we do then?" Jenny asked anxiously.
She thought Han Xiaodong didn't want to tutor his younger brother because it was too much trouble.
"Yan Xiao, does your school have any teachers who offer tutoring?"
"If so, find a professional math teacher. That would improve efficiency."
"I think twice a week is a good frequency. As for English, twice a week is fine."
2. "Come here and I'll tutor you." Yanni panicked as soon as she heard this. "I've already asked around. The school teachers charge 10 yuan per tutoring session, 2 sessions a week would be 20 yuan, and that would be 80 yuan a month.
Where are my parents going to get that much money? Are they going to starve?" "Oh, I see."
He got up, found his down jacket, and took out 100 yuan from it. This was the little money he had left after contributing 7,500 yuan of his share capital.
"Yan Xiao, take this money. It's enough for 10 tutoring sessions.
Once the hot pot restaurant opens and we start making money, I'll give you more.
I'll cover your tutoring fees from now on." Han Xiaodong didn't mention the words brother-in-law.
For him, saying those 2 words still gave him some psychological hurdles. He forced the 100 yuan into Yan Zhao's hand. Yan Xiao was in a state of confusion.
Could it be that my sister was lying to me all along?
He glanced at his sister, his eyes now showing a hint of doubt. Jenny was completely oblivious to the change in her brother's eyes. She was overjoyed. Han Xiaodong's willingness to spend money on her younger brother made her happier than buying her any clothes. That's her own younger brother.
If Yan Xiao is willing to accept Han Xiaodong, does that mean her parents can also accept the current Han Xiaodong?
In that instant, the already wavering idea of divorce became even more precarious.
"Your brother-in-law gave it to you, so just accept it. Find a good teacher tomorrow and try to improve your grades." Yanni put the 100 yuan into her younger brother's pocket. "Yan Xiao, let me talk to you about study methods. Please sit down."
This time, Yan Xiao obediently sat down and listened respectfully as Han Xiaodong imparted his secret techniques. After Han Xiaodong finished sharing his study methods, Yan Yanai had already put on her coat.
"Yan Xiao, it's time. I'll take you home. It's dark and cold outside. How can I let a girl like you go out alone? I'll take Yan Xiao home. You can lend me your bicycle."
Just that one word, girl, made Yanni blush. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed her that way. Sanjiku is not far from the soda factory residential area. It only takes about 15 minutes by bike if you ride fast.
"Don't mention it." Han Xiaodong grinned.
Yan Xiao thought for a few seconds and managed to say, "Be nicer to my sister from now on." When Han Xiaodong got home, he found that Yanni had boiled a large kettle of water. As soon as she saw him come back,
Yanni eagerly carried the hot water into the room, saying, "You must be exhausted from the renovation these past few days, right? Go and take a shower."
More than just exhausted, the worst part was the filth. The renovation work was all dust and grime, and Han Xiaodong felt like he was covered in weeds. If this were his past life, he would have taken a shower long ago, but given the current conditions...
Han Xiaodong's heart pounded.
He had to admit, Yan Ni's figure was really hot, and her skin was great.
Han Xiaodong almost couldn't control himself.
He was so scared that he hurriedly left the inner room and ran to the kitchen to smoke a cigarette to calm his lust. He told himself this as he smoked.
Han Xiaodong lingered outside for more than 10 minutes until Yanni finished washing up before he went inside.
Perhaps it was because she was in a good mood. Jenny no longer avoided him, wearing only an old-fashioned floral autumn shirt, with both of her white arms exposed.
"It's cold in the room, you should go to bed and lie down." Han Xiaodong didn't even dare to open his eyes.
Jenny quickly burrowed under the covers, leaving only her head peeking out.
After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Aren't you uncomfortable sleeping in the closet?"
This was a very obvious signal, but Han Xiaodong didn't dare to respond.
"It's all right, I'm used to sleeping here."
He turned off the light cord.
"Go to sleep early." "I have to get up early tomorrow to do the renovations." "Fine."
Jenny's voice carried a hint of disappointment. The room was dark.
After a long while, Yanni let out a long, mournful sigh. "Xiaodong, will you always be this good?" "Won't. I will make things 100 times better than they are now. I will make you the happiest woman, buy you a big house, let you drive a car, and make everyone envious of you."
"I don't want a big house or a car, I'll be content as long as you can stay like this forever." Jenny buried her head under the covers, smiling dreamily. The empty warehouse was already taking shape as a restaurant. A partition separates the living room from the kitchen, and the kitchen interior can be clearly seen through the glass. This design is something that doesn't exist in Chongqing now, and Zhang Lu, Yan Xiong, and the others all find it incredible.
If the kitchen is made so transparent, wouldn't that leave guests with nothing to see, and what secrets would there be left? Han Xiaodong didn't argue with them.
He then had Yan Xiong build 2 private rooms out of wooden planks. It takes 2 days for the cement floor to dry completely.
With that, the renovation work was finished.
Yan Xiong and his 3 colleagues had really worked themselves to the bone to earn that 10 yuan bonus. What should have been a 7-day job, they completed in just 5.
Of course, the quick finish was also due to Han Xiaodong's simple requirements. Han Xiaodong specially ordered a light-up sign from the prosperous hardware street. When it's electrified at night, the 3 big characters Tian Xia Lao on the sign will shine brightly.
Zhang Lu felt a pang of heartache watching Han Xiaodong spend money like water. At this point, Yan Xiong and the others stared blankly, while Zhang Lu was sweating profusely with anxiety.
"Brother Dong, isn't this too much?"
"That's about all the factory directors and department heads at Shandong Iron and Steel Group earn. Brother Dong, we don't even dare to dream of those 2 or 3-star jobs you mentioned.
Could you let your wives work here? We don't ask for anything else, just an intern, earning 60 a month would be fine." "Yes. Brother Dong, my wife has been unemployed at home for 3 months. Considering we work at the same factory, why don't you let her give it a try here?" Several expectant eyes turned to Han Xiaodong.
The group left, thanking him profusely. Zhang Lu hopped up to Han Xiaodong, stammered for a while, and finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "Brother Dong, our restaurant has just opened, and hiring so many people all at once is too expensive."
"All right. The second largest shareholder has something to say."
Zhang Lu grinned with satisfaction when he saw that Han Xiaodong had adopted his suggestion, even though he still didn't understand what cost management was.
As soon as Han Xiaodong arrived, he was ushered into the restaurant, which was not yet open to the public, by the 3 couples. "Brother Dong, haven't you eaten yet? This is a sesame flatbread I just made this morning, have a taste." Lu Hong eagerly opened the lunchbox she carried with her.
As soon as the lid was opened, a rich aroma of sesame filled the entire room.
Han Xiaodong's eyes lit up immediately.
The baked flatbread was golden in color, with each sesame seed distinct, making it look very appetizing.
Upon seeing Han Xiaodong's expression, Yan Xiong gave Lu Hong a smug wink.
Last night, he heard that Han Xiaodong was hiring someone to make dough, so he told his wife, Lu Hong, when he got home.
Lu Hong is from eastern Shandong and is an excellent dough maker.
This morning, the elderly couple got up early, kneaded dough, started a fire, and made several sesame flatbreads, hoping to get a job here. Han Xiaodong picked up a baked bun, put it in his mouth, and with one bite, he heard a whooshing sound. The outer skin was crispy, and the aroma of flour and sesame was mixed together, instantly igniting his appetite.
It's so delicious.
Han Xiaodong looked into the lunchbox and saw 4 side dishes: fried peanuts, cold potato salad, spicy dried tofu salad, and pickled mustard greens with vermicelli.
Wang Laolu was a thoughtful man.
When he heard Han Xiaodong say last night that he was looking to hire a vegetable mixing worker, he immediately thought of his wife. Jin Yuping is a member of the Goryeo ethnic group. She is not good at stir-frying or deep-frying, but she has a special skill in mixing side dishes. If it weren't for the fact that it's too cold to go out and sell goods, she would be ready to push a cart and sell her goods on the street.
Han Xiaodong ate a sesame flatbread and a side dish with great relish.
After finishing a baked bun, he handed the chopsticks to Zhang Lu, saying, "Try it, the 2 sisters-in-law's cooking is really good." Seeing Han Xiaodong eating so deliciously, Zhang Lu had been craving it for a while, so he didn't stand on ceremony and started eating as well. Seeing those 2 wives showing off their talents, it seemed there was nothing for their family to do. Yan Xiong, Lu Hong, Wang Laolu, and Jin Yuping all looked at Han Xiaodong, for he was the one who kept his word.
Sister-in-law Lu Hong, besides making sesame flatbread, can you make anything else? Can you make hand-pulled noodles? Han Xiaodong asked. That's enough, 6th sister-in-law. What other side dishes can you make? Can you make ice jelly? Can you make hot and sour noodles? It's alright, you can learn gradually later. Ladies, your skills are quite good. If I keep you on, how much salary would you like? The 2 couples exchanged a glance, and Lu Hong mustered her courage. Brother Dong, how about 80? That won't do, Han Xiaodong shook his head. Ah.
In the lobby of Tianxiaolao, Han Xiaodong stood with his hands behind his back. There were 8 people standing opposite him, 4 of whom were in the kitchen. Lu Hong was in charge of the dough, Jin Yuping was in charge of mixing side dishes, and Men Gang and Dejuan, who had rushed over after hearing that Han Xiaodong had opened a restaurant, were in charge of cutting meat. The total for these 8 people is 700, plus his and Han Xiaodong's wages are calculated at 100 yuan each. The thought of having to pay 900 yuan a month made Zhang Lu feel completely bewildered. He was already starting to regret getting on Han Xiaodong's pirate ship. However, it was too late. Han Xiaodong was already lecturing the 8 people. Remember, there's only one core principle at Tianxiaolao: the customer is king. This isn't just empty talk. You have to do everything you can to make customers satisfied. If a customer isn't satisfied, leave immediately without hesitation. Of course, you might not understand what I mean, but we'll take it one step at a time. Judging from the facial expressions of these 8 people, it's estimated that no one believes Han Xiaodong's nonsense. However, no one dared to say it in front of the new boss. Han Xiaodong didn't offer much explanation. After giving them a lecture, he told them to go practice on their own. He then took the relevant materials and went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau located on Ludao Street. "Comrade, may I inquire about the necessary documents and processing time for a restaurant license?" Han Xiaodong glanced at the quartz clock on the wall. It was only 2 p.m. "What? You're not working this afternoon?" The greasy young man was speechless for a moment, then became somewhat embarrassed and angry, pointing towards the door. "This afternoon is political study time. If you have something to do, take care of it tomorrow. Get out of here. What's it to you? Who do you think you are?" Snap. The greasy young man slammed the comb onto the table. Han Xiaodong knew he had no good intentions, but he still handed over the materials in his hand. "You dare to hit someone?" Amidst the sweater-wearing woman's scream, the greasy young man scrambled to his feet and charged at Han Xiaodong. His gaze was cold and stern, filled with boundless killing intent. Han Xiaodong didn't dare let him handle it anymore, so he let him go and went back into the courtyard.
The greasy young man is now feeling a wave of fear.
The group was bewildered.
Brother Don, what happened?
It's nothing serious, it's just that the local industrial and commercial bureau won't issue us a business license, so our restaurant can't operate.
Damn it, I'm going to call for help right now. Brother Don, don't worry.
You've helped us before, so we definitely won't just stand by and watch. Yan Xiong and Mu Hongbing ran back to the residential area to call for help.
Han Xiaodong led the rest of the men toward the industrial and commercial bureau. When they were almost at Ludao Street, they heard a series of chaotic footsteps behind them.
Yan Xiong led 50 or 60 men to catch up.
The group barged into the courtyard and surrounded the offices.
Before he finished speaking, a large number of people suddenly rushed into the courtyard. Then, the office door opened, and Han Xiaodong strode in.
What are you going to do?
Little Mao seemed to have a spring under his butt, and he sprang up and darted to the corner of the room, trembling with fear.
Ah! Sister Wu let out a soprano-like scream that made the glass vibrate.
Han Xiaodong frowned and glanced over.
Young man, don't get excited. Didn't you want to get a license? I'll get it for you right away. Han Xiaodong shook his head. I don't trust you. I want to see your director. The director isn't here. Sister Wu gave a smile that looked more like a grimace. Why are you doing this to yourself? I'll take care of it for you, okay? Although no one spoke, their silence concealed a raging anger that was about to erupt. During their time off work, they had endured countless scornful looks and suffered immense injustice. Their visit to support Han Xiaodong was partly to repay a favor, but more so a way to vent their frustrations. Who would want to live a life where they are looked down upon? Less than 20 minutes later, the director rushed back from outside. The station chief already knew the gist of the matter from the phone call. He glared at Xiao Mao with murderous intent, then walked up to Han Xiaodong and laughed before even speaking. Master, calm down. He pulled out a large red cigarette. Here, have a smoke. You can tell me anything. Han Xiaodong took the cigarette. You're the director, right? What's your surname? My surname is Tong. Do you need to apply for a business license, sir? Have you brought all the necessary documents? I'll handle it for you personally. Director Tong laughed. Master Han, no, I should call you Manager Han now. You have a good name. It means to make money all over the world. I hope your restaurant will grow bigger and bigger in the future. Director Tong was taken aback. All right, I'll call you Boss Han. In the early 1990s in Northeast China, the term boss initially referred specifically to Hong Kong and Macau businessmen. Later, its scope gradually expanded, but it still specifically referred to businessmen who came from southern regions such as eastern Guangdong to do business. Locals rarely used the term boss. Han Xiaodong smiled and shook hands with Director Tong. Director Tong, thank you. My restaurant will be opening this Sunday, November 18th. I hope you will come and join us. No, I wish Mr. Han a prosperous business, but I won't be going. After seeing the scene just now, Director Tong didn't dare to go to his restaurant for a free meal, and hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. It's still early. There are so many procedures to open a restaurant. Besides the business license, there's also the health permit and tax certificate. We have to go to each one by one. Han Xiaodong glanced at Zhang Lu, who was clearly showing signs of difficulty, and grinned. But don't worry, this time we've made a name for ourselves, and other departments definitely won't dare to make things difficult for us. As Yan Xiao uttered a string of English words, Han Xiaodong nodded. Not bad. I told you, as long as you practice, your spoken English will definitely improve. Did you buy the English newspaper I asked you to buy last time? Good, and don't forget to listen to the tapes and the radio. This is the third time Han Xiaodong has tutored his brother-in-law in English. Yan Xiao has now completely abandoned her initial impression of Han Xiaodong and has even begun to admire the seemingly omniscient brother-in-law. He felt that Han Xiaodong knew more than the most knowledgeable teacher in their school, had particularly novel views, and never talked about grand principles. In his spare time,
he especially enjoyed chatting with Han Xiaodong.
Brother-in-law, the Gulf War is over. Who do you think is stronger, the US military or us?
The high-tech content of the US military's weapons and equipment is something that other countries on the planet are eager to emulate and learn from. At least for now, no other country can rival them.
But our willpower is the best. Brother-in-law, the Soviet Union has disintegrated. Are you happy?
Why should I be happy? He bullied us. Yan Xiao, there are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies, between two countries.
Everything has two sides.
The existence of the Soviet Union is a huge threat to our country, but at the same time, it also shares most of the pressure from the United States. In the future, our country's international situation will become increasingly severe. Yan Xiao reluctantly left her sister's house and rode side by side with Han Xiaodong in the cold wind.
Brother-in-law, what major do you think I should apply for in college? That depends on what you're interested in.
I don't know either, but my mom wants me to study medicine in the future, but I don't like it.
Brother-in-law, what industry do you think has the best prospects in the future? Computers, huh? Computer?
Yes, this is a discipline that can change the world.
November 16th, Friday, 10 a.m.
A strange bicycle team set off from the north warehouse of the soda factory and immediately became the center of attention as soon as they stepped onto the road.
Because this team is just too cool.
10 bicycles were lined up in a row, each with a large red flag tied to the back seat, fluttering in the wind.
The flags had different words on them.
The second sign reads Tianxia Lao Hot Pot grandly opened at 11:18 a.m. on November 18th, and the restaurant's address is below. The words following the fourth car are the same as those on the second car. Tianxia Lao Hot Pot will grandly open at 11:18 a.m. on November 18th.
Han Xiaodong rode proudly on the first bike, followed by a dejected Zhang Lu, and then the first 8 employees of Tianxia Lao Hot Pot. Judging from their expressions, these 8 people were very resistant to Han Xiaodong's actions and felt quite ashamed, but they dared not disobey because of Boss Han's tyranny.
The convoy circled the bustling Lianyang area of Daoxi district 3 times, attracting countless discussions wherever it went.
Look, what are those people doing? Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Lu and the 8 employees lowered their heads even further.
There were even more people in front of the station than in the joint camp area.
Everyone was looking at them like they were monkeys.
Zhang Lu couldn't stand it anymore, so he kicked his feet twice and went to Han Xiaodong's side.
Brother Dong. Call me boss. Boss, that's enough. Let's go back. Look at the way they're looking at me, I can't afford to lose face like this. This is his true destination.
This group of people started circling the city hall roundabout, going round and round like donkeys pulling a millstone, for a full hour.
The crowd of onlookers almost caused a traffic jam.
There was an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes by the roadside, pushing a donkey backwards. Zhang Lu and the other 9 men all shook their heads.
Brother Dong, let's go back. Yes. With so many people watching, we can't eat anything. De Zhuang muttered, I feel like I'm a monkey today.
Right now, there are probably over 1,000 idle people pointing and talking at them on the sidewalks along the entire city hall square.
Being watched by a crowd really does feel a bit like being a monkey show. Han Xiaodong's face darkened. Don't even think about going anywhere.
The more people there are, the better the publicity effect will be. Anyone who dares to leave will be fired on the spot. He's very persistent on this point and has corrected them several times already. Under the tyranny of Boss Han, these poor workers could only endure the humiliation and eat hot roasted sweet potatoes in front of thousands of onlookers. The roasted sweet potatoes that used to be sweet and delicious suddenly didn't taste good anymore. Only Han Xiaodong, straddling his bicycle, broke open a roasted sweet potato and smiled, red soil, sweet. He ate with complete composure. He considered the onlookers pointing and gossiping on the roadside to be a bunch of ridiculous people. There will always be some people in this world who can't see their own shortcomings and laugh at others, but there will always be a few brave souls who ignore rumors and gossip and move forward with determination. Because warriors possess an incredibly strong heart, their path leads not only to thorns but also to the stars and the sea. Ding Xingquan, director of the news department of Shancheng TV station, is a journalist with many years of experience and has a high level of professional sensitivity. This one look revealed the red flags behind the 10 bicycles.
That's interesting. It turns out it's an advertisement for the restaurant's opening. That's quite a novel approach.
He was laughing as he talked to himself, but when he looked behind him, his expression changed. The person whose name he called was a little confused.
Director, is there an urgent interview assignment? Should we send a car out?
The young female host, Du Meiwan, was a little flustered.
Director, I haven't put on makeup yet.
When the group of reporters and cameramen arrived outside, Han Xiaodong had already finished eating a roasted sweet potato, but he was still dawdling there and refused to leave. When he caught a glimpse of several people rushing out of the TV station compound out of the corner of his eye, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips.
Why did it take you so long to arrive? Comrades, may I ask which one of you is in charge?
Ding Xingquan and his men struggled to squeeze through the crowd and arrived at the bicycle team.
All 8 employees pointed to Han Xiaodong at the front. Zhang Lu suddenly discovered something terrifying. Boss Han's expression could change.
He had a hint of smugness on his face, but in the short span of less than a second when he turned his head, his expression became calm with a touch of bewilderment.
You're in charge? That's great.
Ding Xingquan strode towards Han Xiaodong, extending a hand to warmly shake his.
May I ask your name? My surname is Han. Can I be interviewed?
Han Xiaodong hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing.
Ding Xingquan let out a long breath, turned around and waved his hand. Begin. May I ask what your thoughts were when you first heard the news of your layoffs? Feeling lost, helpless, and abandoned. So how did you overcome that pessimistic mindset? Great. Ding Xingquan couldn't help but lead the applause. This comrade Han is simply my lucky star.
Ding Xingquan was just worrying about this matter. Unexpectedly, Han Xiaodong was delivered right to him, and he immediately cheered for it.
Scattered applause also rang out from the surrounding crowd.
Looking at Han Xiaodong's handsome face, which could fascinate most women, Du Meiwan asked her.
Third question, Comrade Han, how did you come up with the idea of opening a hot pot restaurant? Are you the manager of this store? May I call you Manager Han now? Han Xiaodong shook his head. I prefer people to call me Boss Han.
Du Meiwan smiled, finding the handsome man's words quite witty.
Okay, Boss Han, your store name is very impressive. Tian Xiao Lao. I will definitely go.
Not only will I go, but I will also bring my colleagues with me, Ding Xingquan promised in public.
Starving, Zhang Lu and his 8 employees pedaled their bicycles weakly back to Tian Xiao Lao.
Lu Hong and Jean Yuping in the kitchen quickly prepared a meal for the staff, which everyone devoured. Zhang Lu's face turned pale, and he rushed over. Boss, what's wrong? Han Xiaodong pointed to the cashier counter. We forgot to hire a cashier. Zhang Lu also realized the seriousness of the problem.
A restaurant needs someone to collect money, right? Boss, how about we bring Jenny?
She's pretty, and she can attract customers if she stands at the door.
Han Xiaodong immediately rolled his eyes at him. What do you take my wife for? Attracting customers? Our Tian Xiao Lao relies on delicious food and attentive service. I'll ask you when I get home.
When Han Xiaodong got home that evening, he told Yanni about it.
Yanni rejected him without even thinking.
Jenny embodies the stubborn and conservative side of workers in this era. Even though she earns 60 or 70 yuan a month in the chemical textile factory and lives a frugal life, she looks down on those self-employed individuals who earn hundreds or even thousands of yuan a month.
This is a characteristic of our times.
When Han Xiaodong met the girl named Xiaoqi, she was very tall, about 1.7 meters, with delicate features and a pleasant way of speaking. She called him brother very affectionately.
Will people line up to eat our hot pot? Zhang Lu wondered. Yes, it will. Remember, at Tian Xiao Lao, we must be responsive to every customer's request. Whatever the customer needs, as long as it's reasonable, we will satisfy them. Zhang Lu looked up as if in a daze, staring at the simple yet newly decorated restaurant. Brother Dong, is this restaurant really ours? Call him boss. Zhang Lu, this is just the beginning. In the future, we will have dozens or even hundreds of restaurants like this. Han Xiaodong's gaze pierced through the darkness and fell into the distance. 8 p.m., Daodong, Tianyuan Dance Hall.
In Tian Dashan's office, Tan Hongqi buttoned up his coat, lit a cigarette, and lingered there talking to Tian Dashan, not in a hurry to leave.
Brother Shan, what's your opinion on me becoming the foreman? Tan Hongqi shook his arm playfully. Brother Shan, give me an answer. Tian Dashan opened his eyes helplessly. Hongqi, do you really want to be the foreman?
Being a supervisor means I can earn more money, and I don't have to deal with those annoying customers anymore. Some of them are so irritating, they just start touching and fiddling with everything.
It's so annoying. Let's talk about it after the new year.
The current foreman is doing a good job, I can't just fire him for no reason. Tian Dashan grabbed the remote control on the table, and the TV screen lit up. Tian Dashan finally turned his head, and just as he was about to speak, a familiar face suddenly appeared on the TV screen, waving his arms and speaking passionately.
Tan Hongqi noticed the change in his expression, glanced at the TV, and then her mouth dropped open in disbelief. Isn't that Han Xiaodong? What's he doing on TV? Tian Dashan read the news in silence before turning to ask, Han Xiaodong is opening a restaurant? Didn't you hear anything about it before?
The image of Han Xiaodong blocking the entrance of the dance hall with flames was always etched in Tian Dashan's mind. The incident caused quite a stir and had a very negative impact on Tian Yuan.
Afterwards, Tian Dashan spent a lot of money to reduce the damage. Tian Dashan could only swallow his anger.
Now he sees Han Xiaodong, whom he hates to the core, appearing on TV and talking eloquently.
He glared at Tan Hongqi. Don't you spend all your time with his wife every day? When will his restaurant open? Tian Dashan's expression was so sinister it could seep into water. I think it's tomorrow?
If you won't let me mess around, at least I can have a meal at his place.
Tian Dashan smiled sinisterly. Tan Hongqi shuddered. Shan Ji's expression was terrifying. Daoshi District, Sanjiku. The Yin family lived in an old building in an old neighborhood.
It was obvious from these four-story buildings built in the 1950s that the Yin family was not well off.
Yanni's father, Yan Jun, worked at the city's high-temperature components factory.
He was an honest, unambitious man who, at 50, was still just an ordinary worker.
He suffered at the hands of his superiors at the factory, and at home, he had to endure the wrath of his wife, Du Choyue. Fortunately, he had a good temper and could accept whatever came his way.
If you offend her, she can stand in front of your house and curse you all day long, and she'll say a different thing every time. The Yin family lived in a small two-room apartment of about 50 square meters on the 4th floor. Yan Jun and Du Choyue, a married couple, lived in the large room on the south side, while Yan Xiao lived in the small room on the north side. At 8 o'clock, Du Choyue, as usual, soaked her feet in a basin of hot water while watching TV and knitting a sweater.
Yan Jun huddled in the corner of the sofa like a punching bag, watching TV silently.
His wife has always controlled the choice of which TV programs to watch, he has no say whatsoever. He watches whatever his wife watches.
Old Yan, let's change the channel. Du Choyue nudged her husband with a long knitting needle.
Yan Jun silently got up and walked to the TV to change the channel. His family's television was a 12-inch black and white set with no remote control, channels could only be changed manually. Du Choyue gave a voice command, I don't want to watch this, it's boring.
What's so interesting about this lousy ad? Change it, change it.
She stared blankly at the person on the TV screen whom she hated so much that she gritted her teeth. She was so astonished that she even forgot to curse. On the television, Han Xiaodong is speaking directly to the camera. She immediately realized what was happening, stood up abruptly, pointed with one hand, and prepared to start cursing. So shocked was she that she completely forgot her feet were still in the foot bath. When she stood up, she lost her footing and fell hard to the ground, spilling water all over the floor.
Oh dear, are you all right?
Yan Jun hurriedly helped her up. Du Choyue, disregarding her soaked clothes, continued watching the television until the news broadcast ended.
She turned to her husband and asked, "Did you see that?" Yan Jun nodded. "It's Han Xiaodong." Yan Jun couldn't listen anymore. "That's enough. He's Yan Ni's husband, after all." Snap.
Upon seeing his wife unleash her full power, Yan Jun shrank back and dared not utter another sound.
Yan Xiao quickly retreated back into the house. In this family, Du Qiuyue is the supreme authority. Alright, your voice is too loud and you're disturbing Yan Zhao's studies." Yan Jun finally got a chance to speak. "Look, you're all wet. Change quickly, I'll mop the floor."
Du Qiuyue was still not satisfied, but she lowered her voice a lot. "If Yanni had listened to me back then, she wouldn't have suffered so much. My sister even advised me the other day that they are all my children, so why hold a grudge for so long?
But I just can't understand it."
At this point, Du Qiuyue's tears fell in a steady stream.
What mother would want her daughter to suffer?
She genuinely cares about her reputation, and she truly loves her daughter.
Countless times she's heard about her
daughter being mistreated by Han Xiaodong, and it's kept her up all night.
But because of her pride, she hasn't seen her daughter yet. At Nanshan Hotel, Xia Anren finally finished her work for the day.
So, no matter how tired she was full of energy.
Xia Anren glanced at her watch. It was already 9 p.m.
It was too late, so she decided to sleep at the hotel tonight.
She'd been working late lately and often slept there.
She called home first, then went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she sat on the sofa and casually picked up today's newspaper. Immediately, her expression froze. Xia Anren slapped her forehead, only then remembering that Yanni had told her a couple of days ago that Han Xiaodong's hot pot restaurant would officially open this Sunday, and had even asked her to go and support him. This Han Xiaodong is really good at making trouble, he's even in the newspapers. Ever since witnessing Han Xiaodong's impressive English skills, she had unconsciously changed her impression of him. For Yanni's sake, I'll go and support him.
November 18th, Sunday.
Han Xiaodong got up early that day, but when he got up, he found that the quilt on Yanni's bed was already neatly folded.
Han Xiaodong was bewildered. "What time did you get up to make the dumplings?" "It's the restaurant's opening day, let's eat dumplings for good luck." Yanni pushed Han Xiaodong into the kitchen.
Han Xiaodong hurriedly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then ate the dumplings that Yanni had made early in the morning, filled with celery.
Although Han Xiaodong doesn't like dumplings, he still ate a plate of them.
Before leaving, Yanni zipped up Han Xiaodong's down jacket, looked up at him without saying a word, but the silly girl's eyes were already red. "You go first, I'll come over and help you later." After saying this, Yanni tiptoed and gently kissed Han Xiaodong on the cheek. No matter how much he had wronged her in the past, at this moment, her heart was still completely devoted to him. After the kiss, Yanni blushed and pushed Han Xiaodong out the door.
Bang!
The iron gate closed.
Han Xiaodong waved his hand, "Let's go."
Like an army, they marched in unison towards the sky.
"Donzi, did you open for business today?"
"Yes, second uncle."
"Kid, do a good job."
Lu Kuiwu and Old Man Jean both came out of their respective shops and stood aside to watch the commotion.
Lu Kuiwu also shouted, "You little rascal, you'd better watch out this time." They walked very fast and arrived at the north wall of the soda factory in 10 minutes.
Han Xiaodong took out his key, opened the shop door, and everyone went inside the restaurant.
"Change your clothes." With Han Xiaodong's order, everyone changed into brand new work clothes.
It was just an ordinary white shirt, like the uniforms of state-run restaurants.
The only difference was that each shirt had 3 characters embroidered on the right chest, Tian Xiao Lao, meaning the world's hot pot.
This was done by Lu Hong and a few others, they embroidered it a few days ago.
A number was embroidered on the left side of his chest. Ha ha! Everyone took it as a joke, and everyone laughed heartily. "Go ahead and get busy."
Everyone took their places and began preparing the dishes. De Zhuang took a carpenter's plane and began to plane the frozen meat, while Meng Gang held a large cleaver and sliced the fresh mutton. Lu Hong started kneading dough, and Jin Yuping mixed side dishes. Lu Tsuegu, Wang Xinyue, and the other 3 began to wash and prepare the vegetables, arranging them neatly.
Other side dishes, such as bean products, blood sausage, and vermicelli, were also chopped and plated. Zhang Lu came out of the back door of the restaurant and opened a temporary shed at the back, where charcoal was piled up and used as a charcoal room. Han Xiaodong originally wanted to hire a charcoal burner, but Zhang Lu was reluctant to spend the money and volunteered to take on the job. Han Xiaodong lit a cigarette and stood at the door. Two of them, Air Lu and Skinny Monkey, also showed up. When Han Xiaodong was hiring, they didn't come because they felt it was beneath them to work in a restaurant. But since it was Brother Dong's restaurant opening, they had to come and show their support. Yanni and Xianrun also came. Jenny's appearance immediately stunned the audience. Han Xiaodong came over to greet her. "Cousin, you're too kind. It's an honor to have you visit my little shop for its opening. Don't worry, from now on she'll be the one bullying me." He and Jenny looked into each other's eyes and smiled at the same time. Chen Dajuan, along with the party secretary and deputy director of the soda factory, and Zhang Jianguo, came to offer their congratulations. After all, Han Xiaodong used to be a worker at the soda factory, so it was only right for them, as factory leaders, to come and show their support. More importantly, this morning, Chen Dajuan received a call from the district, saying that district leaders were coming to attend the opening ceremony of Tianxiaolao. With his superiors coming, Chen Dajuan couldn't sit still any longer. Even though he didn't know the specific reason, he hurriedly asked Zhang Jianguo to order 2 flower baskets and place them at the entrance of Tianxiaolao. At this moment, the roadside directly opposite the entrance of Tianxiaolao was already crowded with onlookers. A large red cloth covered the plaque above. Chen Dajuan stared at the plaque, his mind filled with questions. He wanted to ask Han Xiaodong, but Han Xiaodong was very busy. At this moment, he was standing at the shop entrance, directing Air Lu and Shouho to lay out the firecrackers they had bought on both sides of the door, ready to light them when the auspicious time arrived. Several car horns sounded at the intersection, and 3 cars drove up from a distance. The onlookers immediately perked up and began to discuss it animatedly. "See that? The TV crew is here. They're here to film Han Xiaodong's restaurant. The newspaper staff have also arrived. The last one is the radio station. Wow, Han Xiaodong really knows how to make a fuss. He's managed to get all the reporters here." As soon as the doors of the 3 cars opened, Ding Xingxuan, along with the beautiful host Du Meiwan and a group of reporters, arrived at the store entrance. Han Xiaodong hurriedly went to greet him. "Xiao Han, congratulations on your restaurant opening. I've come as promised. Welcome, Director Ding, welcome, reporters. Please come in." Han Xiaodong gestured for them to enter. Ding Xingxuan was taken aback. He must not know how high a position the deputy mayor holds. Director Tong kept his promise. He was somewhat reluctant when he arrived, but when he got there, wow! Reporters from TV stations, newspapers, and radio stations were all there. He immediately realized that if Han Xiaodong were to give him a hard time at this moment, the entire industrial and commercial bureau would be in deep trouble. "Director Tong, I'm very grateful that you came. I can't accept the money. If you really want to support me, come in for a meal later. Today is our grand opening special, everything is 50% off." Immediately, several reporters surrounded Director Tong and began interviewing him. Director Tong blushed with excitement as he faced the extended microphone. However, the faces of Sister Wu and Xiao Mao behind him grew paler and paler. Could it be that the leader has arrived? Everyone perked up and looked into the distance. 2 Santana cars were seen driving in the distance, followed by a small truck loaded with flower baskets. Chen Dajuan immediately recognized that the 2 Santanas were the official cars of Xiao Tao, the party secretary of Daoxi District, and Gu Hongyu, the district mayor. "Secretary Xiao, District Chief Gu, hello." He waved frantically at Han Xiaodong. "Xiao Han, come here quickly, the leaders have come to visit you." Han Xiaodong ran over, followed closely by Ding Xingxuan. "Young man, do a good job," followed by District Chief Gu Hongyu. It seems that he has already set a good example. Ding Xingxuan stepped forward and shook hands with the 2 district leaders. As the director of the news department of the TV station, he was very familiar with the leaders of various districts and bureaus.
Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, several workers got out of the small truck, unloaded the flower baskets, and placed them on both sides of the gate. Han Xiaodong invited the two district leaders to sit inside the restaurant, but both of them refused and insisted on standing outside.
Zhang Lu and his employees were truly amazed. Each one felt like a dream. At 11:10, Zhou Qingyang and Feng De's car arrived. As soon as the two city leaders got out of the car, the reporters pointed their cameras and video cameras at them, and flashes went off everywhere. Accompanied by Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu, Han Xiaodong greeted the two city leaders. "Thank you, boss." The auspicious hour had arrived, and the two Lius and the skinny monkey lit the firecrackers.
The area in front of Tian Xiaolao's shop instantly became a sea of joy, with many children running around happily to watch the excitement. With everyone's encouragement, Zhou Qingyang and Feng De jointly removed the red cloth covering the plaque, revealing the three large characters Tian Xiaolao, meaning catch the world. Han Xiaodong scratched his head and revealed an innocent smile. "You flatter me, leader.
I wrote this myself."
Zhou Qingyang patted Han Xiaodong on the shoulder. "Xiaohan, why don't you say a few words to everyone? Today, you're the star." Han Xiaodong didn't refuse and took the initiative to stand on the steps in front of the door, facing the dark mass of people below, and took a deep breath. Cameras and video cameras were pointed at Han Xiaodong, and a microphone from a reporter was simultaneously handed to him. Zhou Qingyang, Feng Du, Xiao Tao, and Gu Hongyu nodded slightly. After Zhou Qingyang finished speaking, Han Xiaodong invited the leaders to visit the hotel. Upon entering the restaurant, I saw a large red paper pasted behind the cashier, which read, 50% off everything on the opening day, 60% off on the second day, and 70% off on the third day. Zhou Qingyang and Feng Du were both surprised to see the transparent kitchen and asked Han Xiaodong why he designed it this way. Distinguished leaders, Tianxi Aleo has always prioritized quality. The reason I made the kitchen open and transparent is to welcome supervision from our customers. We value food hygiene and will never use inferior products. Xiaohan, what is this? It was the first time anyone had ever seen anything like it, and everyone was amazed. However, the surprises didn't end there. Soon, Zhou Qingyang discovered something new and interesting. He noticed that the stools at Tianxi Aleo were quite unique. They were made of wood, rough and clumsy, and shaped like small boxes. Xiaohan, is there some reason behind this? These items were all designed by Han Xiaodong and crafted by carpenter Yan Xiong. Han Xiaodong gestured for them to eat. "Boss, no matter what, if a restaurant wants to win back customers, it still depends on the taste. Let's start eating." Everyone laughed. "Xiaohan, what is this?" "Self-service condiments, 1 yuan per person, choose whatever condiments you want." "Interesting." Zhou Qingyang pointed. "Sesame paste, chive blossoms, fermented bean curd, soy sauce, vinegar, chopped green onions, cilantro, I recognize all of these." "What are these?" His finger pointed to satay sauce and seafood sauce. "Boss, this is satay sauce, this is seafood sauce, and this is spicy sauce, a dipping sauce for hot pot in the south. We can try it later." "Okay, let's eat then." "It's a deal, it's on me today." Didn't Xiaohan say that the best way to show support is to pay for a meal? Ha ha. Let's discuss this in the private room. Seeing that if they didn't go in, the other diners wouldn't dare to come in either, so Zhou Qingyang waved his hand and led everyone into private room number 1. Besides the leaders, the people sitting in VIP room number 1 included Ding Xingquan and several reporters, as well as Chen Dajuan and several factory leaders. Han Xiaodong arranged for the 7 or 8 people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau to enter private room number 2. There were a dozen or so people who were very dissatisfied because they hadn't gotten a seat yet, but they knew the leader was sitting in the private room, so they didn't dare to get angry. She took out the small candies she had prepared beforehand and distributed them to everyone, saying, "Don't rush, everyone, have a piece of candy." In private room number 1, Han Xiaodong held the order menu and personally served the leader. "Okay, then I'll take care of it." Han Xiaodong quickly wrote down a few dishes, turned around and went out to hand them to Lu Tsuegu, the food runner. Lu Tsuegu handed the menu to the kitchen staff. By then, Lu Hong and Jean Yuping had finished their respective tasks, took the menu, and began preparing the ingredients. Zhang Lu carried a charcoal hot pot filled with bone broth into private room number 1. He had been idle in the charcoal room at the back for half a day, and it was time for him to show off his skills. Because the guests all came in at once, the scene was somewhat chaotic, and the current manpower was clearly insufficient. Yanni took off her down jacket and went into the kitchen to help prepare and serve the dishes. Xia Anren gazed at the bustling restaurant lobby, lost in thought. Yan Xiong and the others had originally planned to have a meal to show their support, but seeing this scene, the four of them exchanged glances, took off their coats, and joined the team to help. After all, their wives work here, and if the restaurant does well, the family income will be higher. Just as the restaurant was bustling with activity, a crowd drove up from across the street. Tian Dashan sat in the car, staring at the three characters, Tian Xia Lao San, on the signboard with a sinister expression. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a pager number. "Call your manager over here. This is a lousy restaurant. There are bugs in the food. If someone ate that, they'd die. That's right, this place is too filthy, we can't eat it." The shouts also alerted the leaders in the private room. Xiao Tao and Go Hongwen looked awkwardly at Zhou Qingyang and Feng Du. The leaders are still present. If a food hygiene problem really occurs, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? They exchanged a few words and quickly left the private room. Han Xiaodong had already walked to table number 3. After clarifying the situation, he picked up the black cockroach from the plate, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his lips. "Gentlemen, it's really not easy to find a cockroach in this freezing weather." "What do you mean?" The group of people stood up and pointed at Han Xiaodong's nose, cursing. "Damn it, what the hell are you saying? This cockroach was found in the vegetables." "Yeah. We're in northeast China. It's below -10 degrees Celsius, people can freeze to death, but a tiny cockroach can survive. These people are definitely here to stage an accident and cause trouble." Han Xiaodong deliberately let him throw that punch, and he exaggeratedly took several steps back. When Yanni saw Han Xiaodong being beaten, she suddenly rushed out of the kitchen, spread her arms wide like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and shielded Han Xiaodong behind her. Her face turned bright red with anger. "What right do you have to hit me?" A warm feeling suddenly washed over Han Xiaodong. This woman was truly foolish. She had suffered so much injustice in the past, yet when she saw him being beaten, she still risked her life to protect him. Such a woman is a treasure. "You're hitting people? I might kill someone if I get angry." The four thugs stood up and surrounded Han Xiaodong and Yanni. The hall instantly filled with the flashing of swords, and the atmosphere became tense. Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu frowned upon seeing this. They were surprised to encounter this situation, which put them in a very difficult position. They had already figured out that these four thugs were there to cause trouble, but it was a bit much for the chef to come out carrying a knife. If the city really wants to establish Han Xiaodong as a role model, it needs to seriously consider it. "What are you two doing?" Han Xiaodong suddenly got angry, pointing at Men Gang and De Zhuang and cursing. "Have you forgotten what I told you before, that the customer is God and that you should be granted every request? Go back now." "Brother Dong, but they were clearly just here to cause trouble, and they even hit you." De Zhuang was clearly unconvinced. "Call me boss." Han Xiaodong's gaze was like a knife. "You are kitchen staff, this is none of your business, go back." Men Gang and De Zhuang were furious, but they dared not disobey Han Xiaodong's orders, so they went back in a huff. Jenny's eyes were full of tears. She had witnessed the entire beating of Han Xiaodong by those four thugs, and an indescribable pang of heartache welled up within her. At that moment, all she wanted was to hold this man in her arms. After saying this, Han Xiaodong's tone turned cold. "This is your right as customers, but hitting people is not. Xiaoqi, go out and call the police. Tell them that someone is causing trouble at the restaurant." "Yes." Xiaoqi replied and ran out. Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu exchanged a glance, both noticing the surprise in each other's eyes. This Han Xiaodong handled the problem very well. He was reasonable, well-founded, and neither arrogant nor humble. His qualities, his eloquence, and his response are unlike those of a small restaurant owner. Even among district staff, there are probably few like him. Talented people are rare. They had originally come to support the restaurant solely because of Zhou Qingyang and Fengdu. They themselves hadn't thought much of it. However, seeing the simple yet meticulously crafted interior, they were pleasantly surprised by the owner, Han Xiaodong, especially his exceptional ability to handle unexpected situations. Gu Hongyu nodded. "Don't worry, Secretary Xiao Tao, I'll make the call right away." Just as Gu Hongyu was making the phone call, the four thugs rushed up to the customer with the mobile phone and reached out to snatch it from his hand.
"Damn, so you're showing off with that crappy cell phone, huh? You dare call the police? Believe me or not, I'll smash it to pieces. You're asking for it, get out of here right now."
Han Xiaodong rushed over and protected the customer.
"Who sent you? What's it to you? I just can't stand your lousy shop.
Close it down as soon as possible, or I'll come here every day." The customers nearby dared not speak out in anger. "Enough is enough, there's no need to endure any longer."
"Fine. I'll kill you when we get out."
The four thugs were also wary of the large number of people in the restaurant, so they followed Han Xiaodong out of Tianxiaolao.
Han Xiaodong's repeated concessions had made him too arrogant. Bang! "Damn it, you dared to make the first move.
Brothers, kill him." The other three pounced like ferocious tigers.
"Brother Dong, we're here."
The two Lius and the skinny monkey who had set off the firecrackers earlier had been guarding the door. As soon as they saw the fight break out, the two of them immediately joined the fray, each holding one of the opponents hostage.
Lu Hong, Lu Tsuegu, and Jin Yuping frantically called out to their husbands, "Are you all dead? Aren't you going to help?"
Seeing this, Tian Dashan, sitting in his crown on the opposite side of the road, was so angry he almost cursed out
loud.
He sent these four thugs into the customer area to smear Tianxia and make money, not to have them fight. He didn't expect these four idiots to expose their deception so quickly. Now anyone with eyes can see that they came here on purpose to cause trouble. Just as Tian Dashan was about to push open the door and get out of the car, several police motorcycles with sidecars drove up in the distance, and the nearest police station arrived.
When district leaders call and order the police to respond, how could they not act quickly?
Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu stepped forward and whispered a few words to the director who led the team. The gist of their conversation was that the city leaders were having a meal here, so they should take the people away for questioning first and restore order to the scene as soon as possible. The station chief left two officers there, then left with the four thugs. Inside the crown car, Tian Dashan's face was ashen, and he hurriedly drove away.
"Damn it!
I originally wanted to annoy Han Xiaodong when the business opened, but now things have gotten out of hand.
I just hope those four bastards don't implicate me. Let's go." Tian Dashan wisely gave the order to the driver.
The crown car sped away from the scene. No sooner had this person left than people from the Health and Epidemic Prevention Department arrived. In front of all the customers in the restaurant, they went into the kitchen and inspected it carefully from front to back.
Not to mention cockroaches, you can't even see a single fly. Isn't that obvious? If you can find even one insect in the Northeast during winter, I'll admit defeat. After reporting the situation to the leaders, the Health and Epidemic Prevention staff left. Han Xiaodong and all the restaurant staff bowed to the customers, saying, "We're sorry for ruining everyone's mood.
We'll give each table a complimentary serving of vegetables as a token of our apology."
"Mr. Han, you're too kind.
We're not blind, we can see clearly that those guys are just here to cause trouble."
"Yes. It's not easy for you to run a business, we don't need you to deliver it." Han Xiaodong insisted, "Once you come to Tianxiaolao, you are our guests.
No matter what the reason, if it affects your meal, it is our fault. The kitchen will provide a complimentary plate of vegetables for each table. Vegetables in northeast China are very expensive in winter, especially in the early 1990s when greenhouses were not yet widespread."
Han Xiaodong's actions immediately won over all his customers.
Coming here for this opening ceremony was definitely the right decision.
Come on, let's eat meat."
After such a long delay, everyone is hungry. The beautiful host, Du Meiwan, demurely picked up a piece of fresh mutton, dipped it in a little sauce, put it in her mouth, and took a gentle bite. Her expression immediately changed. It's so delicious. Looking at the other people at the table, almost all of them had the same expression. With the exception of a few people, Zhou Qingyang and Feng Du were among them. Their positions speak for themselves. As leaders, they'd been to eastern Guangdong and eaten local hot pot, so they're no strangers to the combination of satay sauce and seafood sauce. But the two of them also realized that Tian Xiaolao's dipping sauce was very authentic. It seems that Han Xiaodong is not only good at calligraphy and eloquent, but also willing to study hard. He is truly a talent for doing business. The customers at the other tables almost all raved about the hot pot they were eating. Wow, this hot pot is so delicious. The whole place was bustling with activity, like a bubbling hot pot. She stole a glance at Han Xiaodong, who was just as busy as she was. Jenny smiled secretly, then looked on with longing. Is my good life really about to begin? Boss, what is this red sauce? It tastes really good. Sweating profusely from his busy work, Han Xiaodong took a moment to answer. That's called satay sauce, a kind of sauce from the south. I'll be back in a couple of days. Can you make a reservation here? Yes, but the restaurant has just opened and hasn't had time to install a phone yet. You'll need to come in person to make a reservation. Mr. Han, you were too kind just now. Those four people didn't look like good people at all. Han Xiaodong was too tired to talk anymore, but since the customer had asked, he could only force a smile and say, once you come, you are my customer. At Tian Xiaolao, we always treat our customers like gods. Of course, those four were just deliberately trying to cause trouble, so that's a different story. Mr. Han, with your service attitude, your restaurant is bound to be a hit. Thanks. Zhang Lu repeatedly brought out hot pots, added charcoal, and removed the pots. In the end, even the two Lius, the skinny monkey, and Xie Anren went up to help because the business was just too booming. More than an hour later, the leaders finished their meal, and Han Xiaodong put down his work and personally escorted them to the door. Please help me promote this. Feng De jokingly pointed at reporters Ding Xingquan and Du Meiwan, saying, with these uncrowned kings around, let them handle the publicity. Han Xiaodong saw them to the door, and Zhou Qingyang's secretary handed him a business card. This is from Mayor Zhou. It has my contact information on it. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can contact me directly. Thank you for your concern, leader. Han Xiaodong was overjoyed and quickly put the business card away. After seeing off the leaders, Han Xiaodong immediately turned back to continue his manual labor. The number 1 private room was immediately occupied by the new guests, and he had to go back to clean the table. Jenny squeezed into the room to help, and the two exchanged a glance, both sensing each other's joy. Han Xiaodong nodded, knowing that the leader had ordered relatively expensive dishes to show his support. This 120 yuan was the first income Tiang Xiaolao received, so it has sentimental value. The prices at the outdoor tables are much lower. He noticed that the average price per table is around 20 or 30 yuan, after a 50% discount. By 2 p.m., most of the lunch customers had left. Almost everyone was exhausted. Han Xiaodong beckoned Xiao Qi over, checked the tickets. How much did you collect at noon? How many tables were there in total? Xiao Qi came over with the ledger looking pleased with herself. Boss, there were a total of 18 tables at noon today. 6 of them had their machines overturned, and the total bill came to 620 yuan. How much? Zhang Lu stood up excitedly. 620, Brother Lu. Xiao Qi repeated. Zhang Lu wasn't the only one excited. All the employees, along with Yan Ni, Xie Anren, Yan Xiong, Lu, and Xiaohou, stood up. You have to understand that in this era of extremely low prices, people can eat very well for just 5 yuan per person when they go out to eat. Tian Xiaolao only charges 5 yuan for a plate of fresh mutton, and he actually earns 620 yuan in one lunch. And that's with a 50% discount. If there were no discount, wouldn't he have earned over 1,000 yuan? I never imagined hot pot restaurants could make so much money. In an instant, no one felt tired anymore. This was a rule he set, to prevent customers from skipping orders or missing orders, and to prevent cashiers from hiding money, the 3 servers responsible for the 12 tables had to check the orders with the cashiers every noon and evening. In less than 10 minutes, the order was checked without a single mistake, and a total of 620 yuan was earned at noon.
Han Xiaodong took the order and looked at it carefully.
Excluding the revenue from the 2 private rooms, the average cost per person at the regular tables was around 25 yuan, which was after a 50% discount. If calculated at the normal price, the average cost per person would be around 10 yuan,
which was considered a high cost in 1991. I wonder if we'll still have this much customer traffic after the price goes back to normal. Han Xiaodong returned the order to Xiaoqi and told her to keep it safe.
Then he went to the kitchen, warehouse, and charcoal room to check how much of the meat, vegetables, alcohol, and charcoal he had purchased had been used. After going around in circles, he had a better understanding of the situation. He had prepared enough materials beforehand, and at this rate of consumption, they could last for another 2 days. However, he would need to restock the vegetables tomorrow.
Back in the hotel lobby, the meal was already prepared. Xia Anren ate steamed buns and drank mutton soup. I didn't come to help you. I'm doing this for Yanni's sake.
After saying that, she looked up and stared at Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong, it's good that you've gotten onto the right path.
Keep it up and don't let Yanni down. Han Xiaodong smiled and made an OK sign. This mutton is delicious.
Han Xiaodong came over and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you all, masters. I'll treat you all to a meal when I have some free time.
Brother Dong, why are we being so polite?
Besides, we are employees' family members, so it's only natural for us to help out. Brother Dong, if you provide mutton every day, I'll come and help you every day, without asking for wages. After everyone finished laughing and joking, Lu and Skinny Monkey came over mysteriously with their food bowls in hand.
Brother Dong, your restaurant is doing so well, should we hire 2 more people? Didn't you think it was shameful to work in a restaurant? I've come to terms with it. Being broke is worse than losing face. I heard from Dazhuang and the others that you pay them 80?
That's the internship salary. It will be 100 once you become a full-time employee.
Brother Dong, we want to do it too. The 2 looked at Han Xiaodong eagerly.
Joyful laughter echoed from Tianxia Laoli.
As Xia Anren left the restaurant, she kept turning back to look at herself. Han Xiaodong gave her another big surprise.
She never expected that there would be so much to say about such a small restaurant. Before she knew it, the word management came to mind. Could it be that Han Xiaodong, who has hardly received any formal education, is a born management master, just like Konosuke Matsushita and Soichiro Honda from Japan, who are self-taught and have amazing talent?
Boss, how much did we make at noon? Zhang Lu was unusually excited.
He had been keeping this question in his mind for a long time, but he had been too embarrassed to ask it because there were so many people around.
Zhang Lu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even with a 50% discount, I still made 150. If there were no discount, wouldn't I have made 300? In just one lunch break? Han Xiaodong offered him a cigarette, saying, "What's the big deal?"
The gross profit margin in the food industry is generally around 40 to 50%. 36.75 yuan, Han Xiaodong replied. If I earn 36.75 yuan a day, wouldn't I be able to earn more than 1,000 yuan a month? Zhang Lu's legs went weak, and he collapsed into the coal pile.
Don't worry.
I'll quit smoking from now on.
I bet this kid's even willing to give up food to earn more money.
Around 4 p.m., the evening guests arrived. Fortunately, the evening customers arrive in shifts, unlike the rush of customers at noon when the store opens.
The few people in the store can handle it perfectly well. It's the first time I've had hot pot without pickled cabbage, and it's so delicious. Yes. This dipping sauce is so delicious.
I'll bring my wife over for a meal in a couple of days. I'm sure she'll love it.
Cheers. The last table of guests left satisfied at 8:30 p.m.
Even Dezhuang and Mengang, who were in the best physical condition, were exhausted and squatted at the kitchen door, panting heavily. Upon hearing that he had earned so much money, Jean Lu's eyes immediately lit up, and he mentally calculated how much money he had made that day.
Long live the boss. The reason we didn't eat at a restaurant was because everyone was exhausted and no one wanted to cook.
The dozen or so people slammed the door shut and locked it, then walked out of Tianxialao. They walked along, laughing and chatting all the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of Yanmei Dumpling Restaurant.
Boss, let's eat here.
It's so late, all the other restaurants are closed. Yanni looked up at the two characters Yanmei on the tin sign, her cheeks puffing out in anger. If there hadn't been other people around, she probably would have already lost her temper.
She and Han Xiaodong were junior high school classmates, while Huang Yanmei and Han Xiaodong were elementary school classmates. Moreover, the two of them had dated before her, so in Yanni's mind, Huang Yanmei had always been her rival in love.
Yanni is the kind of person who can't hide her worries, so when Han Xiaodong took her hand, she immediately shook it off.
Han Xiaodong was stunned. He looked at Yan and I, thought for a few seconds, and then broke out in a cold sweat.
I was careless, it seems Jenny is jealous. But everyone else had already gone into the restaurant, so he had no choice but to sidle up to Yanni and whisper, "It's just a meal."
I promise, I broke off contact with her a long time ago. I swear to God. Only after learning the inside story did the two Lius and others realize that they had made a mistake. Hadn't they just caused trouble for Brother Dong? The menu is on the wall. If you're not blind, look for yourself.
Yanmei's words were as cold as knives, like bricks rolling and crashing down on everyone.
Xiao Qi couldn't stand it anymore. How can your restaurant have such poor service? It's nowhere near as good as ours. No wonder you have no customers.
With just that one sentence, Yanni developed a liking for this little girl.
Yanmei gritted her teeth in anger. What does it matter to you if there are fewer customers? This is my attitude, eat it or don't.
Jenny turned and walked out, saying, "Let's go to another restaurant." I don't believe that someone with money can't afford to eat.
Have to.
Then let's go to another place.
Han Xiaodong felt relieved when he saw Yanni smile.
The dumpling feast turned into hot noodle soup, which disappointed everyone except Zhang Lu and Yan and I.
Zhang Lu was happy because eating hot soup noodles was cheap, and it saved the restaurant some money. Bowls of noodles were served one by one. Han Xiaodong personally handed the first bowl to Yan and I.
Yan and I glared at him, and although she hadn't forgiven him on the surface, she was already somewhat satisfied in her heart. She's just that kind of simple person, her anger comes quickly and goes quickly too. Soon, the entire tent was filled with the sound of Shili slurping noodles.
Boss, can I ask you a question?
Xiao Qi, a young girl from the countryside who had only been in the city for a few days, seemed interested in everything and had countless questions.
Go ahead and say it. No. Han Xiaodong shook his head.
Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, put down their chopsticks, and stared blankly at Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong noticed the change in everyone's expression and smiled. Tian Xiaolao will only get better and better.
Today is just the beginning.
You all need to work hard, but don't just work blindly.
Pay attention to observation and learning.
I hope you will all open your own hot pot restaurants in the future and be your own bosses. The immense popularity of Tian Xiaolao today has indeed had a strong psychological impact on some people. Yan Xiong, for example, was already secretly considering whether he should follow Han Xiaodong's example and open a hot pot restaurant.
Boss, I won't steal your business. Boss, what are you saying? Are we that kind of people? Some immediately swore oaths, saying they were loyal subjects and would never have any disloyal intentions. Everyone was stunned, wondering what was wrong with this Mr. Han. People are already analyzing Han Xiaodong's statement. Boss, are you telling the truth?
So this is how business can be done. If Tianxialao wants to open 100 or 1,000 branches in the future, it will be impossible for Zhang Lu and me to finish it even if we work ourselves to death.
It will require everyone's strength and wisdom. This is just the first step in the expansion. Boss, what's the second step? I'll talk to you after you open a branch.
After finishing the hot noodle soup, everyone felt warm both physically and emotionally.
On the way home, everyone was thinking about something. It seemed that all of them had suddenly figured out what life was all about and had a goal in life. Open a shop and be your own boss. These things that were once far away now seemed so close at hand after Han Xiaodong described them. Bang! The broken iron gate had just closed when Yanni snapped back to reality, her slender fingers almost touching Han Xiaodong's face. Tell me the truth, have you been in contact with Huang Yanmei behind my back? Yan and I, who looks so gentle and weak, can be quite frightening when she gets angry, just like how she stood in front of Han Xiaodong without hesitation during the day. Han Xiaodong's heart was filled with tenderness, and he kept shaking his head, no. Really not? Swear it. I swear. These days, Han Xiaodong has been behaving better and better, to the point that Yanni has almost forgotten about the irritable, hysterical jerk he used to be. Quickly show me the money you earned today. In the blink of an eye, Jenny transformed into a little money grubber. Han Xiaodong smiled and placed today's earnings on the octagonal table. Yanni rushed over and counted them carefully. Han Xiaodong recorded the first day's transactions in the ledger, income of 1,425 yuan and expenses of 42.5 yuan. Xiaodong, can we earn this much money every day? There will be even more in the future. What do you want to do with the money? I've already told you. I'll buy you a big house to live in, a car for you to drive, and make you happy. If you still want to leave me, I'll let you take a large sum of money with you. No way. You think you can just dump me now that you have money? Impossible. Alright, then let's not separate. Han Xiaodong thought for a moment. Unless it's death, we will never be separated. I'm sorry, it was all my fault before, but I will definitely make you the happiest and most joyful woman in the future. Holding Yanni's soft body, Han Xiaodong's mind began to wander. Yanni shifted slightly as Han Xiaodong moved, then suddenly blushed. How about we sleep in the same bed tonight? No. Han Xiaodong trembled and cried out in terror. He wasn't mentally prepared. Daodong, the pastoral dance hall. In the office, Tian Dashan held a mobile phone and kept smiling apologetically. Yes, thank you for your trouble. These 4 kids have nothing to do with me. They are just other friends who asked me for help. Since it's such a hassle, then forget it. Dashan, it's not that I'm disrespecting you, but these 4 bastards have walked right into the line of fire. The city leaders are still having dinner there. They're trying to extort money from people, aren't they just asking for trouble? He had hoped to use his connections to get his 4 henchmen out, but after making the call, he only received a reply now, saying that this was a case personally overseen by district leaders, and no one could do anything about it. The 4 henchmen had already been placed under administrative detention. Fortunately, these 4 bastards knew their place and didn't reveal that they were the masterminds behind it all. Tian Dashan became increasingly frustrated, lit a cigarette, and sulked in his office. Get the hell out of here! Tian Dashan roared in fury, nearly scaring Tan Hongqi so much that he wet himself and ran out. Monday, 5:30 a.m. In the greenhouses of Daoxi district, Han Xiaodong and Zhang Lu walked through the farmer's market. They came to buy vegetables. Unlike meat, vegetables cannot be frozen and do not keep well, so they must be bought on the same day. Boss, how much is this garland chrysanthemum greens? Where are the bok choy? The rape seed? After wandering around for a while, Han Xiaodong had a better idea of what to buy. He chose a vendor with the best value for money and bought 30 jin of garland chrysanthemum, 30 jin of bok choy, and 30 jin of rapeseed. Finally, he went to the beef and mutton counter and bought 50 jin of fresh mutton. After Han Xiaodong recorded everything, the 2 of them packed the items into a donkey and headed home. At 9 a.m., the employees arrived at their posts on time. Before Han Xiaodong could give any orders, everyone started doing their own tasks automatically. Yan Xiong and his 3 companions didn't come to help today. They were going to the labor market to find odd jobs, so cutting the meat became a problem. Based on yesterday's customer volume, De Zhuang and Meng Gang alone definitely couldn't supply enough meat in time. So Han Xiaodong asked Er Lu and Shouho, who were temporarily free, to go to the kitchen to help cut and slice meat, while he and Zhang Lu would take their place.
If anyone got tired, the two of them would step in.
At 11 o'clock, the first group of customers entered the store. Everyone was like soldiers hearing the bugle call to charge, instantly getting into action. After ordering, Zhang Lu brought up the hot pot in no time. In less than 5 minutes, all the dishes were served. The 4 guests at this table had probably come because of its reputation, and they were quite satisfied with the service. Look at their service, it makes you feel so comfortable. I heard from my buddy that this restaurant not only has delicious hot pot, but also excellent service. After seeing it today, I can confirm that it lives up to its reputation. At 2 p.m., the restaurant became quiet, but the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. Zhang Lu wilted instantly, like a frostbitten eggplant. Zhang Lu was so frightened that he turned and ran, hiding behind the back door, not daring to utter another sound. Xiaoqi whispered to Wang Xinyue, "The boss usually seems to have a good temper, but I didn't expect him to be so scary when he gets angry." Xiaoqi was taken aback. Is the boss really that fierce? Han Xiaodong walked around the hall for a while, then suddenly chuckled, "Since you're all in such a hurry, I won't keep it from you anymore. I have some good news." Everyone looked up. Really? Boss, why didn't you say so sooner? Exactly, you made us worry for nothing. Zhang Lu rushed over and hugged Han Xiaodong tightly. Brother Don, no, boss, you can't do this to me. I felt like I wanted to die just now. Han Xiaodong didn't hold back and flicked him on the head. Look at you, you need to grow up quickly. Zhang Lu rubbed his head, grinning foolishly, why should I grow? As long as the boss is here, that's enough. The last sentence was spoken very softly, and no one could hear it clearly, otherwise it would have definitely caused another wave of panic. In the evening, the employees, refreshed and energized, threw themselves back into their work. There were significantly more customers in the evening than at noon, and their spending levels also increased. Daoshi District, Sanjiku, Yanjia. As usual, Du Qiuyue and Yan Jun sat on the sofa watching TV after dinner. For some reason, once it was past 8 o'clock, Du Qiuyue actually switched the TV to Shanqing channel, which she rarely watched. Yan Jun knew perfectly well that ever since Du Qiuyue saw Han Xiaodong on TV, she had been concerned about this matter and would check the news in Chongqing every day at 8 o'clock. Is it that easy to get on TV? Last time he just got lucky and stumbled upon it by sheer luck. Today's news includes the attendance of city leaders at the groundbreaking ceremony of Jindong cement plant. The city's landfill has been completed and put into use. Du Qiuyue stared intently at the television, her hand already on the button. If she didn't hear what she wanted to hear, she would change the channel. The scene shifts, and Han Xiaodong is speaking. Did this good-for-nothing take some kind of super tonic? What? Let's go for a visit. Anren has been back for so long, and we haven't had a proper chance to see her even once. Xia Anren and Yin and I were the closest of friends, and she wanted to go and ask about her daughter's recent situation. She's just not the kind of person who can truly harden her heart. On Tuesdays, Tian Xiaolao offers a 30% discount. Perhaps because we were featured on the Chongqing news yesterday, there are an unusually large number of customers today. By the end of the day, the turnover had reached 1,500 yuan. When Zhang Lu heard this number, he was overjoyed, like a fool. Xiaoqi solemnly handed him the money, saying, Brother Lu, the boss left early. He told you to keep this money safe. Okay. Zhang Lu habitually turned around and unbuckled his belt. Only his crotch was a safe place for him to hide money. At the Han family home, Han Xiaodong is tutoring Yan Xiao in a foreign language. Brother-in-law, my sister told me that your restaurant is doing very well. Of course, how could my restaurant be bad? If you have time on Sunday, invite a few classmates over, it's on me. Great. Yan Zhao's eyes lit up. His family was of average means, and he envied his classmates from well-off families at school. It would be a great honor to treat his close friends to a meal. That would be so prestigious. Unfortunately, Yan Zhao's fantasy didn't last more than 3 seconds before Yan and I ruthlessly interrupted her. No, you still have to go to your teacher's house for math tutoring on Sunday. You're so busy with studying right now, you won't have time to eat? After you finish the college entrance exam, you can eat whatever you want. Yan Zhao's face immediately fell.
Han Xiaodong chuckled and added, consider this meal a debt your brother-in-law owes you.
You can come and eat any time.
On Wednesday, Ding Xingquan came to the restaurant. On Thursday, Ding Xingquan personally led a team of reporters from 3 media outlets to gather at Tian Xiaolao at 9:30 a.m.
Xiao Han, we're here to serve you today. I'm not an expert in advertising, but I've brought some professionals who would like to hear your opinion.
Upon meeting, Ding Xingquan introduced the heads of the advertising departments of the 3 media outlets to Han Xiaodong.
Ding Xingquan and the 3 advertising managers were completely baffled. Xiao Han, what are you doing? We didn't come here to freeload. Besides, what time is it? What kind of food did you have? Director Ding, these are the advertising materials. I prepared them as soon as you told me about them yesterday.
Han Xiaodong took out 3 sheets of paper from his pocket and distributed them according to the 3 responsible persons units.
The newspaper's advertising manager took a look and was immediately surprised. This is an advertising copy. It's very simple, take a photo of a hot pot from above and add the 4 words, boiling the world. The other 2 pieces of paper were similar. The radio station's idea was the sound of a bubbling hot pot, the sound of a bottle being opened, and the sound of someone chewing food equally simple. Xiao Han, you're quite capable.
If you ask me, you should quit working at the restaurant and become the deputy director of my advertising department. I only graduated from vocational high school, how could I possibly work for a newspaper?
You must be joking.
Han Xiaodong turned his head and smiled.
Newspaper advertisements are the simplest, static pictures, taken in just a few quick shots.
The radio station's recording engineer put in a little effort. He had to record the sounds of hot pot bubbling, wine bottles opening, and food being chewed. It took him more than half an hour to finish. The TV commercials were the most time-consuming because Han Xiaodong demanded close-ups. For this, he prepared a transparent glass fish tank. After filming the entire scene, he asked the photographer to film the chopsticks picking up fresh mutton and swishing it in the soup, as well as close-ups of the vegetables, blood sausage, and tofu being added to the pot. The photographer worked up a sweat and spent a full hour and a half to meet Han Xiaodong's requirements. After the shoot was finished, it was almost 11 o'clock. Han Xiaodong grabbed Ding Xingquan's hand and insisted on ushering the reporters and advertising executives into VIP room number 1.
Boss Han, we didn't come here for your food. Dear reporters, please enjoy your meal. I'm going to get busy now. Please feel free to call me if you need anything. I'll be outside. Director Ding, you're too kind. With your support, we'll definitely get the advertisement up and running as soon as possible. You know what, the hot pot here is really delicious. This dipping sauce is so delicious.
By 2 p.m., most of the lunch guests had left.
Han Xiaodong fished himself out of the world and strolled over to the vicinity of the Prosperous Cinema.
Prosperity Cinema is located 2 streets away from the joint venture, in the most bustling area of Tao West District.
On either side of the cinema entrance, a row of shoe shiners sat.
In the dead of winter, they wore thick cotton-padded coats and called out to customers in high and low tones. They would shout a couple of times as they passed by someone. Han Xiaodong walked from one end of the street to the other, and then from the other end back to the beginning. Because he was wearing sneakers, and most people don't know how to polish sneakers, he wasn't very popular. Han Xiaodong carefully examined the woman. She was wearing a large mask, so his face couldn't be seen, but judging from her exposed eyes, she seemed to be a kind woman.
He plopped down in front of the woman, stretched out his feet, and asked, "How much do you charge for polishing my shoes?"
"Brother, sneakers are 2 yuan, leather shoes are 1 yuan. I see you've passed by here twice already, just give me 1.5 yuan, and I promise I'll clean them thoroughly and apply a layer of clear shoe polish. This shoe polish is specially for sneakers." As she spoke, the woman showed Han Xiaodong a tube of shoe polish.
"Okay, you can wipe it.
These sneakers have never been properly cleaned since I bought them, they're covered in mud and dirt." The woman quickly started wiping.
"Big sister, what's your surname?" "I'm just a shoeshine boy, how could I be worthy of your noble surname, Gao?" "Sister Gao, how much do you earn shining shoes here all day? More than that. Really, brother, I'm not lying to you. Don't be fooled by the large number of people here, there are also many workers, and the competition for business is fierce. I'm just a woman, I can't compete with those men. Sister Gao, what did you do before? Sister Gao, I think you're too cold here. Why don't you come to my place to have your shoes shined at noon and in the evening? It'll be warmer inside. Where? Where is that? Sister Gao looked up at Han Xiaodong in surprise. In her mind, she already considered Han Xiaodong a liar. Brother, 50 cents is too low, it's not worth it. Big sister, you're all I have here. All the business is yours. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else. Okay, I'll give it a try. If there's no business, I'll come back. Come find me at Tianxiaolao this Sunday at 11:30 a.m., and we'll meet there. After finishing work in the evening, Han Xiaodong led Zhang Lu out of the back door of the restaurant and walked back and forth along the north wall of the soda factory. Boss, is there something you want to discuss with me? Even someone as dense as Zhang Lu could see that it was already 9 p.m., and Han Xiaodong was dragging him out for a stroll instead of sleeping. Something was definitely amiss. Zhang Lu, the restaurant is likely to be packed this Sunday. That's a good thing. Zhang Lu was taken aback for a moment, then grinned widely. Zhang Lu, the restaurant has been open for 5 days now. Have you noticed any problems? Not bad, that shows you've been observant. Our restaurant is a converted empty warehouse, and right now it can only fit 12 tables, with no room for expansion. Han Xiaodong pointed to the empty space by the north wall. But if we make use of this empty space, we can at least double our operating area, and our revenue can double. Double? Zhang Lu's eyes immediately lit up with a green light. Oh my god. If you can earn 3,000 yuan a day, wouldn't that be 90,000 yuan a month? Even the entire soda factory doesn't earn as much as Tianxiaolao, right? Even at 40%, Zhang Lu was quite satisfied. 40% of 1,500 is 600 yuan. He gets 12.25% of that, which is more than 70 yuan. He can earn more than 2,000 yuan a month. Even the bureau chief doesn't earn as much as him. Han Xiaodong patted him approvingly. You've been able to spot the problem, which means you've made progress. I'll talk to Chen Dajuan, it shouldn't be a big issue. The house building thing is also easy to resolve. We can build a row of mobile homes here, just open them up, light a few more stoves, and cover the exterior walls with a plastic greenhouse so it won't be cold inside. Okay, I'll listen to the boss. As long as he can make money, Zhang Lu has no objections. Alright, but that's for later. First of all, you don't know how to shine shoes yet, and you don't have the tools. Secondly, if you go to shine shoes, who will burn the charcoal? Let's hire another charcoal burner. Zhang Lu's calculations were getting more and more shrewd. He knew exactly how much a charcoal burner earned in a month. Ha, not bad, you're making great progress. That's the third thing I wanted to talk about. With the expansion of the restaurant, we definitely won't have enough staff. We'll have to hire more people. We have to hire more people. Zhang Lu's heart ached at the thought of paying salaries to so many people. Fool, the more people work for us, the more money we can make. They walked along the way, and Han Xiaodong gave this stingy guy a lesson the whole time. On Friday morning at 8 o'clock, Han Xiaodong entered the soda factory's office building to find Chen Dajuan. As soon as he entered the building, everyone who saw him greeted him. Oh my, isn't this Brother Dong? Brother Dong, I heard your restaurant business is booming. You must be making a fortune. Money is the best measure of human relationships. Han Xiaodong smiled, took out a pack of Hontishan cigarettes and offered them around. Business is alright, but the burden is too heavy. My little restaurant supports more than 10 people, and it's a bit too much for me. He stood on the first floor and chatted idly with these people for a few moments when Chen Dajuan came in from outside, carrying a bag. Chen Dajuan was surprised. Dongzi, your restaurant has only been open for less than a week, right? You've already earned enough to cover the rent? Upon hearing this, Chen Dajuan immediately felt a chill. To Chen Dajuan, Han Xiaodong's smile looked like that of a fox about to pick grapes. Factory manager, don't be nervous. I really need to ask you for a favor. There's a vacant lot outside the north wall of our factory that I'd like to rent. It's a piece of cake for you, isn't it? Factory manager, the soda factory is your territory. Who dares to say anything? I'm willing to pay an extra 1,000 yuan in rent for that empty plot of land. After all, it's just an empty plot of land, and it's just sitting idle. Chun. Dajuan hesitated for only a few seconds before agreeing. He knew that even if he disagreed, Han Xiaodong would find his superiors and eventually get the land anyway. Besides, an extra 1,000 yuan is enough to pay the wages of 20 workers, which can alleviate the factory's financial pressure. Upon hearing that there was another big job, Yan Xiong was overjoyed and immediately rode his donkey backwards, taking Han Xiaodong to the prosperous building materials market to inquire about the price of prefabricated houses. Han Xiaodong found out that if he installed the mobile house on that vacant lot according to his plan, it would cost 3,000 yuan. After several rounds of negotiation, the manager finally lowered the price by 300 yuan, and the deal was completed at 2,700 yuan. After talking to him for a long time, they finally agreed that Han Xiaodong would pay a deposit of 500 yuan first, and then pay 1,500 yuan when construction began, with the balance to be settled after construction was completed. When the shopkeeper saw that the owner had brought back the newspaper, everyone crowded around to take a look. Is this an advertisement for our restaurant? That's great. This photo is amazing, it's making my mouth water. They're talking about it. Lu Hong suddenly spoke up, Boss, I heard our advertisement on the radio this morning. Yes, I heard it too. Boss, you're really something. As soon as I heard that person chewing on the radio, I started craving food. Ha ha. They were right. Before 11 o'clock, a group of customers arrived. They were from a company in Daodong. They saw the advertisement for Tian Xiaolao in the newspaper, and after discussing it, they came to Daoshi to try the food. Seeing this situation, Zhang Lu also became anxious. The boss had foresight, expanding Tianxiaolao's scale was now imperative. After the lunch rush, Xiaoqi did the math and found that she had earned more than 900 yuan that noon. Almost all the tables had been turned over, which was a new record since the business opened. The evenings were even more impressive. I worked from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m., and when I finally tallied up the accounts, I earned over 1,200 yuan that night, bringing my total for the day to over 2,000 yuan. Everyone was genuinely happy, but also genuinely exhausted. Okay, but this time we can't let them work for free. We have to pay them. It's 7 yuan a day for them to help out. Lu Hong, Jin Yuping, and Lu Tsuegu were overjoyed when they heard this. Boss, I'll go back and tell my husband to come and help tomorrow. Han Xiaodong waved his hand, everyone should go home and rest early. Tomorrow will definitely be a tough battle, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Xia Anren, who rarely didn't have to work overtime today, was wearing cotton pajamas, sitting on the sofa, eating an apple and watching TV. Mom, this apple is crisp, sweet, and juicy. It's delicious. This was a gift for your dad. It's a new variety called Red Fuji. Your dad and I couldn't bear to eat it, we've been saving it for you. Mom is so good. Xia Anren hugged her mother Du Choying's arm and acted like a child. Du Choying hugged her daughter affectionately, you've been working so hard lately, your dad and I are really worried about you. It's okay, you're young, you should strive. Xia Anren stretched out her arm and made a fist gesture. Xia Wenchuan came out of the bedroom, picked up the remote control from the coffee table, and tuned to Shancheng TV. This is his habit, as long as he doesn't go out for social events in the evening, he watches the evening news and local news every day. While watching TV, Xia Wenchuan chatted with his daughter about securities. You're kidding me. My colleague told me that stocks are incredibly risky, you can easily lose everything. Du Choying nudged her husband. Old Xia, I remember stocks are something only found in capitalist countries. How come our country allows this? What do you mean by capitalist or socialist? Don't you even know your own surname? Du Choying's words made both the father and daughter laugh. Are you sick? Why are you watching commercials instead of watching a proper TV show? Han Xiaodong? That's Yanni's good-for-nothing boyfriend. He's even doing commercials on TV now? Du Choying was very surprised. Looking at me? Xia Anren was taken aback, then realized, Auntie wouldn't be here to ask about Yanni's recent situation, would she? She's too embarrassed to say it directly, so she's making up an excuse to come and see me. That's most likely the case. Oh no, I was planning to take you two to Tianxiao for dinner tomorrow. Yanni has told me several times that Han Xiaodong's hot pot is delicious. On Sunday, at 5:30 a.m., before dawn, Han Xiaodong got up, dressed, and washed up. Yanni woke up too. She heated up yesterday's leftovers, and Han Xiaodong quickly finished eating, put on his down jacket, and left the house. The two then went to the greenhouse to buy vegetables. Zhang Lu, aren't you tired from getting up so early every day? I'm tired, but when I think about how much money I can earn, I don't feel tired anymore. Zhang Lu, I'm planning to hire someone to buy groceries in a while, what do you think? Why? This is a job that costs money. What if he rips us off? But getting up early every day to buy groceries is too tiring. Hee hee, you really are willing to risk your life for money. Let me think, I'm sure I can come up with a good idea. When they found out that Han Xiaodong was paying 7 yuan a month, these four people jumped for joy. That was twice as much as they could earn by working at the labor market. They cleaned the house, some chopped meat, others washed vegetables. Around 10 o'clock, Yanni came over to help. She really wanted to see it. Du Choyue and Yan Jun arrived with 2 boxes of fruit, cakes. Du Choying welcomed her brother-in-law and sister-in-law into the house, but when she saw that they had brought gifts, she was a little unhappy. What are you two doing bringing gifts to my house? She knew about her brother-in-law and sister's financial situation. Her sister sold tickets on the bus and earned 70 or 80 yuan a month. Her brother-in-law was in an even worse situation. He worked in a high-temperature component factory, but the factory hadn't been doing well in the past 2 years, so he only earned 40 or 50 yuan a month. They also had an older son in high school, and they were struggling to make ends meet. Auntie and uncle are here, please have a seat. Xia Anren came out of the house and warmly invited them to sit on the sofa. Xia Wenxuan also came out. He brewed a pot of tea and chatted with Yan Jun. Du Choying asked Xia Anren to keep her aunt company while she went into the kitchen. My sister and her husband rarely come over, so when they finally do, I have to treat them to lunch. Auntie, have an orange. Xia Anren peeled an orange and placed it in Du Choyue's hand. They started talking about Yan Xiao, and as they talked, Xia Anren seemingly unintentionally brought up the matter of Han Xiaodong opening a restaurant. She could tell that her aunt had come for this reason. The aunt listened very attentively as she spoke. Auntie, when you have time, I'll take you and uncle to Han Xiaodong's restaurant. I went last Sunday, and it was incredibly popular. Humph. I'm not going. What's so great about being a small business owner? Although Du Choyue spoke with a strong voice, everyone could tell that she was being somewhat insincere. At 10:30, Sister Gao, carrying her shoe-shining box, timidly pushed open the door of Tianxiao. Before she could speak, Xiaoqi called out from behind the front desk, "Welcome." The sound startled Sister Gao, who almost turned and ran away. But when she saw what Xiaoqi looked like, she gave up the idea, because Xiaoqi was just too adorable. Just then, Han Xiaodong came out of the kitchen. When he saw Sister Gao arrive, he greeted her warmly, "Sister Gao, you're here early. I wanted to come early so as not to delay things. Please sit down and rest for a while. Don't worry, if there's really no business, I'll make up the difference." Sister Gao put down her shoe-shining box and sat nervously on a small stool. "Hurry up, this hot pot is delicious, or there won't be any seats left." They were repeat customers, there were 8 of them in total, and Xiaoqi warmly invited them into VIP room number 1. Han Xiaodong glanced at the time. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet, and people were already starting to arrive. What a good omen!
The first to arrive were regulars who had eaten here a few days ago and came early specifically to grab a seat. By 11 o'clock, 8 tables in the restaurant were already occupied. By 11:10, all 12 tables were full. When the later guests came in and saw the room full of people, they were a little confused and then they were all disappointed. What's going on? It's only a few o'clock and it's already full. I came here because of the advertisement, but I didn't expect this restaurant to be so popular. Xiaoqi ran out from the front desk, bowing repeatedly. I'm so sorry, we're full. If you're not in a hurry, please sit here and rest for a while. Han Xiaodong stood to the side and added, it's cold outside, so please sit down and rest for a bit, have some hot water to warm up. If you don't want to eat anymore, you can leave any time. Then let's give it a try. Everyone loves to take advantage of small things, so these people immediately sat down. Han Xiaodong waved, and Sister Gao hurriedly came over, set up her shoe shining box, lit up her brush, and started working. How novel. This is the first time I've ever encountered a meal where you get your shoes shined for free. This meal was definitely worth it. I heard from a friend that this restaurant had good service, but I didn't expect it to be this good. Another older woman stared regretfully at her snow-white cotton shoes, saying, I should have worn leather cotton shoes today. Everyone stared at Sister Gao, wondering when it would be their turn to shine shoes. Xiaoqi was very busy, counting for Sister Gao, comforting the guests who came in later, and handing out candy to the children. As they entered the lobby, Han Xiaodong greeted them with a smile, handing them a beer bottle opener. I'm so sorry, there were a lot of people today, and the environment was a bit noisy, so we couldn't make you all have a good time. Here's a small gift, it's not worth much, but it represents our apologies from Tianxialeo. They even give gifts with our meal. The guests at the table were delighted. Han Xiaodong saw them all the way to the door. Han Xiaodong bowed deeply, I'm really sorry, but we're already studying the possibility of expansion, and I believe it will be realized soon. His attitude was good, and since there was a free shoe shining service, these people didn't say anything more. Jenny was also extremely busy in the kitchen, washing vegetables, preparing ingredients, and plating them. But like everyone else, she felt the same way. Although she was busy, looking at all the guests in the room, she seemed to see a bright future. There were 6 dishes on the table, some meat and some vegetables. After finally finishing her work, Du Qiuying poured herself a beer and sat down with her sister. Qiuyue, I heard from Anran that your son-in-law has turned over a new leaf and is very capable. He helped Anran's company solve a big problem, and now he has opened his own restaurant. Even the city leaders went to support him and he was on TV. Yanni has finally made it through and can live a good life from now on. Du Qiuying finally found an opportunity to tell her sister about this. That bastard Han Xiaodong, what abilities could he possibly have? Who knows how long his restaurant will last? Sis, don't mention him in front of me, it annoys me. Du Qiuyue got angry, and Yin Jun quickly lowered his head in fright. Bang! Du Qiuying slammed her hand on the table. From childhood to adulthood, what things haven't bothered you? Your daughter is all grown up now, shouldn't you tone down your temper a bit? Are you really not going to have any more contact with Yanni? Du Qiuying glared at her, and Du Qiuyue instantly lost her temper. There's a saying, one thing can subdue another. In this family, only her sister can keep her in check. Seeing the atmosphere become so tense, Xia Anran quickly picked up a piece of fish and put it in her aunt's bowl, saying, Auntie, have some fish. Auntie, Yanni used to be disobedient and insisted on marrying Han Xiaodong, which made us all very angry. Yanni has suffered a lot and endured a lot of hardship over the years. It breaks my heart to hear that. Xia Anran spoke very slowly, and Du Qiuyue's face finally changed color. She was genuinely angry with her daughter, but she also genuinely felt sorry for her. Otherwise, why would she have come to her sister's house today? Wasn't it to inquire about her daughter's recent situation? However, her pride kept her from contacting her daughter. Xia Wenquan also took the opportunity to offer a few words of advice. After being persuaded by everyone, Du Qiuyue sighed deeply, let's see how things go in a while. We'll decide what to do if Han Xiaodong has really changed. That's right.
Come on, eat and drink.
The room was filled with spring. After dinner, Du Choyua helped her sister wash the dishes and tidy up the table before saying goodbye to Yen Jun and going home.
Xia Anren sat on the sofa. Dad, Mom, how about I treat you two to hot pot at Han Xiaodong's restaurant tonight?
Great! I've been wanting to see just how much better Han Xiaodong has become.
Du Choying immediately agreed. Sitting on the bus, Du Choyua kept frowning, and it was unclear what she was thinking.
Now that she could finally catch her breath, she took out the baked flatbread she had brought from her bosom and sat in the corner to eat it heartily. Xiaoqi poured a cup of hot water and brought it over, saying, "Sister Gao, that's too dry.
Drink some water."
She used to shine shoes in Fanrong, enduring the cold and freezing temperatures, and could only earn a maximum of 300 or 400 yuan a month.
This is a lucrative job, I need to do it well.
Yanni, Erliu, Jin Yuping, and Lu Hong washed and prepared the vegetables. Although there are no new customers now, the evening rush is about to begin, and they need to get ready.
The little girl kept everyone in suspense, saying, the total income was 1,991 yuan.
After saying that, she glanced at the guests still dining in the hall, including those tables. It'll definitely break 2,000.
Her voice was trembling.
This was the highest income Tianxialeo had ever earned since it opened. One lunchtime's income was higher than a normal full day's income.
With guests present, they couldn't celebrate, but their joy was palpable, and a quiet happiness permeated the entire restaurant.
Even Zhang Lu, who came up to clear away the pots, walked in a waltz-like rhythm. At 4 o'clock, seeing that everyone was exhausted, Han Xiaodong hurriedly asked Lu Hong and Jin Yuping to quickly prepare some food, and everyone ate and rested in shifts.
At 4:30, the evening guests came in.
Because they could all see that Han Xiaodong was the most exhausted. Wherever there was a shortage of manpower, he would go to help. If a problem occurred at any table, he would be the first to solve it. As darkness fell, the Tianxialeo sign shone brightly in the night from a distance, and the entire restaurant was steaming, looking just like a boiling hot pot. The angry man waved the small piece of paper resentfully and asked fiercely, "How long will it take before it's my turn?"
"It will take at least 2 hours. Okay, I'll go for a walk outside first, and I'll be back in 2 hours. I'm just really craving your food." Xiaoqi nodded as if she understood but not quite.
The three of them stood at the door without going in immediately, instead looking up at the restaurant's facade.
Xia Anren was also somewhat surprised.
She had come to the opening last Sunday and it was already crowded. She didn't expect that a week later, Tianxialao would become so popular that there would be a queue.
"Looks like we won't be able to have hot pot today.
But I still need to check on Jenny."
Xia Anren and her parents pushed open the door and entered. "Oh, it's your cousin. Are you looking for the landlady or want to eat?"
The girl was incredibly sweet-talking.
Xia Anren glanced at the room full of people and laughed, "I'd like to eat, but there needs to be room for everyone."
As she spoke, she could already see Jenny bustling about in the kitchen through the glass.
"Dad, Mom, look, isn't that Jenny?" Following Xia Anren's finger, Xia Wenxuan and Du Choying also saw Yanni preparing the dishes. "It's nothing, we've already eaten. Anren mentioned Han Xiaodong's hot pot restaurant today, so we wanted to come and see. Business seems to be booming." Du Choying told a white lie. "Where's Han Xiaodong? We've only seen you busy at work.
There are too many customers, and we can't keep up with the demand for charcoal.
He went to help out in the back and should be back soon." Du Choying lowered her voice, "How has he been treating you lately?" Jenny blushed. "It's alright, much better than before. He doesn't gamble anymore, and he doesn't drink anymore. The restaurant is busy until very late every day, so he doesn't have time for that anymore."
"Thank God, Ahmadba, this kid has finally gotten back on the right path." Du Choying held Yanni's hand, feeling extremely distressed, because Yanni's hands were red from the cold from washing vegetables with cold water for a long time. He didn't even look this way, and carried the hot pot directly to table number 8.
"Yanni, don't just think about making money and ruin your health." She told her about Du Choyue's visit to their home today.
"Your uncle and I both persuaded your mother, and her attitude has softened.
I feel that she might forgive you after a while.
It was my fault for being disobedient and upsetting my mother.
If she can forgive me, I'll do anything she wants.
Jenny burst into tears.
What's going on? Han Xiaodong appeared behind them.
Having met Xia Wenxuan, he could naturally guess Du Chouying's identity.
Xiao Han, don't bother, we've already eaten. We're just here to take a look around. Xia Wenxuan pulled Han Xiaodong aside.
He had a very good impression of Han Xiaodong from their first meeting. Compared to his exasperated daughter, Han Xiaodong appeared mature and composed. Today was their second meeting, and although Han Xiaodong looked disheveled, he still gave him a sense of reliability and hard work.
Yanni and Han Xiaodong saw them off.
Yanni kept apologizing, "Auntie, uncle, I'll invite you another day."
You must come and try it. Let's go back quickly. The three of them left the restaurant and walked south along the path. As Xia Anren walked forward, she spotted two people approaching from the opposite direction.
"Auntie, uncle, what brings you here?" This sound was like a spell, freezing Du Chouyue and the Yin army in place. The two looked like thieves who had just stolen something, their faces full of embarrassment.
"Sister, brother-in-law, how did you get here?" Yan Jun asked, his words stammering. "All right, you guys keep strolling around." Du Chouying pointed behind her, "See that restaurant with the lit-up sign? That's Tian Xiaolao, go check it out."
The family of three left with smiles, leaving Du Chouyue and Yan Jun standing there in a daze.
Can't we go over there yet?"
Yan Jun asked his wife, mustering his courage, after the Xie family had gone far away.
"Go, why not?
We're just taking a walk, it's our own business where we
end up."
After her sister left, Du Chouyue became assertive.
The couple continued walking and soon arrived at the entrance of Tian Xiaolao.
Although they couldn't see what was happening inside the restaurant, they could hear the bustling noise inside through the door.
This business is really good.
Du Chouyue stood in front of the door, filled with emotion, looking at it as if she could see what was inside. She just stood there, motionless, like a statue. Yan Jun glanced at his wife and noticed that 2 lines of tears had appeared on her cheeks.
"Let's go. Yan Xiao is home alone."
"Good." Du Chouyue silently wiped away her tears, and she and her husband turned around and slowly left. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. The crowd was so excited that it seemed they could lift the roof off. Wang Xinyue moved back and forth between the 2 private rooms she was in charge of, like a butterfly flitting among flowers, her back already soaked with sweat. She has made up her mind to save money for 2 years and open a franchise store in the future, becoming her own boss. As far as she knew, almost everyone in the store had this idea. They have no idea how big or wonderful the world is.
All right. Wang Xinyue quickly grabbed 2 bottles of beer, walked into booth number 2, and opened them with 2 loud bangs.
The sound of the bottle being opened was like a celebratory cannon for her new life. At 9 p.m., Han Xiaodong walked into private room number 1 and politely asked, "Gentlemen, our kitchen is about to close.
Is there anything else you would like to order? Thank you for your support." Upon hearing this number, Yan Xiong and the others immediately stood up.
7 yuan is a lot for them, but a shoeshine boy can earn more than 30 yuan a day. If he does that, he can earn more than 1,000 yuan a month. They immediately felt unbalanced.
That's how people are.
When you're starving, even a moldy cornbread is a delicacy. But once you've eaten cornbread, you think steamed buns are delicious. And once you've eaten steamed buns, you crave bread.
Human greed is insatiable.
The way these people looked at Sister Gao was malicious. Han Xiaodong was also somewhat surprised when he heard the number, but he didn't say anything and directly asked Xiaoqi to pay Sister Gao.
"Come on."
After receiving a positive reply, Sister Gao left happily. "We work ourselves to the bone to earn just 7 yuan, so why does she get to earn over 30?
These people fell silent. Yanni walked over and tugged at Han Xiaodong from behind, signaling him to say less. Han Xiaodong turned around, smiled, and winked to reassure Yanni that he wasn't angry.
"Xiaoqi, settle today's wages for the 4 masters." Xiaoqi counted out 28 yuan and handed it to the 4 people.
He turned and left.
Lu Hong kept apologizing and hurriedly chased after him.
Han Xiaodong didn't care at all. Then it's settled. Everyone has worked hard today, go back and rest.
Everyone left, leaving only Han Xiaodong, Yan and I, Zhang Lu, and Xiaoqi in the hall.
What's today's revenue? Han Xiaodong asked.
Boss, we made 4,486 today.
Xiaoqi's voice was trembling.
Zhang Lu, who was originally squatting on the ground, stood up abruptly upon hearing the number.
The most surprised person was Yanni.
She came to help last Sunday and earned 1,425 yuan that day, which she already thought was very high. She never expected that in just 1 week, the turnover would increase by 3,000 yuan.
3,000 yuan, that's several years' worth of her income.
Han Xiaodong flicked his cigarette ash, his face still expressionless.
Zhang Lu, let's take a look around the kitchen and the storeroom.
Zhang Lu followed closely behind him, showing him around the kitchen and storeroom. We earned a lot today, but we've almost used up all the ingredients. Han Xiaodong handed him 2,000 yuan, saying, we need to install the mobile house tomorrow, so I can't go grocery shopping. In the morning, take Mangang and Dezhuang to buy
vegetables and meat. We're also running low on charcoal, so buy plenty.
Remember, the meat can only be from the shop I selected last time. If you try to save money and buy mutton from someone else, I'll be furious with you. The 4 people walked out of the restaurant, and Zhang Lu locked the door.
On the way home, Zhang Lu couldn't help but grumble about the shoe shining incident.
Boss, please don't be angry when I say this, but I think that shoe shine woman is making too much money. I know this is because I didn't think it through, but since I've already promised her, I have to give her the money.
Why don't we hire someone to shine shoes and pay him a salary? That way we can save a lot of money each month.
Yes, I've got it. Zhang Lu nodded earnestly. This had become a habit of his, and he couldn't understand how Han Xiaodong suddenly knew so much. He managed the restaurant, which housed more than 10 people, very well. Once inside the soda factory residential area, the 4 parted ways.
Xiaoqi went home with Zhang Lu.
The girl came from the countryside and had nowhere to stay, so she could only stay at Zhang Lu's house temporarily.
Zhang Lu's parents had no daughter, so they treated Xiaoqi as their daughter.
Han Xiaodong and Yanni returned to their own home. As soon as he entered the room, Han Xiaodong plopped down, feeling soreness all over his body, from head to toe. Although this body is very strong, it is still flesh and blood, not made of iron. A week of intense work, leaving early and returning late every day, had already exhausted his physical and mental strength.
All he wants to do right now is go to sleep.
1. After the restaurant expansion is completed, go to Shangtian and see if they have an automatic meat slicer. 2. Install a telephone and activate the reservation function. 3rd, we need to establish long-term and stable supply relationships with several key ingredient suppliers, try to get the prices down further, and ideally have them delivered to our door. 4th, open another branch as soon as possible.
Jenny brought in a basin of hot water. You've had a long day.
Soak your feet and go to bed early.
Looking at Han Xiaodong's sallow face, Yanni felt a pang of heartache. I never knew running a business was so hard. You can earn a lot, but you also have a lot to worry about. Unlike me, I can go to get off work and leave on time every day. As long as I do my job well, I don't have to think about anything else.
Okay. Han Xiaodong was about to bend down to take off his shoes when he realized that Yanni had taken the initiative to squat down, untie his shoelaces, take off his socks, and wash his feet. This made Han Xiaodong feel very bad. No, let me do it myself. Don't move, you're so tired, let me wash your feet. As long as you're doing your job, I can wash your feet every day. No, so I want to go to Shangtian to take a look.
That's true, but do you have that much money to open a branch? Yanni expressed doubt about this.
Even opening a simple restaurant like the one they have now would cost at least 10,000 or 8,000, and she knew how much money Han Xiaodong currently had.
It's just money, right?
I have plenty of ways to handle that.
After washing up, Han Xiaodong lay down on the wardrobe.
However, after only a week of running the shop, he realized firsthand that eating pork and watching pigs run are 2 completely different things. A small restaurant with a dozen or so people has countless problems to deal with every day.
If he were to manage hundreds or even thousands of people in the future, how many things would there be?
Theory and practice are indeed far apart.
In a daze, Han Xiaodong drifted off to sleep.
On Monday, Han Xiaodong slept in late, a rare occurrence, so he didn't have to get up early to buy groceries.
After getting up, I ate the breakfast that Yanni made.
The two went out together. Yanni rode her bicycle to work at the chemical textile factory, while Han
Xiaodong walked to Tianxiaolao.
When he arrived at the restaurant, Zhang Lu and De Zhuang had already arranged the ingredients they had bought that morning.
At 8 o'clock, manager Lu, who sells prefabricated houses, arrived with his construction team.
Before starting work, he asked Han Xiaodong for 1,500 yuan, which was agreed upon in their contract.
Han Xiaodong didn't waste any words, directly gave him the money, and made him write a receipt.
Several workers first leveled the land, and then used pickaxes to dig down 30 centimeters into the open space. However, they encountered a problem right from the start. In the winter in northeast China, the ground is frozen, and the pickaxe would leave a white mark as soon as it hit the ground. Fortunately, these people were experienced and brought several pneumatic picks with them. They plugged them in, and the pneumatic picks made a piercing noise as they started working. 3 hours later, the open space had dropped 30 centimeters. A small truck dumped a load of gravel into it, and workers went up and used shovels to level the stones. It took a whole morning just to do this basic work. In just 1 week, Han Xiaodong went from being ridiculed to becoming the capable boss Han in their eyes.
The world is changing too fast.
With lunchtime approaching, Han Xiaodong instructed the kitchen to prepare a large pot of mutton and cabbage soup and a bowl of steamed buns, so that the workers could eat their fill and rest for a while.
Business at the restaurant was noticeably worse than yesterday, with about 2/3 of the usual customer traffic.
This was a relief to everyone. If they had to work like they did yesterday every day, they probably wouldn't have been able to stay afloat. In the afternoon, the construction team continued working. After the site was leveled, the second step was to drive in several piles to fix the beams.
It took 2 full hours to drive 16 piles firmly into the ground.
Manager Lu saw Han Xiaodong standing to the side supervising the work despite the cold, and came over with a smile, offering him a cigarette.
Manager Han, just with your dedication, your restaurant is sure to make money.
These days, manager is a fashionable title, and people with some ability call themselves managers, unlike in the past when manager was a very common term.
Then you'll have to support me a lot, brother.
Okay, no problem. Reserve a table for me tomorrow night, and I'll invite a few friends over to try it.
Manager Lu, how many days do you expect it to take to complete?
4 days.
Could you speed things up a bit?
The sooner you finish, the sooner my restaurant can open. Winter days are short, and it gets dark by 5 p.m. Fortunately, Manager Lu and his team worked very efficiently and finished installing all the beams before dark.
Brother Dong, I want to tell you something.
What is it, Hongbing?
Could I do that shoeshine job from now on? Mu Hongbing asked hesitantly.
A barely perceptible smile appeared on Han Xiaodong's face.
What? You think Sister Gao is making more money?
But let me tell you, yesterday was a special case. It was the first day after the advertisement, and it was also Sunday, so there were a lot of people. You can see that there are significantly fewer people today. I reckon she only made a little over 10 yuan today at most.
10 yuan is fine too.
I'm currently working at the labor market, enduring the cold all day, and I only earn 3 to 5 yuan.
Red Soldier, do you know how to shine shoes?
I can learn if I don't know how.
Shining shoes isn't difficult.
I'll find someone to make me a shoe shining box, and I can become an apprentice after practicing a few times at home.
Okay, Brother Dong, no, boss, it's settled then. I'll go back and find someone to make a shoe shine box. Make sure this position is kept for me.
Xia Hongbing left excitedly.
Yan Xiong was home alone.
He had just returned from the labor market and was squatting by the door organizing his tools. Brother Yan, your wife got off work late, so I bought some snacks to go with your drinks.
Let's have a drink together.
Yan Xiong was listless and lacked energy, but he still let Mu Hongbing in.
The two brothers drank and chatted for a while. Did you go to Han Xiaodong's place today? 3 yuan and 50 cents. That's what we agreed on before. None of you three are any good.
How come that shoeshine girl can earn more than 30 a day, 10 times what we earn?
Han Xiaodong is a terrible person.
Yan Xiong was clearly still angry about yesterday's events, and his mouth was full of resentment. Serves him right, letting an outsider make the money, you idiot.
Could you make me a shoeshine box? What? Yan Xiong's eyes widened. You've taken the shoeshine job?
A surge of jealousy reignited in Yan Xiong's heart. In fact, he had the same thought yesterday, but there were too many people around, and he was also angry, so he didn't tell Han Xiaodong.
He never expected that Mu Hongbing would beat him to it. Oh, I see.
Yan Xiong's anger subsided immediately when he heard that his salary was much lower than his wife's.
Okay, then I'll make one for you, but let's make it clear, it can't be done for free, it'll cost 2 yuan. Mu Hongbing was so angry he was cursing under his breath.
He had spent more than 2 yuan on these snacks to go with his drinks, but Yan Xiong was the only carpenter he knew, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. On Tuesday at 7:30, Manager Lu led the workers to the site to start work.
Han Xiaodong stood aside and watched for a while.
Today's work was simpler than yesterday's, and the installation of the boards was much faster. He wanted to install a telephone at Tianxialao so that customers who wanted to make reservations could call directly. 2 months later, it was already Chinese New Year, and the daylilies were already too cold. Han Xiaodong pulled out the business card that Zhou Qingyang's secretary had given him from his pocket and strode toward the public phone. If you have any problems, just go to your supervisor. A regular dial tone came from the receiver.
Not long after, someone spoke over there. Hello, I'm Han Xiaodong from Tianxialao. Are you Secretary Wu? You gave me your business card last week. Oh, I remember now, your boss Han. May I ask what's the matter?
Secretary Wu's voice was still as cold as ever.
Mr. Han, you're not a child anymore. How can you ask Mayor Zhou for something like this? Mayor Zhou is very busy. He can't possibly only take care of your business.
Besides, the post office's prices are all clearly marked.
Mayor Zhou can't interfere, right? Secretary Wu spoke in a bureaucratic tone. I understand, thank you for your help. Han Xiaodong hung up the phone, shaking his head with a wry smile. It's true what they say, it's easier to see the king of hell than to deal with his underlings.
Last Sunday, in front of Zhou Qingyang, this Secretary Wu was very enthusiastic towards him, saying all sorts of nice things when handing him his business card, telling him to come to him if he had any difficulties. But when he actually came to him, he showed his true colors. Human relationships are indeed as fragile as paper, it's better not to install this phone number at all. After finishing his work at noon, he went outside and bought a large sheet of red paper and a calligraphy brush, and wrote a job advertisement on it. Within an hour of the red paper being posted, 5 people had already come in to ask questions. Han Xiaodong patiently received them, asked a few questions, but was not entirely satisfied. These people are either too old or have too low an education level, so they don't meet the requirements. This is the second time Tianxialao has recruited. Han Xiaodong has set stricter standards, hoping to bring in some talented people, otherwise it would be too tiring for him to manage everything by himself.
On the morning of the third day, Han Xiaodong was supervising the construction from behind.
He saw that the shape of the prefabricated house was already taking shape, and it would be completed today.
Han Xiaodong was taken aback. Why did Ding Xingquan want to see me?
He rushed into the lobby, and Ding Xingquan grabbed him as soon as he saw him, pulled him outside, pointed to the big red recruitment poster on the wall, and shouted, "Xiao Han, why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me?"
Han Xiaodong was completely confused. Director Ding, what's the matter? Are you referring to the recruitment? Exactly. How could you hire them yourself? You should have given me a heads up beforehand. Han Xiaodong was even more puzzled. Why can't I hire my own staff at my own restaurant, he asked. Director Ding, you've completely confused me. What's going on?
This morning, Ding Xingquan heard from a colleague who lives in Daoshi district that a job posting had been put up at the entrance of Tianxiaolao. Ding Xingquan couldn't sit still and rushed over in a car from the station. Ding Xingquan wanted nothing more than to go up there and tear the paper up.
Ding Xingquan has worked in journalism for half his life, so his political sensitivity is exceptionally high.
This Saturday, in the lobby on the first and second floors of Victory Hall, Han Xiaodong thought there was still time, and Ding Xingquan was his benefactor, so he immediately nodded in agreement. Ding Xingquan returned to the television station satisfied and immediately reported to the station director.
The station director still remembered Tianxiaolao. Isn't this restaurant a model that the city is supporting? Did they do a free advertisement on our station last Saturday? Director, you have a good memory. That's right, it's this Tianxiaolao.
The station manager was somewhat surprised.
I remember they've only been open for a few days. They've already hired people? Have you verified this? Don't tell me they're just trying to fool people. No, I just came back from there. There's a job posting on the wall.
Let me tell you, station manager, their hot pot is really delicious.
I heard there's always a line every day.
Han Xiaodong has already started expanding the restaurant, that's why they need to hire people. The station director was delighted to hear this.
This must be the spot that Mayor Zhou found. I need to report to him immediately and make him happy too.
The station director immediately picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Qingyang's office number.
Zhou Qingyang reacted the same way as the station director, he couldn't believe the news. Just kidding.
Tianxiaolao opened on the Sunday of the week before last, and only a week has passed, yet they want to expand and hire people.
What speed is that?
Mayor Zhou, Director Ding just came back from there.
He made the guarantee.
Zhou Qingyang was very thorough in his work. Since he had doubts about Tianxiaolao, he was determined to conduct an on-site investigation.
Feeling guilty, Secretary Wu didn't dare turn around. Mayor Zhou, no.
Zhou Qingyang seemed to be talking to himself, expansion in just 1 week, if that's true, then this Han Xiaodong is really a talent.
Secretary Wu kept his head down and didn't dare to say anything.
He was filled with regret, he shouldn't have been so cold to Han Xiaodong yesterday.
Who would have thought that Mayor Zhou would be seeing him so soon? Would that kid tell on him?
He had an ulterior motive and wanted to see Han Xiaodong first to tell him not to tell anyone about what happened yesterday. But to everyone's surprise, Zhou Qingyang simply pushed open the door and got out of the car, saying, "I don't need you to tip me off, I want to go in and see what's going on."
After Zhou Qingyang got out of the car, he stood at the entrance of Tianxiaolao for a few seconds.
By this time, Han Xiaodong had torn down the job posting, but traces of the red paper could still be seen on the wall.
Zhou.
Qingyang paused for only a few seconds before reaching out and pushing the door open to enter. Seeing how good the business was, Zhou Qingyang couldn't help but believe it a little.
Yes.
Not only do we offer free shoe shining, but we also provide hot water, and children get candy as a gift, Xiaoqi introduced with a bright smile.
Has your business always been this good? Zhou Qingyang wanted to test the waters. This isn't good. There will be even more people later, and it will be even busier tonight than it is now. Really? Zhou Qingyang was a little surprised. He looked around but didn't see Han Xiaodong. Where's your boss, Han? May I ask what you need? Xiaoqi asked him warily. Young lady, you're quite wary. Don't you recognize me? I was here on your opening day.
Little Chi patted her head, as if she vaguely remembered something.
Our boss is in the back. You can see him if you go out the back door.
She pointed to the back door. Zhou Qingyang strode towards the back door, and Secretary Wu hurriedly opened it first, letting in a gust of cold wind.
Zhou Qingyang arrived at the yard of the soda factory. Masters, I've asked the kitchen to prepare sauerkraut stew with pork bones for you. Let's work harder, and we'll be able to eat soon. Han Xiaodong shouted.
Han Xiaodong looked at him, then turned to look at Zhou Qingyang standing behind him, as if he understood something.
He rushed over. Mayor Zhou, what brings you here? When Zhou Qingyang saw that the place was indeed being expanded, he was completely convinced.
I heard you were going to expand and hire people. To be honest, I didn't really believe it until I saw it, so I came to take a look.
I didn't expect it.
In just 1 week, your business has become so good.
It's really beyond my expectations.
Hee, this is all thanks to the strong support from the leadership. Boss, opening a restaurant can be complicated, but it can also be simple.
It really comes down to 2 things, taste and service. I think Tian Xiaolao has both of those qualities.
The workers put down their work and went into the warehouse to eat.
Zhou Qingyang's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Why didn't you say so when we met last time?
Han Xiaodong thought to himself, you didn't ask last time either. However, he dared not say that. Hee, this is just what I thought of. As the two were talking, Feng De came out from the back door.
Old Zhou, why did you call me here in such a hurry?
Secretary Wu's heart clenched, and he looked at Han Xiaodong pitifully. Secretary Wu instantly felt relieved, her eyes filled with gratitude. If you encounter any difficulties, just ask Secretary Wu and have him pass on the message. Zhou Qingyang hurriedly got into his car and drove away. Afternoon, Han Xiaodong took Wang Laolu and Mu Hongbing to Fanrong Building Materials Street and bought building materials such as cement, sand, bamboo poles, and plastic sheeting. After the prefabricated house was installed today, the ground was ground. Also, the prefabricated house is not insulated, so an additional layer of plastic insulation, similar to that of a greenhouse, needs to be added to the outside. When they returned after making their purchases, the entire row of prefabricated houses had been installed. At this time, it was rare to receive payments so readily. Whether it was a business or an individual, owing money seemed to have become a matter of course, and triangular debt had become a characteristic of this era.
Manager Han, it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
If you need any more work in the future, I guarantee you the lowest price. Oh, and please reserve a private room for me tonight, I'm bringing some friends over for dinner. Manager Lu left with his workers, beaming. Han Xiaodong looked at the sky and realized it was too late to start working now.
He made an appointment with Wang Laolu and the other two to come early and start work first thing tomorrow morning. If they
couldn't finish in 1 day, they could hire 2 more people, just like last time, and make sure the ground was ground within 1 day.
After receiving their wages for the day, Wang Laolu and his 2 companions left.
At 5 p.m., Manager Lu arrived as scheduled, bringing 7 or 8 friends with him.
Han Xiaodong personally led them into private room number 1. Let me introduce you. This is Manager Han from Tian Xiaolao. These are my business friends. Let's get to know each other. We'll all be good brothers from now on.
Manager Lu was a very generous person. He ordered quite a few dishes, and Han Xiaodong gave him a bottle of wine, added 2 more dishes, and then left. As soon as he arrived in the lobby, he saw Secretary Wu sitting at table number 3 with 2 colleagues, ordering food.
Secretary Wu, why didn't you let me know you were coming?
Han Xiaodong hurriedly went over to greet him.
Although this person was a bit arrogant, he was still Zhou Qingyang's secretary, and he couldn't afford to offend him.
When Secretary Wu saw him, she stood up and pulled him aside.
Xiao Han, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I'm here today to apologize. Secretary Wu, you're too kind. I don't know what to say. Secretary Wu, thank you so much. Please order whatever you like, it's on me.
No need, it's not like I'm paying for it, you don't need to worry about it. Secretary Wu waved his hand, go back to your work. Han Xiaodong knew that people like them, who worked as secretaries to leaders, basically didn't need to carry money when they went out, they were always treated to meals wherever they went. However, he still instructed Skinny Monkey to add 2 plates of fresh mutton to table number 3 and also bring over the most expensive wine. It's not worth much money, but it can make Secretary Wu look good in front of others. Sure enough, Secretary Wu stood up and nodded to him to express his gratitude.
Early Thursday morning, Han Xiaodong rushed to Tian Xiaolao.
Wang Laolu brought back the same bricklayer and laborer from last time, and the 4 of them worked together. First, use bamboo splits to drive them into the ground to secure them, then use wire to fix them in place, build the outline, and finally cover the outside with plastic sheeting and tie it securely.
Director Lee, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. The effects of these 2 packs of cigarettes were quite noticeable. Director Lee even took the initiative to ask Han Xiaodong what number he wanted. Things went smoothly, and Han Xiaodong returned to the hotel before 11 o'clock. He went to the charcoal room in the back and found Zhang Lu, telling him about Anne's phone call and the cigarette purchase. Surprisingly, Zhang Lu didn't seem to care about the money, probably because his business had been booming these past few days and he had gradually become accustomed to money.
Boss, I understand. You have to take care of things these days. Just handle these matters yourself, you don't need to tell me. Then I'll go back to work. Business is better today than yesterday, which is commonplace for the employees of Tianxia at Guangda. Even someone as slow-witted as Zhang Lu has figured out the pattern. By evening, the cement floor of the mobile home and the outdoor insulated shed were completed. This speed is already very fast. Han Xiaodong was very satisfied, but building the private rooms and wooden frames required a carpenter, and Yin Xiong was clearly no longer a viable option. He asked Mu Hongbing to find another skilled craftsman. That day, aside from sleeping, he was almost constantly busy. This also made Han Xiaodong deeply realize the difficulties of the initial stage of entrepreneurship.
Now I understand everything.
If you want to be prominent in public, you have to suffer in private. Yan Xiao is coming to our house for tutoring today, so Yanni gritted her teeth and bought a roast chicken after get off work. She felt sorry for her younger brother who was studying hard and for Han Xiaodong who was working hard. During the meal, she first put a chicken leg in her younger brother's bowl, and then put one in Han Xiaodong's bowl as well.
I don't want this, you take it and eat it. Han Xiaodong put the chicken leg back on his plate.
Seeing that her husband was being considerate, Yanni was genuinely happy, but she still put the chicken leg back.
You work so hard every day, eat more meat. Han Xiaodong shook his head. What's so good about chicken legs? They're all meat. I like eating this. He picked up the chicken neck and started gnawing on it.
Yanni thought he was just reluctant to eat the chicken leg and that's why he deliberately ate the chicken neck, which had little meat. Overjoyed, she burst into tears, her eyes reddening. Little did she know that in 10 years, chicken legs, once a precious food that was hard to find at the dinner table, would no longer be rare. People would prefer to eat chicken heads, necks, and wings. Of course, for people in 1991 who were still focused on having enough to eat, that was an unimaginable and wonderful future. Yan Xiao was very happy to see her sister and brother-in-law politely deferring to each other. My brother-in-law treats my sister so well, that makes him happier than anything else.
Snap.
Han Xiaodong slammed his hand on the table.
What's wrong with you two? What's so great about a lousy chicken leg? I really don't like it.
This time, the siblings didn't hold back, each grabbed a large chicken leg and ate it with relish.
Yanni would take a few bites and then secretly chuckle.
Han Xiaodong glared at her, you got a mental illness from eating a chicken leg.
None of your business.
Yanni retorted, feeling incredibly sweet inside. They don't know when it started, but their relationship became more relaxed and comfortable, and they could even joke around with each other.
For Jenny, these days were simply paradise. Sis, I heard Mom and Dad talking about you the other day. Yan Zhao's words immediately threw Yan and I into a panic. What did she say about me?
It seems the two of them secretly went to my brother-in-law's restaurant. They talked for a bit after they got home, and I overheard them.
Is Mom still scolding me?
Yan Xiao shook her head. No, they seem quite satisfied. This time, Yanni really couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, lying on the table.
It's all my fault for being disobedient back then and making my parents angry. If they would forgive me, I would do anything.
Yan Xiao also felt a lump in her throat. Sister, don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you if I get the chance.
Mom still cares about you.
A large hand covered Jenny's head. When the restaurant business improves, I'll go back with you and apologize to the old man.
Really? Han Xiaodong nodded emphatically. A genuine smile blossomed on Jenny's tear-streaked face.
Han Xiaodong was stunned, and the chicken neck in his hand fell to the ground. On the way back, Mu Hongbing reported to him, "Boss, I found a carpenter.
He can come and start working tomorrow.
His skills are definitely better than Yan Xiong's. Yan Xiong is a real scoundrel. I begged him to make me a shoeshine box, and that bastard actually charged me 2 yuan.
Also, boss, I'm already practicing shining shoes. Give me a few more days, and I guarantee I'll shine them better than Sister Gao. Boss, when can I officially start working?"
In his past life, he wouldn't have even glanced at something in this price range, he'd just tossed it in the trash.
But now, I'm short of money.
He had known this principle for a long time. Early Saturday morning, Han Xiaodong, dressed in a suit and leather shoes with a down jacket over them, took a taxi to the Victory Hall in Daodong District. When Han Xiaodong entered the venue, he was greeted by Xiao Tao, the party secretary of Daoxi District, and Go Hongyu, the district head.
Han Xiaodong looked at the empty recruitment hall, somewhat puzzled. 2 leaders, am I not late?
The people selected from Lishan District were in a much worse situation. They were clearly brought in just to make up the numbers.
Xiao Han, you've really brought honor to Daoxi District. This is a draft that my secretary wrote last night.
Read it quickly so you don't make a mistake when you go on stage later. Xiao Tao handed him a draft, and Han Xiaodong took it and looked at it.
It was a typical official document, full of bureaucratic jargon and platitudes, which made him frown.
Xiao Tao immediately noticed his expression.
What's wrong? Xiao Han, is there a problem?
He phrased it rather tactfully, but how could Xiao Tao, who had been immersed in the system for half his life, not understand his true meaning?
Xiao Han has his own ideas, that's fine. Anyway, you're the one reading the script, so why don't you revise it according to your own ideas?
After all, you are the one who understands the actual situation best.
Then I won't stand on ceremony.
Please bear with me, leaders. Xiao Tao always carried a pen with him, so he took it out and handed it to Han Xiaodong, who quickly made some corrections. He wrote very quickly, and 20 minutes later, a revised draft was handed to the 2 leaders. Han Xiaodong followed the 2 leaders into the small conference room. There were 6 people sitting in the small conference room at that moment.
The 2 leaders from Daodong District plus Wu Shuji, and the 2 leaders from Lishan District plus Li Jigang.
Behind Shou Guangji stood a woman in her 30s, dressed simply and with an ordinary appearance. She was looking at Han Xiaodong with curiosity, probably having heard about his deeds. Li Jigang, a typical man from Lishan District, is a strong and muscular man with a simple and honest face. He always keeps his head down, as if he is embarrassed. I suspect he was temporarily brought in by the Lishan District Committee to make up the numbers, which is why he seems so uneasy. Fu Daxiang, the party secretary of Lishan District, patted Li Jigang on the shoulder.
Although he didn't say anything, it calmed Li Jigang down considerably. Everyone stood up to greet them. Please sit down. Time is short. Take out your drafts and read them aloud first.
I'll see if they're up to par.
Xiao Han, you go first. Zhou Qingyang's work style was indeed thorough.
He was worried that there might be something wrong with the speeches of these 3 exemplary individuals later, so he came to review them in advance. Han Xiaodong calmly picked up the manuscript and read it aloud. Wu Shuji seemed to still be immersed in Han Xiaodong's speech. When she heard Zhou Qingyang call her, she hurriedly stood up with her manuscript.
Xiao Wu is good.
She can endure hardship and has managed to run a physiotherapy shop all by herself.
Who says women are inferior to men? Ha ha. This typical example from Lishan District is Li Jigang. Okay, it's your turn.
Li Jigang held the manuscript, his face flushed red, and after struggling for a long time, he could only read out a title. He's an honest man who's never lied in his life. How could he possibly open his mouth to tell a lie in front of so many leaders? Especially after hearing the speeches of the 2 exemplary individuals and seeing how well they did, he felt even more ashamed.
Zhou Qingyang's gaze shot like lightning to the 2 leaders of Lishan District.
Fu Daxiang stood up, his face flushed. Mayor Zhou, I admit my mistake. This is not Jigang's fault, it's our fault for not doing our job properly.
You know that's good. Comrade Li Jigang, put down the manuscript. Since it's so difficult for you, don't read it. I'll ask you a few questions. Fu Daqian, you take notes.
Fu Daqian hurriedly picked up his pen. This year, in early spring, around March.
Were you upset at the time? I don't have any other skills, I can only fix cars. I have to do something to make a living. It only costs
50 or 60 yuan a month, and they're always late with payments.
And now I can make at least 300 or 400 yuan a month.
So what are your thoughts on the future?
Do you have any ideas? Secretary Wu walked in. Mayor Zhou, it's almost time. Okay, let's go to the meeting. Zhou Qingyang led everyone out of the small conference room and into the stage of the auditorium from backstage.
Li Jigang walked to the microphone with the manuscript that Fu Daqian had just handwritten. After his conversation with Zhou Qingyang, he was no longer so nervous. His words instantly resonated with the audience, and a voice suddenly rang out from below, "Master Li, you're absolutely right, we're having such a hard time." Everyone turned around, and standing up was a dark-skinned man with tears streaming down his face. Li Jigang's simple and sincere speech touched and won the hearts of the people below, and he received a lot of enthusiastic applause. Zhou Qingyang nodded to Wu Shuji, who then took the manuscript and walked to the microphone. After Wu Shuji finished speaking, she bowed. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience.
Master Wu, do you need men? This remark made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Zhou Qingyang was very satisfied with the current result. It was his idea to find typical cases to introduce their experiences, and now it seems that it was absolutely the right thing to do. There's one last one, he nodded to Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong took off his down jacket and walked behind the microphone in his suit. His appearance sparked discussion below. Who is this handsome young man? Yes. He looks like a rich kid. Han Xiaodong glanced at his speech draft, then slammed it onto the stage. The speeches by Li Jigang and Wu Shuji have touched him, and he no longer wants to speak according to the prepared remarks. He wanted to say something that could truly help these people. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. Maybe this kid's family is rich, so he doesn't care. What's old Zhou up to? Is he sending this spoiled brat on stage to embarrass himself? Laughter erupted from below. Many people thought the same thing, but no one expected Han Xiaodong to say it ahead of time. Why? Because I'm different from Master Li and Sister Wu. When I was at the soda factory, I was just coasting alone. I was in a daze every day, not thinking about anything and not wanting to do anything. The only thing I looked forward to every day was going to the canteen for lunch. The laughter ceased, and the auditorium became quiet. The lines at the canteen are very long. You can hardly see anyone in the workshop normally, but when it's time to eat, they all come out from some corner. Han Xiaodong's description was very vivid. They had all encountered this situation when they were in the factory. Of course, there are even more people when it's payday, and many people you've never seen before will show up that day. The laughter grew even louder. The auditorium was deathly silent as everyone reminisced about that time, following Han Xiaodong's voice. Han Xiaodong's voice was much louder. Zhou Qingyang, Xiao Tao, and even Shi Yunduo, who had just had a bad impression of Han Xiaodong, all had their eyes light up. This young man has something in his belly. His words were like a boulder thrown into water, creating a huge splash. To put it bluntly, it's because we don't have anyone above us. A buzzing sound filled the entire venue, and the order was somewhat chaotic. The leaders who had been sitting in the front rows for a long time had changed color. What exactly is this Xiao Han trying to do? Old Zhou, things are getting out of control. Feng De whispered to Zhou Qingyang. Zhou Qingyang didn't speak, his gaze fixed on Han Xiaodong. But what's the use of hating me? Is it useful? Han Xiaodong's voice grew louder and louder, so loud that it drowned out all the other discussions. You make it sound so easy. We're not like you typical people with skills. We're just ordinary people who have spent half our lives in factories. Now you want us to find jobs ourselves? How easy is that? Do you know how much I've suffered these past few days? Someone stood up and loudly retorted to Han Xiaodong.
This person was rendered speechless by Han Xiaodong's words.
Yes. What should we do? Many people couldn't sit still any longer and stood up one after another. Really? That's wonderful.
Zhou Qingyang patted Han Xiaodong on the shoulder meaningfully and returned to his seat.
Okay, I'll continue. Please don't find me annoying. I really want to share my thoughts with you all so you can avoid some detours. You're right, we're willing to listen. If you don't mind the trouble, I'll tell you about my restaurant.
I'm a big foodie, and as the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and being a foodie for a long time makes you a half-cook. So I figured out a hot pot recipe myself, and with that, I opened Tian Xie Lao.
Without being immodest, I can say that the restaurant is doing very well now. I'm even confident that I can open 10 branches, or even 100 branches. But
everyone seems to have gotten used to Han Xiaodong's plot twists and knows that he must have another meaning behind them.
Master Han, do you need any more people? Can I come work for you?
Han Xiaodong bowed and returned to his seat. Everyone, including Liao Shangyang and Shi Yunduo, stood up, and the thunderous applause almost lifted the ceiling of the victory hall. Liao Shangyang finally spoke up, "This old Zhou, I don't know where he picked up such a treasure. Sure, this young man is not simple.
But that's only what it seems.
Therefore, successful people are always a minority. But it's good to wake up even one more person." That was Han Xiaodong's original intention. Han Xiaodong understands this principle, Liao Shangyang understands it, Shi Yunduo understands it, and Zhou Qingyang and Feng do also understand it. Their job is to help those who can never be woken up, to provide them with a job that doesn't require too many skills, and to give them a salary that won't starve them. The lobby on the first floor of the Victory Hall was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder.
The second floor was deserted, with hardly anyone around.
The reason for this stark contrast is that the employers on the first floor are mostly government agencies and large state-owned enterprises, while the second floor consists of self-employed individuals. Although there is not much difference in wages and benefits, people still hold the view that government jobs are stable and easy, while self-employed individuals may not be able to continue working at all. Han Xiaodong sat in front of Tianxi Aleo's booth, with the requirements for the staff he was recruiting written on a red paper behind him. Food runner, 1 person required, age under 40, salary 60 yuan per month during the probation period, and 100 yuan per month after 3 months of probation.
That's normal. It's a characteristic of our times, and there's nothing we can do to change it.
Xiao Han, you speak with great insight. I feel that even those high-ranking leaders are not as insightful as you.
Sister Wu, you must be joking.
Since they had nothing better to do, the two of them started chatting. Wu Shuji took out a business card from her pocket.
Xiao Han, come visit me sometime. I really enjoy listening to you talk. I'll give you a physical therapy session, and you can tell me about your future plans.
Okay, you're welcome to come to my place for a meal, but I don't have a business card. As the two were chatting enthusiastically, a simply dressed middle-aged woman timidly approached the Tian Xie Lao booth and asked, "Manager Han, I'd like to apply for a kitchen job."
Are you hiring? He speaks with a distinct Sichuan accent. Han. Xiaodong's eyes lit up. Hey, ma'am, please have a seat. Did you bring your resume?
The woman looked bewildered.
What's a resume?
It's your basic personal information, such as your name, age, health status, special skills, etc. I can make things like Sichuan-style cold noodles, iced jelly, and brown sugar rice cakes. I can also make wontons and sesame balls.
My family sells snacks in Sichuan province. Han Xiaodong picked up a pen and wrote down Lin Shimei's name on a piece of paper.
He then tore off a piece of paper and wrote down Tianxi Aleo's address and phone number. Sister Lin, come to the shop to see me around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
It would be best if you could bring some of the snacks you make so I can try them.
If they taste good, you can start working right away. The internship salary is 150, and after 3 months, it will be 240.
The salary is so high. Okay, I'll go tomorrow morning.
Lin Shimei walked away happily with the note in her hand.
After seeing Lin Shimei off, more and more people started to arrive on the second floor.
Since the large companies on the first floor have already filled their positions, many people, seeing that they have no chance, come to the second floor to try their luck.
Han Xiaodong politely received several groups of people.
These are all elderly men, his shop is too small to accommodate them. With a thud, he knelt down before Han Xiaodong, tears streaming down his weathered face.
Manager Han, please have pity on me. My wife has rheumatoid arthritis and can't do any heavy work.
My son broke his leg while working last year.
If we don't have jobs, my whole family will starve to death.
Han Xiaodong hurriedly came out from behind the booth and pulled the old man up.
Uncle, don't kneel. I hate people who kneel down all the time. Tell me your basic information and I'll write it down.
Han Xiaodong recorded his situation.
Feng Yingxin, 52 years old, lives on Xiaoxi Street in Daoxi District and is in good health.
Okay, Uncle Feng, come to the restaurant at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We need a charcoal burner.
The salary is 80 during the probation period and 100 after that. Feng Yingxin thanked him profusely. Manager Han, don't worry, I will definitely do my job well. I will take care of all the dirty and hard work in our restaurant from now on.
Sister Wu, these are the kind of people who have been driven to the brink. They're willing to do anything and endure any hardship. Those other guys, on the other hand, were picky and didn't know anything. I wouldn't dare hire people like that.
Han Xiaodong was speaking enthusiastically when a woman's voice came from behind him. What kind of people wouldn't you dare hire? When Han Xiaodong turned around, he saw Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu standing behind him with a middle-aged woman. This woman had just been sitting in the audience and must be a high-ranking leader in Shancheng. Her eyes were like knives. She must be a formidable character.
Xiao Han, this is the market, why aren't you coming over?
Xiao Tao winked at him, meaning, you'd better watch your mouth, don't spout nonsense like you did before, it's too much for my heart to handle.
Sure, hello. Han Xiaodong took 2 quick steps and arrived in front of Shi Yunduo.
There was no way around it, Han Xiaodong's speech was just too brilliant. Even she, the secretary to the city leader, admitted that she couldn't write such a brilliant speech.
Han Xiaodong replied respectfully, sure is too kind. I was just talking nonsense.
Xiao Tao spoke up, Xiao Han, the Shi city government is very interested in your restaurant and will be visiting to conduct research soon.
You should prepare accordingly.
No need to prepare, just be as you normally are.
I want to see the most authentic original appearance. Sure, why don't you come over to our place for a meal? You'll know everything then.
It's the best way to support us.
Great.
I'll treat everyone to hot pot.
Then. Xiao Han, you pick a time.
Han Xiaodong took it and saw that it was addressed to Ji Yufei, from the office of the municipal government.
Han Xiaodong laughed, we're all human, why should I panic?
Just as he was preparing to pack up his stall, Secretary Liao Shangyong came up, accompanied by Zhou Qingyan and Fengdu.
Thank you, Secretary Liao.
2 Santana cars, one after the other, left the Victory Hall and returned to the Daoxi District Committee.
This was Han Xiaodong's second visit to the District Committee.
However, the last time he was turned away at the door, but this time he was treated as an honored guest and sat in the office of a district leader.
Thank you, Secretary, thank you, District Chief Gu. I will definitely do my job well, Han Xiaodong reiterated. He made his stance unclear, having done so several times that day. After Xiao Tao finished speaking, Gu Hongyu asked, Xiao Han, do you have any contact information? It's been so difficult for us to find you.
Yes, the restaurant just installed a telephone. It was Zhou's secretary who helped make the contact.
The number is 778899.
Han Xiaodong's heart was bleeding.
2,000 yuan. Just like that, it was wasted.
The restaurant has a phone, but you can't stay there all the time. So, the district will provide you with a pager. It's necessary for work, and it will make it easier to contact you. You're a model citizen in our district, bringing honor to our district.
Consider this a reward for you. Gu Hongyu fully expected Han Xiaodong to be overjoyed.
Han Xiaodong's expression didn't change much after hearing this, he simply replied, "Thank you, District Gu."
After Han Xiaodong left, Go Hongyu was a little depressed. That kid has quite the appetite. I thought he would be very happy.
Old Gu, Han Xiaodong is a man with a long-term vision.
You could tell from his speech this morning. How could someone like that care about a pager? Xiao Tao concluded about Han Xiaodong. But he cares about money.
At that time, a basic digital pager cost 7 or 800 yuan, while a large screen pager cost more than 4,000 yuan, which was equivalent to 3 years' salary for an average worker. Those foreign companies have made so much money off us by taking advantage of their technology. The thought of this made Han Xiaodong feel a tightness in his chest.
For employees of Tianxi Aleo, Sunday is a day they both love and hate.
Because this is the day with the most customers, keeping them extremely busy, and also because this is the day with the highest turnover and the most money, they receive their wages.
This Sunday marks their third Sunday as employees.
Unexpectedly, the first person to enter the restaurant was not a guest, but an old man wearing a worn-out military overcoat. Han Xiaodong scheduled the interview time for the new employee for 9 o'clock, but Feng Yingxin arrived at 8 o'clock.
The job of a charcoal burner is not complicated.
Han Xiaodong spoke to him briefly and agreed that they would try it out for 2 days first. If both parties were satisfied, he could start working.
Feng Yingxin gave his ID card to Xiao Qi, who then registered it.
Afterward, he followed Zhang Lu to the coal shed in the back. "It's still early, so we can't start burning charcoal yet." Feng Yingxin took off his military overcoat, went into the toilet, and began cleaning. In fact, the toilets had been cleaned long ago, but Feng Yingxin, in order to show off, announced to everyone that this place was now his territory and no one should compete with him for it.
The old employees of Tianxi Aleo were secretly delighted.
Cleaning toilets used to be a chore that everyone took turns doing, and they didn't get extra pay. It was perfect that the old man volunteered to do it, so they could smell less stench in the future. Just as Feng Yingxin was getting into the swing of things in the toilet, Lin Shimei arrived. The person Han Xiaodong most wanted to see was her.
"Sister Lin, did you bring the snacks you made?"
"I brought some, Manager Han, please have a taste." Not bad, the brown sugar flavor is strong, the rice cake is very chewy and has a good texture, it tastes just like the spicy hot pot restaurant from my past life." Han Xiaodong tried them all, and they all tasted good and were very authentic.
"Great, Sister Lin, you can officially start work tomorrow and will be in charge of making Sichuan snacks."
"Sisters, come here for a moment." Han Xiaodong called Lu Hong and Jin Yuping over.
"Sister Lin will be your comrade in arms in the kitchen from now on.
You should mentor her and help her adapt to the rhythm of our restaurant as soon as possible."
There are signs of involution. This is unacceptable, we must eradicate this unhealthy trend. Everyone already knows that our restaurant is going to expand. The new restaurant is expected to be fully operational by Wednesday.
The expanded Tianxia Lao will have 4 private rooms and 20 tables. The kitchen and meat cutting area can be separated to avoid the small space hindering our work.
The new restaurant is twice the size. Can the current staff handle it? No way.
De Zhuang was the first to speak.
"Boss, if you don't hire more people, Meng Gang and I will be worked to death." "That's right."
Han Xiaodong turned to Lu Hong and Jin Yuping.
"Sisters-in-law, starting Wednesday, the new restaurant's customer traffic will be double. If you two think you can handle it, then fine, I won't hire anyone."
The two men turned pale. "All right, get to work."
Han Xiaodong waved his hand.
"Hey girl, come in with us.
Let me tell you, from now on the kitchen will be ours. If you don't understand anything, just ask your older sister."
Lu Hong and Jin Yuping, having grasped the situation, immediately became very enthusiastic towards Lin Shimei. Once everything was settled here, he went to take a walk around the activity room. Mu Hongbing found him a carpenter, and the group of them were busy inside the house at that moment, installing lights and building partitions.
"All right, sixth brother, you handle it."
Han Xiaodong handed out cigarettes to the workers. From the moment Tianxia Lao started renovating for the first time, his life was like a battle.
He was busy every day, and at night, lying on the wardrobe, he could fall asleep instantly as soon as he closed his eyes. On Wednesday morning, all the new and old employees of Tianxialao arrived very early. Today was the first day of business for the new restaurant after its expansion. The scale has doubled, so will the number of customers double? Everyone is looking forward to it. Han Xiaodong and Zhang Lu stood in front, facing 21 employees. Everyone is finding it a bit difficult to adjust. What happened to the planned pre-war mobilization? What happened to the motivational speeches? That's it? Boss, aren't you going to say a few words? The skinny monkey asked tentatively. Enough talk, let's just do it. Boss, those are 4 words. At 10:30 a.m., some customers who were worried about not being able to get a seat entered the store early. Not bad. If you keep doing things this way, you'll be the boss of Shanchang Hot Pot in the future. By 12 o'clock, all 4 private rooms and 20 tables were full. Zhang Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The money spent on the expansion hadn't been wasted, and the boss was still wise. Han Xiaodong gave each table a complimentary serving of iced jelly and a small plate of brown sugar rice cakes, saying it was a new product and he wanted everyone to try it and give him feedback. Customers who had eaten there all gave a thumbs up, saying, "Mr. Han, no one else can run this business like this. Then come and patronize us often." Han Xiaodong smiled maliciously. At 2 p.m., the newly installed phone at the front desk rang. Xiaoqi picked up the phone, took a deep breath, and tried her best to speak in Mandarin as close to standard as possible. "Hello, Tianxia Hotpot, how can I help you?" These were all things Han Xiaodong had taught her. Is Manager Han here? I'm Xiao Ji from the municipal government. I need to speak with him. A perfectly standard, gentle female voice rang out, immediately overshadowing Xiao Qi's Mandarin. Upon hearing that it was from the municipal government, Xiao Qi dared not be negligent and hurriedly went to call Han Xiaodong. "Boss, the city government is looking for you." Han Xiaodong took the receiver. "This is Han Xiaodong. May I ask who this is?" "I am Ji Yufei, Shi's secretary." "Secretary Ji, is it time for you to come and conduct research here?" "You can say it's a research trip, or you can say it's a meal. I'll make this call and see if it's convenient for Manager Han. You are always welcome to visit, Mr. Shi and Mr. Ji." Around 4 o'clock, Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu arrived together. When a city leader comes to conduct research, it's no small matter for the district, and the two of them must accompany him throughout the entire process. Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu were still worried, so they personally searched the entire area, including the kitchen, warehouse, and even the toilets and charcoal room. The inspection results were very satisfactory to them. Tianxialao was clean and bright, and even the Health and Epidemic Prevention Department could not find any fault with it. "Xiao Han, this is the reward I promised you last time, please accept it." "Thank you for your concern, leader." Han Xiaodong put the pager into his pocket. Wow, the boss is really capable. He got a pager in one go, and it's the most expensive and fashionable one with a large human-sized display. You know, this little gadget is worth more than 4,000 yuan. Zhang Lu's eyes, like hooks, were constantly fixed on Han Xiaodong's pocket. At 5:30, Shi Yunduo's car arrived. Han Xiaodong stood behind Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu, greeting the leaders at the door. As soon as Shi Yunduo got out of the car, she frowned when she saw the two of them. "What's going on?" "I'm just having a casual meal, what are you two doing here?" Xiao Tao chuckled, Sure, you didn't just come here for a meal. You must have brought research work with you. The city leaders came to Daoshi to inspect the work, how could the two of us not accompany them? It's lunchtime now, and the hall is almost full. Business is good. Looks like you weren't exaggerating. Under Han Xiaodong's guidance, Shi Yunduo took a quick walk around the kitchen and meat cutting area. The sanitation is quite good, Xiao Han. Tell me the truth, was it because of my surprise visit that you made these preparations? Okay, I'll come over and check on you one of these days without telling you. The group returned to the lobby, where Han Xiaodong introduced the dipping sauces to her at the self-service condiment area. Unexpectedly, Shi Yunduo burst into laughter. "Xiao Han, you can't hide this from me anymore. I'm from Fujian, and this is the satay sauce from my hometown. I've been eating it since I was a child.
He ushered these people into private room number 1, where Shi Yunduo, Ji Yufei, Xiao Tao, Go Hongyu, along with their secretaries and drivers, filled a table.
Bring in the hot pot.
New charcoal worker Fengxin nervously carried in a copper hot pot, and then fresh and frozen mutton, various vegetables, bean products, and mushrooms were served in a continuous stream.
Everyone laughed.
Don't worry, although I'm from the south, I have a very northern personality.
I say what I mean. If it's not good, I definitely won't hide it.
Ji Yufei had already placed a piece of cooked mutton on her plate. Sure, have a taste. Shi Yunduo dipped the mutton in the sauce and put it in her mouth. She was laughing just a second ago, but as soon as the mutton entered her mouth, she could no longer laugh.
Only Han Xiaodong was relaxed and seemed completely confident.
Although Shi Yunduo had tried satay sauce before, hot pot was still a rare treat for someone like her who
was born in the 1950s in the South.
Her change in expression just now must have been because she was amazed by the delicious food.
Tell me. What are your plans? Are there any difficulties that the city can help you with?
Shi Yunduo stared into Han Xiaodong's eyes, as if trying to see into his heart.
Shi Yunduo smiled knowingly.
I plan to register Tianxialeo as a trademark, but as far as I know, trademark registration requires applying in Yanjing, which is a bit difficult for me.
The store is too busy, and I don't have time.
As Han Xiaodong finished speaking, Ji Yufei suddenly looked up, an incredulous expression on her face.
Most of the others had similar expressions, but Ji Yufei's thoughts were different.
Almost everyone, including Shi Yunduo, thought that Han Xiaodong would take the opportunity to ask the city for money, but they didn't expect him to make such a bizarre request.
Trademark registration? Which department is in charge of that?
Shi Yunduo was clearly not very familiar with this area of business. In Shishir, trademark registration requires applying to the trademark office under the State Administration for Industry and Commerce, and the procedures are quite complicated, Ji Yufei replied softly.
Really? Then let the comrades in the Beijing office help inquire. If it's permissible, they can help Xiao Han with it. Hey kid, the market's right here. If you need money, just open your mouth. But in the eyes of Xiao Tao and Gu Hongyu, his behavior was a manifestation of youthful arrogance. You're still young. I wonder what it means that Shishir is willing to sit in your humble restaurant to eat?
You were given the opportunity, but if you can't seize it, don't blame others.
Shi Yunduo became interested. Xiao Han, tell me, where do you plan to open a branch? How large is it? What level is it?
I'm hoping for around 40 tables, somewhere in the upper mid-range. The way everyone looked at Han Xiaodong changed.
You really don't know your place.
If you really wanted to open a restaurant like the one you described in front of the station, the rent would be around 50,000 yuan a year. With the renovation and all the facilities included, it would cost close to 100,000 yuan to open a restaurant.
Where are you going to get the money? By robbing me? Ji Yufei finally couldn't hold back any longer. Manager Han, are you planning to take out a loan from the bank? That's one option.
Han Xiaodong shook his head. Loans require collateral, and I don't have any. He was telling the truth. The current Tianxialeo stores are using an empty warehouse from a soda factory, and the property rights don't belong to him.
What bank would be crazy enough to lend him money?
Then I'm curious, you're short of money, you don't want to take out a loan, and you still want to start a branch before the end of the year. How do you plan to do it? Han Xiaodong smiled without saying a word, looking like a hermit with a brilliant plan, but just wouldn't reveal it, which was infuriating. I hope Shishir can come and have a meal when my branch opens.
Okay, I'll definitely come. Shi Yunduo knew he was using reverse psychology, but she still couldn't help but agree.
The meal was quite enjoyable. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Shi Yunduo got into her car and left.
In the car, Shi Yunduo spoke up leisurely. Yufei, I think Han Xiaodong looks like a decent person? My brother, Ji Yufei blurted out.
When I have the chance to go home, I will definitely tell my brother about this person.
I'd really like to know, how did he manage to open the branch? Me too, I hope he's not just making empty promises.
At 9 p.m., Xiaoqi happily reported the expenses to Han Xiaodong. The effects of the expanded store were immediately apparent. In the past 2 weeks, the best performing day's revenue was last Sunday.
Reaching over 4,000 was achieved by everyone gritting their teeth and persevering. Today is Wednesday, and the
customer traffic is not as high as on Sunday, but the total revenue for the day easily exceeded 5,000. When Zhang Lu heard the number, he was happy, but having been through the ringer of money many times before, he didn't show much enthusiasm.
He simply responded with an "oh."
His eyes were fixed on the large display screen that Han Xiaodong was constantly turning in his hands.
Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Boss, that thing is quite delicate. Your hands are sweaty, don't break it by turning it."
"What's so delicate about this piece of junk?" Han Xiaodong saw Zhang Lu's eyes and suddenly realized, "You like it? Then you can use it. Take it, take it."
Han Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively.
Zhang Lu played with the large Han Dynasty costume for a long time, laughing like a madman, before finally returning it to Han Xiaodong.
"This is a reward from the district. It would be troublesome if they couldn't find you in an emergency. But you can lend it to me in a couple of days."
Before Han Xiaodong could even ask a question, Xiaoqi laughed and revealed Zhang Lu's secret. "Boss, someone introduced Zhang Lu to a girl, and he'll definitely need to borrow her that day." Han Xiaodong laughed heartily. "Alright, don't even mention lending it, I'll give it to you." Upon hearing that they were going to the provincial capital, Zhang Lu was quite excited, but his joy lasted less than 3 seconds before a serious problem occurred to him. "Boss, if we both leave, who will manage the shop?"
"Maybe I shouldn't go?"
On Friday morning at 5 a.m., Han Xiaodong and Yanni came out of their home and saw Zhang Lu wrapped up like a cotton dumpling at the exit of the community. The three of them walked for a long time after leaving the residential area before finally spotting a Lada taxi. Sheng Tian, that was the first time he had been there when he was a child and going to school.
"Sister-in-law, what are you saying?
Even if I, Zhang Lu, am stingy, I wouldn't be so short of money. I know that the boss could have chosen not to take me, but he did it to put my mind at ease." Zhang Lu wasn't stupid. Under Han Xiaodong's influence, he gradually came to his senses. Han Xiaodong chuckled and patted him on the shoulder.
"I told you, you're a lucky guy. You can thank me when you're worth billions."
Zhang Lu assumed he was just talking in his sleep.
"Billions?
If I had 10,000, no, 100,000, I wouldn't do anything.
I'd just stay home all day eating and sleeping."
After witnessing Tiang Xiaoleo's terrifying profitability, he consciously adjusted his wealth target from 10,000 to 100,000.
Everything is so slow these days.
Han Xiaodong was so tormented that he had no temper left. As the three of them walked out of the ticket gate, they were greeted by the famous tank statue.
"Master, do you know where the largest cookware market in Shengtian is?"
"I know there are a lot of pot and steamer vendors on Shisanwai Road."
"I wonder if this is the cookware market you're talking about."
"Okay, let's go there."
Zhang Lu huddled in the front seat, not daring to utter a sound. It's not 8 o'clock yet, so the shops haven't opened.
Han Xiaodong led the two of them to a breakfast stall and ordered fried dough sticks and tofu pudding.
Han Xiaodong couldn't stand him anymore. "Zhang Lu, your worship of foreign things is going too far."
"No, this isn't worship of foreign things, it's more like the moon is rounder in other places."
"Boss, what does worshipping foreign things and fawning on foreigners mean?"
Zhang Lu asked, looking completely bewildered. Han Xiaodong ignored him and picked up a fried dough stick for Yanni, saying, "It's hot, eat slowly." Yanni felt a sweet warmth in her heart and smiled at him. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the shops on both sides of the road gradually opened. Han Xiaodong started his stroll from one end of the street to the other.
"That one. 8 yuan and 80 cents each." Han Xiaodong also frowned.
"You should know that a rice bowl only costs a few cents now, and an aluminum lunchbox is only a little over $1.
"Comrade, do you do wholesale here? I'll be buying a lot." "What if there were even more?" "You'll have to ask our manager then." "How many do you want?"
200.
Zhang Lu grabbed Han Xiaodong's arm and tried to pull him out, saying, "Boss, are you crazy? 200 pots cost more than 1,000 yuan. We're not buying them. The charcoal pots are just fine."
Zhang Lu, let me ask you this, our restaurant does well in winter, but what about when the weather gets hot?
Ha?
This sentence was like a spell that froze Zhang Lu in place.
Yeah. Nobody eats hot pot when it gets hot, boss, what should we do? Zhang Lu realized the seriousness of the problem and was so anxious he was almost crying.
Yes, hello manager. Han Xiaodong shook hands with him. I am the manager of Shancheng Tianxiao Lao restaurant.
My surname is Han. Our restaurant wants to purchase a batch of cookware from your factory. I have a few questions I would like to ask.
The manager glanced at Han Xiaodong's suit jacket beneath his open-down jacket, then looked down at his shiny leather shoes, and became much more polite.
Manager Han, please speak.
A look of confusion crossed the manager's eyes.
Manager Han, what kind of attitude are you talking about? I've never heard of it. Han Xiaodong was dumbfounded. If there's no frame, what do you use to heat this kind of pot?
Use gas.
Is there any other way to heat it?
The manager's gaze toward Han Xiaodong grew increasingly strange.
Alcohol blocks. Have you ever heard of alcohol blocks? Solid alcohol?
Han Xiaodong sensed something was wrong, and an ominous feeling spread throughout his body.
The manager shook his head. Never heard of it. Han Xiaodong stumbled.
He overlooked a major issue, perhaps solid alcohol didn't exist in this era, or perhaps it wasn't used in the hot pot industry.
Sir, what kind of shelf are you talking about?
Our store is a factory direct sales store.
If it's not complicated, we can produce it for you.
Also, if you buy more than 200 at once, I can give you a discount to 5 yuan and 80 cents each.
Do you still want it?
The manager asked cautiously, having also noticed that something was wrong with Han Xiaodong. The manager brought over paper and pen, and Han Xiaodong quickly sketched the shape of the hot pot stand.
This is very simple. It's just a tray and 3 supports. No problem, I can definitely make it. But the price is hard to determine. I guess no one else will buy it except you. If you're sure you want to make it, I can ask the factory. Fine. Ask away. Han Xiaodong gritted his teeth. The manager went to the back to make a phone call. Han Xiaodong lowered his head, seemingly preoccupied with something. Han Xiaodong shook his head, too expensive. How about using iron instead? Would that reduce the cost?
Also, I'd like to order one of these. Ideally, it should be made of a clay-like material.
Can you make that?
Han Xiaodong drew a cone-like shape on the paper, but only the bottom part of the cone. This needs to be placed upside down on the bottom of the pot stand, with the thinner part facing down and the diameter the same as the tray below, and the thicker end facing up.
Hold on. After a while, the manager returned. Okay, 300 sets, but I can't pay you the full amount up front, I can only give you a deposit.
Manager Han, the pot rack and accessories were custom made for you.
If you don't want them anymore, I have nowhere to buy them. It's not appropriate to only pay a deposit, is it? The store gave him a receipt.
The manager shook his head with a wry smile. Manager Han, I really admire you.
You are truly a master at doing business.
I can't argue with you, so I'll just do as you say. Han Xiaodong left the hotel's phone number and pager number, then led Yanni and Zhang Lu out of the store and continued shopping.
1800 just like that? Zhang Lu felt like he was dreaming.
The boss was indeed good at making money, but he seemed even better at spending it. In such a short time, 1800 was gone.
Han Xiaodong discovered the steamer in a store that sells Xingtian local cookware.
He wanted to buy this when the store opened, but he didn't have enough money at the time, so he put it off. Lu Hong still uses an old-fashioned steamer to make noodles, which produces a small amount per batch and wastes gas.
The prices here in Xingtian are much cheaper than in Shancheng.
Han Xiaodong found the tableware he wanted to buy in several stores. The best thing was that he found a direct store of a tableware manufacturer in western Jiangxi.
They could print the restaurant's name on the bowls and plates. Han Xiaodong asked for their business card.
Before the new store opened, he wanted to order tableware that was unique to Tian Xiaolao. The morning was almost over, but the automatic meat slicer he wanted to buy was still nowhere to be seen.
Han Xiaodong was getting anxious. Had this kind of machine not been invented yet?
As he approached the end of the street, Han Xiaodong finally found what he had been looking for in a store. Han Xiaodong strode inside, asking, "How much is this?" The shop assistant, who was cracking sunflower seeds, glanced at him. When she saw Han Xiaodong's face, her lazy expression changed.
100 yuan. Han Xiaodong was somewhat surprised, not because it was expensive, but because he felt it was a bit cheap.
He walked around the meat slicer and found the problem. It turns out that this meat slicer is not electric. Instead, a person needs to operate a lever to move the blades below, which then slices the meat. This machine should be the ancestor of automatic meat slicers. It can definitely slice meat faster than using a slicer, but it's still not what Han Xiaodong wants. Seeing Han Xiaodong standing there in a daze, Zhang Lu sensed something was wrong and reminded him in a trembling voice, "Boss, how many planes can you buy with 100 yuan?" Upon hearing Zhang Lu's words, the shop assistant hurriedly came out from behind the counter.
"Comrade, this is a very easy way to slice meat. It's much more effective than a slicer.
This machine has been here for more than half a year and has been sitting here collecting dust.
Few people even ask about it."
Today, a buyer finally came. She was very eager to sell the machine, so she spared no effort in promoting it. The shop assistant was a little discouraged. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to make a sale today. The manager called back shortly afterward.
Zhang Lu was very unhappy, feeling that Han Xiaodong had wasted money on an impractical machine. "Deliver the goods at the Shanqing Station Plaza at 5 p.m. The driver gave them a receipt and set the delivery time.
It was already noon, and all tasks were completed.
Han Xiaodong took Yanni and Zhang Lu to the most bustling Zhongjie Street in Shangtian and treated them to a meal at the famous Laobian dumplings. "Zhang Lu, how many people in our kitchen cut frozen meat?"
2.
"How much do these 2 people earn?"
80 for interns, 120 after becoming a full-time employee.
Zhang Lu remembered everyone's salary.
"If this machine can replace the salaries of 2 people, do you think it's worth it?" Han Xiaodong's words made Zhang Lu's eyes light up, but only for a moment. He immediately realized, "Boss, but that machine still needs to be operated by a person. I just tried it, and it's definitely a little faster than a person cutting meat, but I guess it's not much faster."
"What if this machine is electric? What if it works by itself as soon as it's plugged in? How is this possible?"
"The boss is the boss. He thinks further ahead and sees things more clearly than I do." After Zhang Lu figured it out, he felt that the dumplings tasted even better than before.
But Han Xiaodong felt no relief whatsoever.
After returning to Shanshang, he had to solve not only the meat slicer problem, but also the problem of solid alcohol. It's really hard to get anything done in this day and age. I wonder if there are any talented people in Chongqing who understand this.
After dinner, Han Xiaodong took the 2 of them for a stroll around Zhongjie Street.
They'd come all this way to the provincial capital, they couldn't let it all go to waste.
Like country folk visiting the city for the first time, Yanni and Zhang Lu were overwhelmed by the dazzling array of goods on display.
After discussing it with Zhang Lu, Han Xiaodong borrowed another 100 yuan from the restaurant's account and bought Yanni a white sweater.
"Zhang Lu, I currently owe 220 yuan.
When I receive my salary, it will be deducted from my bonus."
"Boss, what are you saying?
This money is ours, you can spend it as you please, especially since it's for my sister-in-law's clothes." Zhang Lu spoke generously, but he kept a clear record of the expenses in his mind. Last time, Han Xiaodong borrowed 120 yuan to buy a suit, and today he borrowed another 100 yuan. On Saturday morning, Han Xiaodong rode a borrowed bicycle to the Municipal Federation of Trade Unions on Jiangwo Road and met Fengdu. "Little Han is here, please have a seat." Fengdu was very welcoming to him and had his secretary make him some tea.
"Xiao Han, isn't your restaurant very busy?
What brings you here?"
Fengdu was startled. "Xiao Han, you're not running the restaurant anymore?" You've started researching electrical engineering?
No, I just got a meat slicer for my restaurant, and I'd like to find an expert to help me improve its performance. Accompanied by his secretary, Han Xiaodong met with Master Gung Kongping, who had just finished class. Gung Kongping is a senior electrical technician at Shandong Iron and Steel Group, the largest enterprise in Chongqing. He is absolutely qualified in terms of technical skills. Immediately, the two rode their bicycles back to Tianxiaolao and found the meat slicer in the warehouse behind the restaurant. Master Gung, this is the machine.
I want to convert it to electric. Han Xiaodong gave him a brief explanation of how the meat slicer works.
Gung Kongping, a veteran technician who had spent his entire life tinkering with machines, grasped the concept immediately. He squatted in front of the machine for 5 minutes, studying it, and gave an affirmative answer in Han Xiaodong's expectant eyes. No problem, just add 2 more motors, and convert it from manual to electric drive, it's very simple. These words were like heavenly music to Han Xiaodong. Master Gung, then I'll trouble you.
Just let me know how much it will cost.
Gung Kongping disassembled the outer casing of the meat slicer and examined its internal structure.
It looks pretty simple. The blades and bearings should be easy to replicate. However, mechanics isn't my specialty. If you really want to make one, you'll have to find someone who understands mechanics.
Han Xiaodong immediately took out a pack of Hontishan cigarettes and offered it to Gung, saying, Master Gung, I don't know anyone in this field.
You're a technical expert, so why don't you recommend someone to me? Okay, I'll find someone when we get back to the factory and bring him over tomorrow.
Thank you, Master Gung. Stay for hot pot.
Don't worry, you'll get your money back for your hard work.
Gung Kongping politely declined Han Xiaodong's offer, saying that they would come over for drinks and hot pot after the machine was finished. Han Xiaodong saw him off to the door.
Han Xiaodong dialed the phone number that Ji Yufei had given him. Secretary Ji, let's not rush the trademark issue. We can discuss it in a couple of days. I have a problem I need your help with.
What's up?
Why are you buying that? Aren't all alcohol liquids? There's a solid one too?
Ji Yufei was also hearing the term solid alcohol for the first time.
When used as fuel for hot pot, solid alcohol is safer and easier to
store and transport than liquid alcohol. Han Xiaodong briefly introduced the advantages of solid alcohol.
Thank you very much, Secretary Ji. Ji Yufei hung up the phone and knocked on Shi Yunduo's door.
After listening to Ji Yufei's words, Shi Yunduo was slightly lost in thought.
This Han Xiaodong is quite the troublemaker. Aren't all the hot pots in his shop charcoal-fired? Why is he getting involved with alcohol now? Never mind, why don't you ask the municipal chemical plant for him? See if they have what he needs?
Ji Yufei left Shi Yunduo's office, dialed the phone number of the director of Shancheng Chemical Plant, and after understanding the situation, called Han Xiaodong back.
Ji Yufei smiled happily, great. I'm really craving your hot pot.
After making the call, Han Xiaodong felt completely relaxed and even started humming a song.
Xiao Qi and Mu Hongbing at the front desk also breathed a sigh of relief.
The boss had been sullen and unhappy all morning, but now they finally saw him smile.
Boss, how about I shine your shoes?
They're all dirty.
All right.
I'll test your skills. In high spirits, Han Xiaodong sat down. Mu Hongbing picked up 2 large brushes and wielded them with great speed.
In no time, Han Xiaodong's leather shoes were sparkling clean.
Mu Hongbing curled his lip. Shining shoes isn't a difficult technical job.
Anyone can do it.
Even I, an electrician, can do it well, let alone shining shoes.
In the afternoon, Han Xiaodong took a taxi to the Shancheng Chemical Plant.
The chemical plant was in the suburbs, 20 kilometers away from the soda factory.
It was too cold to ride a bicycle there.
With the biggest problem solved, Han Xiaodong's mood improved, and he decided to splurge a little.
Yes, that's me. And who are you?
Xiao Zhan respectfully invited Han Xiaodong into the factory. Han Xiaodong knew perfectly well that this was thanks to Ji Yufei's phone call. No one dared to neglect a call from a city leader's secretary. Soon, he met Director Li in the factory director's office.
When Ji Yufei called, she didn't reveal Han Xiaodong's identity.
When Director Li saw the handsome Han Xiaodong, he misunderstood and thought that Han Xiaodong had some close personal relationship with Secretary Ji.
That's right. Solid alcohol isn't anything rare. It can be produced by adding some stearic acid and sodium hydroxide.
It's just that it doesn't sell in large quantities and is used by few units, so we rarely produce it. Director Li, the solid alcohol I'm looking for is about 4 centimeters in diameter. If possible, it would be best if it could be made in color.
Is that all right?
Also, what's the price?
No problem, Manager Han, how much do you need? If it's not much, I'll give you some for free.
Director Li was trying to curry favor with the secretary of the city leader.
No, Director Li, I need a large quantity, and I'll continue to order in the future. Let's keep it business as it is. Okay. Han Xiaodong immediately agreed.
I'll order 5,000, preferably produced before the end of the year.
Director Li, let me give you some deposit. Manager Han, you're too kind.
You were introduced by Secretary Ji, how could I not trust you? No need to pay a deposit. Just leave your contact information, and I'll have someone contact you to pick up the goods once they're produced here. Han Xiaodong left Xiao Zhang the phone number of the restaurant and his pager number. It was only then that he realized that having a pager was still very necessary.
Master, let's go to the TV station.
His new store can finally start operating.
Xiao Han, you're a rare guest. What brings you here? Ding Xingquan ushered Han Xiaodong into his office. Director Ding, I'm here to advertise.
Don't worry, I'll pay you this time.
Ding Xingquan was somewhat surprised. I heard your business is doing very well. Do you still need to advertise? This isn't advertising for the restaurant, it's advertising for the membership card that Tianxi Aleo is about to launch.
What membership card?
What's that?
Han Xiaodong took out a pre-written draft from his pocket and handed it to Ding Xingquan.
Ding Xingquan read aloud, Tianxialao VIP membership recruitment is now open.
The Supreme membership card is a collector's item. Silver card, buy 100 and get 10 yuan free, gold card, buy 300 and get 50 yuan free, platinum card, buy 500 and get 100 yuan free, diamond card, buy 1000 and get 300 yuan free. Perfect for personal use or as a gift for friends. All customers who purchase a membership card will receive a complimentary dish with every meal and enjoy fast-track ordering service. Ding Xingquan became increasingly confused.
Xiao Han, what are you doing? Aren't you losing money by giving away so many? Han Xiaodong smiled.
I won't lose money, at most, I'll make a little profit.
If I don't do it this way, where will I get the funds to open a new store?
On Sunday morning, Gung Kongping brought a master craftsman named Ding Chuan, a senior mechanical technician.
It's alright, as long as it can be made, that's fine.
Masters, please help me and make it as soon as possible. Like Gung Kongping, Ding Chuan possessed the simplicity and enthusiasm characteristic of workers of this era. He used the phone in Tianxialao restaurant to contact a small private machinery processing plant, negotiated the price with the factory manager, and finally agreed to have 3 meat cutting machines replicated at 120 yuan each. The price was a bit high, but Han Xiaodong still agreed immediately. With the last worry lifted, he warmly invited the 2 chefs to sit down, and a steaming hot pot was served.
Master Gung, Master Ding, let's eat and chat. Han Xiaodong personally poured wine for the 2 of them.
The 2 men took a bite of the fresh mutton and immediately showed expressions of surprise. Boss Han, your hot pot is so delicious.
Sure. No problem.
Having accepted their hospitality, the 2 readily agreed.
Sunday saw a surge in customers, keeping Han Xiaodong busy all day.
When he got home, he lamented to Jenny that he was so busy that he didn't even have time to take a shower. Lying in the darkness, gazing at the ceiling. When he met his boss, the boss had already made his fortune and held an extremely prestigious position in the business world at the time.
Did your boss have it as tough as I did when they first started their business? Han Xiaodong asked himself a question.
The answer is yes, the initial stage of any startup is the most difficult. A multitude of things, chaotic and disorganized. Even Han Xiaodong, who was meticulous in his thinking and good at calculation, felt overwhelmed. These trivial matters, one after another, almost filled all his time. He glanced at Jenny, who was already asleep, and felt a pang of guilt. Fortunately, Yanni didn't consider this a problem at all. In her opinion, as long as Han Xiaodong didn't gamble or fool around, he was an exceptionally good man. Women in this era are truly simple and honest. They don't want your money or housework. As long as you come home on time and give them a few smiles, they will be devoted to you. As for Zhang Lu, his stingy personality is actually suitable for purchasing work. He would definitely strictly control the procurement process and reduce costs to the minimum. Discovering the strengths in every individual is the most important and essential skill for a manager. By the way, once the new store launches, we need to improve the procurement system. Han Xiaodong drifted off to sleep, but even in his dreams, he was still thinking about the future of Tian Xiaolao. 3 days later, a small truck brought 4 automatic meat slicers equipped with motors back to Tianxialao. All the employees ran out to see for themselves these things that Boss Han called meat-cutting artifacts. Han Xiaodong instructed his employees to move 2 automatic meat slicers into the meat-cutting room, plug them in, load them with frozen meat, and press a button. The gleaming blades rose and fell, producing thin slices of frozen meat. Zhang Lu led the applause. Now, if Han Xiaodong says the moon is triangular, he would believe it without a doubt. Thunderous applause erupted both inside and outside the meat-cutting room. Apart from the 4 meat cutters, Meng Gang and De Zhuang, they all expressed deep concern about their future prospects. "Boss, what are we going to do from now on?" Da Zhuang asked cautiously. "It's for cutting fresh meat. This machine can only cut frozen meat. But there are 4 of us, and 2 people are enough to cut fresh meat." Starting Monday, Han Xiaodong put up a big red paper outside the store to officially start selling membership cards. He had no choice but to settle for second best and ordered a batch of paper cards similar to business cards. Over 3 days, membership card sales were not ideal, with only a dozen or so cards sold, most of which were 100 yuan in face value and only 2 were 300 yuan. "It's okay, our advertisement will be broadcast on TV tonight, and sales will definitely pick up then." Han Xiaodong wasn't worried about that. People aren't familiar with membership cards yet, so it's normal that they're not very enthusiastic. But once we advertise on TV, it should attract a group of wealthy people. Han Xiaodong was so confident because it was 1991, and the end of the year was approaching. Many people would be giving gifts, so he added a line to his advertising slogan: "Whether you use it yourself or give it to a friend, it will make you look good." In the afternoon, Han Xiaodong rode a borrowed bicycle, braving the biting cold wind, to the Shanqing city government. "Come in. Secretary Ji has already given his permission." The doorman opened the door. Despite being a high-ranking official secretary, Ji Yufei doesn't have the arrogance often associated with other secretaries. She's incredibly patient with Han Xiaodong and always speaks very kindly on the phone. "Secretary Ji, I've brought you some materials. Is there anything else you need?" "Mr. Han, please sit down and have some tea to warm yourself up." Ji Yufei saw that Han Xiaodong's nose and ears were red from the cold and quickly made him a cup of hot tea. She picked up the file folder and carefully looked at the relevant materials prepared by Han Xiaodong. "Mr. Han, there's something I need to clarify with you. Trademark registration can be done in an individual's or company's name, but it seems your restaurant hasn't been registered as a company yet, right?" "Yes, we haven't reached that stage yet, but we will definitely register a company in the future." "Then the only option is to apply in your personal capacity." She didn't say the second half of her sentence. Han Xiaodong eagerly answered, "I'll cover the cost." "How much will it cost?" "Let them pay for it first, and we'll settle the bill with you when it's all done." Ji Yufei pointed to the office door inside. Sure is here, do you want to see him?" "Great. I was just thinking of thanking Sure in person." Ji Yufei got up, walked lightly to the door, and gently knocked. Sure, Han Xiaodong is here." "Let him in." Shi Yundua's voice rang out. Han Xiaodong followed Ji Yufei inside.
Yun Duo appeared to be reviewing documents.
When she saw Han Xiaodong enter, she put the documents on the table and looked at him with a half-smile. "Xiaohan, how's the preparation for your new store going?" She never forgot about this incident and was very curious about where Han Xiaodong's funds came from.
"It's in progress.
I'll report back to Shir in person when I have the results. I came here specifically to express my gratitude to Shir. Without your concern, I wouldn't have been able to get solid alcohol so easily."
Okay. Han Xiaodong really wanted to pay Zhou Qingyang a visit.
The support he received today all stemmed from Zhou Qingyang. He rode his bike around the square in front of the
station and actually found a suitable place.
Han Xiaodong has sharp eyes and could see the words on the plaque from a distance.
The name Tian Tian Seafood Wharf is followed by a line of smaller print, fresh and lively seafood, roasted goose from eastern Guangdong.
This era was the time when Cantonese cuisine was all the rage, and almost every city of any size had fresh seafood. Han Xiaodong pedaled hard and rode to the front of the building. At this moment, a group of idlers gathered in front of the store, looking up to watch the spectacle.
Wasn't this restaurant doing really well? Why did it suddenly close down?
Someone familiar with the situation pointed to the Beichin building behind the restaurant, saying, "The owner of this restaurant is a middleman. I heard he lost money in business and couldn't afford to pay the rent, so he had to close down." In those days, bulk commodities operated under a dual-track system, meaning there was one price internally and another price in the market. If you had the connections to get steel from Shandong Iron and Steel Group at the internal price and resell it outside, you could make tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan from the price difference.
That's why people jokingly called it the middleman. Han Xiaodong locked his bicycle and sneaked into Tian Tian Seafood Wharf.
If he takes over this store, he can save a lot of money on renovations. According to Han Xiaodong's estimate, a renovation of this level, including materials and labor, would cost at least 30,000 to 50,000 yuan.
Just as Han Xiaodong was wandering around the building, a loud shout came from behind him. "What are you doing?" Han Xiaodong turned around and saw a fat man in a dark blue suit walking angrily towards him, who immediately questioned loudly, "What are you doing here? Who let you in?" Han Xiaodong noticed a name tag pinned to his left chest that read Shancheng Building Property Management Department.
He immediately realized who this person was, a manager of the building. Han Xiaodong took out a Hontishan cigarette, smiled, and offered it to him. "Hey buddy, I saw the door was open and there was no one around, so I came in to see if this restaurant is for rent.
I wanted to ask about the price."
The fat man was extremely arrogant and shoved Han Xiaodong, saying, "This is a state-owned enterprise.
You can't just rent it because you have money. Get out of here."
Han Xiaodong's eyes lit up when he heard the word state-owned. Even though he was pushed back 2 steps, he didn't get angry.
"Can we talk this out? You say this is state-owned? Mr. Han, have you forgotten something?"
Ji Yufei burst into laughter.
"It seems the people at Shancheng Building don't have much taste, actually turning away Boss Han.
But as far as I know, that's the most expensive area in the entire Shancheng.
Are you sure you want to build your new store there? You've got money to burn?" "Not now. But maybe soon.
I'll have to trouble Secretary Ji to put in a good word for me."
Han Xiaodong cupped his hands in greeting. "Membership card?" Yun Duo thought for a moment.
"I went to Hong Kong Island for research before.
Some restaurants and hotels there have services for VIP guests. Is it something like that? No wonder he's a city leader, he's seen so much of the world. Xiao Han, you really impress me. You're so young and you have so many ideas.
It seems you're a once-in-a-century business genius." Yun's words were half teasing and half serious.
"Tokichi, so you're saying you agree to put in a good word for me?" Han Xiaodong could only smile wryly and take his leave. Seeing that Yun's expression had softened, Han Xiaodong shamelessly asked, Sure, about putting in a good word for me?" Yun's expression changed instantly.
"When you have 50,000 yuan in your hands, I'll put in a good word for you.
I mean what I say."
At 8 p.m., at the Jean family convenience store at the entrance of the soda factory residential
area.
Old Jean sat by the stove, his eyes glued to the television, occasionally picking up a roasted soybean from the stove lid and putting it in his mouth. Despite his age, he has surprisingly good teeth. He can make a crunching sound as he chews soybeans.
Uncle, give me a box of White Cat cigarettes.
Old Jean and Jean Shang were related, so he always called him uncle.
Uncle, Han Xiaodong won't last long at that restaurant.
You'll see. Ever since he was beaten up last time, Jean Shang has hated Han Xiaodong to the core.
What's wrong at the factory? Old Jin's curiosity was piqued.
Jean Shang didn't answer, but made a cigarette-holding gesture with 2 fingers and waved it in front of Old Jin's eyes. Old Jean got up helplessly, picked out a pack of cigarettes that had already been opened, took one out and threw it to Jean Shang. Old Jean had no choice but to give him another cigarette. Old Jean scoffed at this. With those guys, all they do is flatter Chindajuan all day long.
I don't think this will work out.
Just as Jean Shang was about to refute him, a male voice suddenly came from the TV.
Tianxialao VIP membership recruitment is now open.
The Supreme VIP card is a collector's item. Silver card, buy 100 and get 10 free, gold card, buy 300 and get 50 free, platinum card, buy 500 and get 100 free, diamond card, buy 1000 and get 300 free. Perfect for personal use or as a gift for friends. All members who purchase a membership card will receive a complimentary dish with every meal and enjoy fast-track ordering service.
The two looked at the TV together. On the 12-inch screen appeared a successful man in a suit, holding a mobile phone.
He was holding a card with the words Tianxialao Supreme Diamond Card printed on it. Jean Shang's face immediately turned as black as Li Kuei's. Xiaoqi smiled like a flower. That's right, silver card members get a plate of frozen tofu, gold card members get a plate of blood sausage or green vegetables, platinum card members get a plate of mutton slices, and diamond card members get fresh mutton. Okay, I'll be eating at your place all the time anyway, so I'll get a silver card.
Brother, if you come here to eat often, why not get a gold card?
You get 50 free for every 300 you deposit, which is worse than a silver card. Plus, you get free dishes every time you come to eat.
Xiaoqi's sweet talk quickly convinced the customer. Okay, let's get a gold card then. With this card, we can make reservations by phone, right? Xiaoqi took the money and carefully registered the customer. In the afternoon, Xiaoqi noticed a strange phenomenon.
Boss, what's going on here? How come these people are so rich, buying 5 or 6 platinum cards at once?
Xiaoqi found Han Xiaodong and asked the question with great confusion.
Han Xiaodong smiled mysteriously.
Was there even a need to ask?
These people were definitely buying the cards as gifts. When the store closed in the evening, Han Xiaodong asked Xiaoqi to tally up the sales. They had sold over 8,000 yuan worth of membership cards that day. On Friday morning at 8 o'clock, Zhang Jianguo, the head of the security department, came in through the back door.
Brother Dong, the factory manager wants to see you.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Han Xiaodong agreed, assigned the work to Zhang Lu, put on his down jacket, and followed Zhang Jianguo toward the office building.
Section Chief Zhang, have a cigarette.
Han Xiaodong lit a cigarette for Zhang Jianguo and casually asked, what does the factory director want with me?
Zhang Jianguo got scared.
Brother Dong, this has nothing to do with me.
Han Xiaodong didn't say anything, took a vicious drag on his cigarette, flicked it with his finger, and the smoking cigarette but rolled away into the distance.
Xiao Han.
I'm not here for money, it's, Chindajuan stammered for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. The people at the factory have a problem with your restaurant.
They say. You're delaying production, so they came to me to kick you out.
Chindajuan's face immediately turned red. Xiao Han, but those people are making a lot of noise.
I've come up with an idea. Since your restaurant business is good and you make a lot of money, why not give them some compensation? Just a little will be enough.
Chindajuan slammed his hand on the table, his expression righteous and awe-inspiring. Xiao Han, don't worry. As long as I, Chindajuan, am at the soda factory, no one can touch you.
You go ahead and get busy.
If those few guys are unhappy, I'll fire them. Upon hearing this, Chindajuan became incredibly excited. as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Xiao Han, you've obviously made a lot of money, yet you're still thinking about the factory. Don't worry, I'll arrange for them to start production right away, so it won't delay your use. It's winter now, and the factory has been shut down for over a month.
Chen Dajuan is really worried about this.
Now Han Xiaodong can order 50 cases of soda with just a word, which has solved his immediate problem. One of them jumped to his feet, thumping his chest loudly. Factory manager, we can start production right now.
Yes. Let's get to work. Don't delay Xiaodong's business.
Han Xiaodong held a large tea mug, sipping hot tea, looking towards the workshop with a mocking smile on his lips. These people are really shameless, they can get away with anything by just throwing a bone at them.
On Saturday, Han Xiaodong was fast asleep on the cabinet. Now that Zhang Lu no longer needs to burn charcoal, he handed over all the morning shopping to Zhang Lu, and he could finally sleep in a little longer. One call after another, like a death knell.
Han Xiaodong reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at the clock on the wall. It was only 6 o'clock. Jenny got out of bed, took out a large suitcase from her down jacket, and handed it to him. Han Xiaodong rubbed his eyes, glanced at the pager screen, and immediately jumped off the cabinet, frantically putting on his clothes.
Jenny was startled by him. What happened? Where are you going? Ah! Yanni also instantly came to her senses. You don't have to rush. Let me make you something to eat before you go. It's too late, I have to go check it out right now.
Han Xiaodong put on his clothes, without washing his face or brushing his teeth, and ran out the door.
10 minutes later, he appeared in the warehouse.
Han Xiaodong glanced around and saw signs that the scene had been disturbed, but it wasn't particularly messy. A lot of the frozen mutton stored in the warehouse was gone, but the other things hadn't been touched much. But when he turned around, his eyes suddenly widened.
One of the 2 automatic meat slicers in the warehouse is missing. Han Xiaodong's heart sank.
If it were an ordinary thief, stealing some meat wouldn't be a problem, but losing one of the machines would be terrible. He feared it was the work of a fellow thief who had their eye on the machine and wanted to take it back to make a copy. Dazhuang, go to the gatekeeper at the soda factory and ask the night watchman if anyone came here last night. There's so much stuff, we definitely can't carry it all by ourselves, we'll need a vehicle. Zhang Lu, take Mengang and check every part of the shop carefully to see if anything else is missing.
The police station wasn't far from the soda factory. Han Xiaodong ran for more than 10 minutes and rushed into the police station.
It was just 6:30 a.m., and the police station hadn't officially started work yet.
One of the officers on duty looked like he had just gotten up and was brushing his teeth inside.
Han Xiaodong rushed in, startling him. Comrade, our restaurant has been burglarized, and a lot of things have been stolen. The police officer slowly took a sip of water, slurped it for a while, then lowered his head and spat out the water and foam before speaking. What's the rush?
We start work at 8. Come back then. Xiao Yang, what happened?
A man who looked like a leader walked in. Chief Gua, this man reported that his restaurant was burglarized, but he hasn't even started work yet.
I told him to come back in a little while.
The man who had been replaced by Gua glanced at Han Xiaodong, his face turning serious.
Young man, are you from Tianxiaolao?
Yes, that's me.
Director Gua, is there a need to be in such a hurry? We've been on duty all night.
A few minutes later, Han Xiaodong returned to the soda factory, sitting in the sidecar of his motorcycle. Guo and Xiaoyang carefully examined the broken lock and chatted for a few minutes with Zhang Lu, who was the first to discover the scene. Gua has determined that this was definitely the work of someone known to the family, someone who was very familiar with the layout of the soda factory. Inside the house, Dazhuang clenched his fists and glared angrily at old Lu, the night watchman. Dazhuang was so angry he wanted to hit him. If this person had arrived any later, old Lu would probably be lying on the ground by now. When old Lu saw the police come in, his eyes immediately showed a hint of panic. Wei immediately understood that he was involved in the theft.
Are you going to talk now or come back to the station with me?
If you talk now, I'll consider it a voluntary surrender, and if the circumstances are minor, you can be exempted from punishment.
If you come back to the station, then I'm sorry, we can only handle it officially.
Old Lu was quite stubborn, saying, "It has nothing to do with me.
I was asleep last night and don't know anything about it." You don't know? You don't know how the thieves managed to get those things out?
There are walls all over there. Maybe he threw the things out first and then climbed over the wall to leave. If it were just frozen meat, that would be possible, but according to the owner, a machine was stolen from the warehouse.
It weighs 200 or 300 pounds. Who could throw something that heavy over the wall? If you don't open the door for him, how could he possibly get out?
Gua slammed his hand on the table.
I'll teach you to be dishonest, Xiao Yang.
Handcuff him and take him back to the station. Theft deserves at least 5 or 7 years in prison. Old Lu shakily went out the door and rummaged through a pile of junk by the wall of the guardhouse and found a piece of frozen mutton wrapped tightly in plastic sheeting.
I know the Jin family, I'll take you there.
Han Xiaodong and Zhang Lu led their opponents to the soda factory residential area at breakneck speed. Jin Sheng was still catching up on sleep at home at that moment. He never dreamed the police would arrive so quickly, cornering him right under the covers.
This guy is a coward.
As soon as he saw someone, he knew he had done something wrong and confessed everything. Harboring resentment towards Han Xiaodong, he was furious when he learned that Han Xiaodong would not be kicked out of the soda factory. In a fit of rage, he came up with a dirty trick to vent his anger.
He got a scooter and went into the soda factory at night.
He broke into the warehouse, stole 10 pieces of frozen mutton, and also took an automatic meat slicer with him. He didn't know what it was, but it looked quite valuable. A theft case was solved so easily. From the discovery of the scene to the recovery of the stolen goods, it took less than 2 hours.
Thank you so much.
Han Xiaodong held Gua's hand tightly. Director Gua, tonight, I'm treating everyone in the station to hot pot.
You absolutely have to come. Zhang Lushan agreed.
Although he was saddened by the extra salary, it was nothing compared to what was lost.
Boss, I think we should get another dog to guard the house. Dogs are more useful than people.
At 8:30 a.m., Zhang Jianguo rushed over. He had just arrived at work when he heard the news. Since the case involved Old Lu, it was a case of embezzlement, and as the head of the security department, he was responsible.
That's fine then. Anyway, I didn't lose anything.
Section Chief Zhang, when you arrange for someone to do the night watch in the future, be sure to choose someone honest. Upon hearing that Han Xiaodong had no intention of pursuing the matter, Zhang Jianguo breathed a sigh of relief, apologized repeatedly, and left. This minor incident also served as a warning to Han Xiaodong: when you're in business, anything can happen, so you must never be careless.
Welcome. Although it wasn't mealtime yet, Xiaoqi still went up to greet them sweetly.
After entering the store, the man frowned, looked around the interior, and muttered, "This environment isn't very good." He looked at Xiaoqi and was immediately struck by her beauty. At only 18 years old, Xiaoqi stood gracefully, like a budding flower, smiling at him.
Young lady, I heard your family sells membership cards? The man interrupted her, how much is the most expensive one?
Xiaoqi was stunned by the question. After she realized what it meant, she was overjoyed.
Could this be the legendary tycoon?
Okay. Xiaoqi was completely stunned. She frantically searched under the counter and found 5 diamond cards, which she took out with trembling hands. "Sir, that's 5,000 in total.
Do you need me to register it?" The wealthy man simply pushed the door open and left.
Okay. This was the largest sum of money Tian Xiaolao had received since it opened.
Xiaoqi's hands were shaking so badly that she couldn't count it properly.
Han Xiaodong came over and counted the money for her. "Sir, this is perfect." Han Xiaodong handed the 5 cards to the tycoon. The wealthy man didn't even glance at him, only staring at Xiaoqi. Anyone could see what was in his eyes.
"Little girl, save me a table tonight. I'll bring some people over for dinner."
Okay. Little Chi was in a state of confusion and could only say okay. The wealthy man left, leaving Xiaoqi in a state of utter confusion. "Oh?" Xiaoqi looked up, her eyes full of confusion.
Han Xiaodong didn't continue, saying that whether or not one can resist the temptation is up to them. Han Xiaodong took the 5,000 yuan and went to the nearby savings bank.
He's a regular here, coming almost every day to deposit money, and the tellers already know him.
Manager Han, are you married? If not, I can introduce you to the most beautiful girl in our bank. Sorry, I'm already married.
What a pity,
all the handsome and rich men are already married.
Why did you get married so early?
Han Xiaodong smiled at the teller and walked out of the savings office. Han Xiaodong clenched his fist. Shancheng Building, where do you think you're going? Back at Tianxialao, Han Xiaodong called Ji Yufei, Secretary Ji, when will sure have time? I want to report some good news. Before long, Ji Yufei returned. Tomorrow is Sunday, and sure isn't in Shancheng. How about Monday?
Sure has a meeting on Monday morning, so come over at 1 p.m.
No problem, I'm just glad that Secretary Ji doesn't mind my small shop.
The little girl had completely lost her former liveliness and sat there blankly.
Han Xiaodong sighed inwardly.
This young girl from the countryside, who had never seen much of the world, was strongly stimulated by the wealth displayed by the rich man.
We can't just stand by and watch her get fooled by bad people.
During the day, while working, Xiaoqi still hadn't recovered and looked listless.
Han Xiaodong was secretly anxious.
The rich guy has arrived.
As soon as they entered, they started shouting, Mr. Hu, are you kidding us?
This is such a small, run-down shop.
Isn't it embarrassing for us brothers to eat here?
Yes. Room number 1, please come in, customer. Xiaoqi forced a smile, her heart pounding over 180, completely flustered.
The group looked at Xiaoqi, then at Hu Daquan, and burst into laughter. Old Hu, so your real intention wasn't what you thought. Xiaoqi's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed.
Wang Xinyue saw that something was wrong and hurriedly stepped forward. Distinguished guests, please come this way, to room number 1. Xiaoqi lowered her head, her lower lip almost bleeding from being bitten. The people in private room number 1 are indeed rich, they only order the most expensive dishes.
Unfortunately, apart from meat, Tianxialao doesn't really have any expensive dishes these days.
The group then mocked Hu, the wealthy man who was treating them, saying, Old Hu, if you're going to pick up girls, why did you have to bring me to this shabby little restaurant?
Alright. I can't spend more money even if I want to.
Here's what we'll do, 1 of everything on the menu, and 4 of the most expensive appetizers to go with the drinks.
Oh, and I'm a Diamond Card member, so do I get any complimentary dishes?
Yes, Diamond Card members can receive a complimentary plate of fresh lamb each time.
Okay, also, I brought my own wine. How about I give you a corkage fee? Hu Daquan took out 2 bottles of Wolianye and stared at Wang Xinyue.
Restaurants in this era generally do not allow customers to bring their own alcohol, and even if they do, they will charge a hefty corkage fee. Honorable guest, we don't charge a corkage fee.
We're happy with your meal. Wang Xinyue bowed slightly and withdrew. The dipping sauces are outside. Please feel free to make your own according to your taste. We wish you a pleasant meal.
The group of people at the table got up and went outside to get the dipping sauces. Han Xiaodong stood by the dipping sauce display stand and introduced the sauces to the first-time customers. Customer, the satay sauce and seafood sauce are our specialties.
We recommend you try them.
Inside private room number 1, the group of wealthy men returned with the seasonings. The hot pot had already been served, and they ate and chatted.
Wow, it's really good.
You know what, it's really delicious. Old Hu, it's almost the end of the year. How much steel can you get from Shandong Steel this time? Being strict with others is nothing to you, Lao Hu.
Yes. Lao Hu, if you have any goods on hand, share some with us. This drink is for you.
Wang Xinyue overheard their conversation from the doorway of the private room and thought to herself, so these rich guys are all swindlers.
No wonder they're so wealthy, ordering dishes one by one.
At 6 o'clock, Ji Yufei walked into the gate of Tianxialao with a tall girl by her arm.
Welcome. Xiaoqi looked up and smiled.
She remembered this woman, she seemed to be the secretary of a city leader.
Is your manager, Mr. Han, here?
I made a reservation.
Han Xiaodong walked over.
Secretary Ji, a seat has been reserved for you.
This way, please. He led Ji Yufei through the hall to the area converted from a mobile home. Secretary Ji, it's quieter here, so it'll be easier for you and your friend to chat. Mr. Han, you're too kind. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Wen Xiong, my college classmate and best friend. She just came from Yanjing.
Han Xiaodong nodded politely. Hello, Ms. Wen. Wen Xiong, this is Han Xiaodong, the manager of this restaurant, a business genius. Wen Xiong was tall and slender with a good temperament. She smiled at Han Xiaodong but did not shake hands. Ji Yufei ordered a few of her favorite dishes. Manager Han, it's settled then, I'll pay for this meal myself. Don't try anything funny to win me over or corrupt me. Secretary Ji, I've been meaning to invite you for a while, but I haven't had the chance.
Don't be so polite, it's just a meal. Han Xiaodong turned to leave, but Ji Yufei called him back.
Manager Han, I've already forwarded the trademark registration and patent application materials to the comrades at the Beijing office.
It will probably take a while before we get any news. I'll keep you informed. Thank you. Han Xiaodong knew that since they
were classmates, they would definitely have a lot to talk about, so he tactfully left. As soon as Han Xiaodong left, Wen Xiong glanced at Ji Yufei with a hint of mockery in her eyes.
Why are you looking at me like that? Tell me the truth, did you bring me to such a shabby restaurant because of this manager Han?
He's quite handsome, but his status is not worthy of you.
What nonsense are you talking about? This restaurant is delicious, and besides, I think the ambience is pretty good. This is considered acceptable? This is the first time I've ever seen a restaurant with a stove burning inside. You almost got away with it. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you, are you interested in this manager Han?
I'm warning you, your family won't approve of you dating someone from such a small place.
Ji Yufei's eyes widened.
My God, Wen Xiong, I haven't seen you for over a year, how come your thoughts have become so filthy?
Manager Han is married, okay? How could there be anything between us? I think it's great. What's the point of staying in Yanjing all the time?
Besides, Sure is the closest to my aunt, and I can learn a lot from him.
Your family is truly far-sighted.
Your brother is in business, and you're in politics, they manage to have both money and power.
Wen Xiong, if you keep talking nonsense, we'll be strangers after this meal.
Okay, I was just kidding. The two were chatting and laughing when Han Xiaodong came over to serve the dishes himself. Han Xiaodong replied politely, Ms. Wen, hot pots are all pretty much the same.
The only difference is that my family uses bone broth as the base. Otherwise, there's not much difference. The only difference is that the lamb is fresher. The biggest difference is the dipping sauce.
He pointed to the seasonings in the bowl. No amount of talking can compare to tasting it yourself. Wen Xiong picked up a slice of fresh mutton, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. Like anyone eating it for the first time, she showed surprise on her face. No wonder Yufei brought me here to eat, it really is delicious.
Yufei, did Manager Han come up with this on his own?
I didn't expect such a talent to exist in a small place like this. You've been in Yanjing for too long, and you think people from other places aren't as good as those from Yanjing. This Manager Han is really something. He's actually trying to trademark the restaurant's name, and he's also invented an automatic meat slicer that's currently applying for a patent.
Wen Xiong was slightly surprised, that's truly a talent. That's not all. Do you know how much his restaurant made in its first month after opening?
Wen Xiong shook her head.
50,000. So much?
Wen Xiong was genuinely surprised this time.
50,000 a month, that's quite an achievement even in Yanjing. So you should not underestimate the heroes of the world. Wen Xiong, if we didn't have such family backgrounds, we might not be able to compare with these talents from humble backgrounds. Just eat your food. I'm ignoring you if you keep talking nonsense.
Some guests were unhappy to see empty tables and got angry with Xiaoqi, saying, there are clearly empty seats, why won't you let us sit down?
No reservations needed, whoever comes can sit.
At 7 p.m., the wealthy patrons in private room number 1 finished their meal and gradually came out.
Have you finished eating?
When Xiaoqi saw the wealthy Hu, her smile froze and her facial expression stiffened. Xiaoqi quickly calculated today's price and made the corresponding deduction in the register.
This is the only way to calculate it now, using this primitive method.
With everything settled, Xiaoqi handed the diamond card back to Hu Daquan with both hands. As Hu Daquan took the card, he slipped a business card into Xiaoqi's hand and winked at her, "Call me when you have time." Xiaoqi stood there like a dazed man, clutching the business card in her hand, her palms sweating with nervousness. Han Xiaodong, who was not far away, saw all of this clearly. Little Shepherd's purse slid one step closer to the abyss. Just as Han Xiaodong was about to go over and persuade Xiaoqi, an accident occurred. One of the men who came with Hu the tycoon was a bit drunk. He walked unsteadily to Xiaoqi and grinned lewdly, "Little girl, how old are you?"
10, 18.
Little Qi looked at the drunkard timidly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
No wonder.
You're still a green seedling, a young girl whose skin is still developing. Your skin is so tender, you could squeeze water out of it if you pinched it.
No wonder old Hu took a liking to you. The drunkard suddenly reached out and pinched Xiaoqi's cheek.
Little Qi let out a shriek and retreated repeatedly. Just as Han Xiaodong was about to step forward, he heard a howl from behind, and Zhang Lu rushed over and stood in front of Xiaoqi. He had just witnessed what happened. Xiaoqi was his cousin, and he couldn't let her be bullied.
What are you going to do?"
Zhang Lu stammered as he spoke, his voice trembling with nervousness. He knew that the group of people in front of him were not to be trifled with. They were all dressed in fancy clothes, each holding a mobile phone, and exuding arrogance.
"Where the hell did you come from?"
Sure enough, the drunkard flew into a rage as soon as he saw Zhang Lu come out, and the antenna of his mobile phone was almost touching Zhang Lu's face with his left hand.
"Damn it, you cowardly coward dares to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Get lost, or we'll kill you."
The group of rich guys surrounded them, uttering filthy words. Hu Daquan didn't move, smiling as he watched the scene unfold before him, as if it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Lu was terrified and kept backing away, but he still stood in front of Xiaoqi, who was trembling with fear.
"Gentlemen, why are you so angry?" A voice rang out from behind.
Han Xiaodong walked over, stood in front of the drunkard, turned around and smiled at Zhang Lu and Xiaoqi. "This is none of your business.
Take Xiaoqi away." Zhang Lu pulled Xiaoqi along and walked to the back. "Don't go."
The drunkard reached out to grab Zhang Lu. Han Xiaodong suddenly grabbed the drunkard, his eyes smiling.
"This customer, you can tell me what's wrong. I'm the owner of this shop. Damn it, you think you can talk to a boss in your little shabby shop?
Believe me or not, I'll make sure your shop goes out of business tomorrow." The drunkard was taken aback, then became even angrier. He tried to pull his hand away, but after 2 attempts, it wouldn't budge.
"I don't believe it," Han Xiaodong replied calmly.
In a flash, the group of wealthy men swarmed around them.
"Kid, are you tired of living?"
Facing the crowd, Han Xiaodong stood tall and fearless, saying, "Tianxialeo's motto is to be responsive to every request, but that doesn't mean we'll let people bully our employees."
"What are you trying to do? Publicly harassing women, acting lawlessly? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money?"
He shouted the last few words, and the entire restaurant immediately fell silent. The nearly 100 people eating there all watched them quietly. Several people came out of the kitchen, including De Zhuang, Meng Gang, and 2 other meat cutters who were holding cleavers.
Tu Lius and Skinny Monkey each held a beer bottle.
Mu Hongbing bent down and picked up a stool. Even Feng Yingxin, who was burning charcoal, came in through the back door with fire tongs. These people surrounded him from all directions with unfriendly expressions.
The wealthy men all showed signs of fear. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss he can avoid. Cough, cough. Hu Daquan coughed twice and then spoke.
"Young man, you're still so young.
Is this really worth it?"
Hu Daquan separated from his companions and walked to the front. He didn't say a word when the drunkard harassed Xiaoqi. He didn't say a word when the drunkard bullied Zhang Lu, but now that he sees his side in danger, he can't hold back anymore. Young man, any one of us is someone you can't afford to mess with. I guarantee that if you dare to lay a hand on us, your shop won't exist tomorrow.
Hu Daquan stared intently at Han Xiaodong. Han Xiaodong smiled slightly. I know you are all very rich and powerful, but you don't understand what we do? Hu, the wealthy man, was taken aback. What do you people do? He
chuckled dryly, but he had already cursed the troublemaking drunkard 1,000 times over. Young man, I bought 5,000 yuan worth of membership cards from you this morning. Oh, I just used one, and I have 4 left.
Can you give me a refund?
Seeing that he couldn't scare Han Xiaodong, Hu Daquan tried another trick. He was startled and quickly turned around, bursting into laughter. Young man, you've got guts.
I was just joking with you. Young lady, you've been wronged.
I apologize on behalf of my friend. And that guy, it was all a joke. We became friends after this little misunderstanding.
He waved his hand. Retreat.
These people went out to make money, and then got on their respective vehicles.
Everyone was startled. You're not seeing things? There's no way I could be wrong, it's her.
I heard that this new manager has a powerful background. If her secretary reports this to her, it will make us look bad in the new leader's eyes. After the storm, Tian Xiaolao restaurant returned to its bustling and lively atmosphere. Han Xiaodong was surrounded by people like a hero.
Manager Han, well done. Manager Han, you're awesome.
Some people were worried for him, saying, Manager Han, those people are not good people, be careful.
Xiaoqi lowered her head and nodded gently.
During the day, she witnessed Hu Daquan's refined and wealthy demeanor, but this impression was shattered in less than a day. The little girl was extremely upset.
This is actually a good thing. Alright, don't overthink it. Just focus on your work. Han Xiaodong affectionately patted Xiaoqi's head, feeling rather happy.
He believed that this incident had given her a better understanding of the wickedness of human nature. Han Xiaodong looked up and saw Ji Yufei and Wen Xiong standing in the passageway, waving at him.
Ladies, what can I do for you? Han Xiaodong walked over with a grin.
The two of them were both taken aback. Han Xiaodong, I had such a good impression of you just now, how come you've become so glib in the blink of an eye?
Wen Xiong seemed a little dissatisfied.
Han Xiaodong immediately realized that in this era, calling someone beautiful would be considered rude.
It was a slip of the tongue. Yes, Han Xiaodong nodded. The vast majority are.
You guys have really had a tough time. Don't worry, if those guys come back and cause you trouble, just tell me, and I'll stand up for you.
Wen Xiong patted her chest, looking very much like a female knight-errant.
Han Xiaodong assumed the little girl was bragging and didn't take it seriously, so he smiled and thanked her. Ji Yufei, however, looked worried. She had just recognized the man leading the group. His surname was Hu, the son of a leader at Shandong Iron and Steel Group, and one of the more well-known second-generation rich kids in Chongqing. If the man surnamed Hu really intends to take revenge, Han Xiaodong really won't be able to withstand it.
Ji Yufei's eyes darted around. Wen Xiong, are you serious? During our 4 years of university, when did you ever see me tell a lie?
Wen Xiong's eyes widened. Alright, Manager Han might really be in trouble. That man just now was surnamed Hu.
He's the son of a leader at Shandong Iron and Steel Group. You know Shandong Iron and Steel Group, right? It's a super-large state-owned enterprise.
Wen Xiong immediately understood, you mean this person is very powerful in Chongqing, and if he wants revenge, Manager Han will be in big
trouble?
Yes, this is a huge problem.
Then why don't you just tell Shi directly? She's a city leader, let her handle it. Wen Xiong, you don't understand.
Shancheng and Shandong Steel are actually two different systems.
Shandong Steel's administrative level is half a grade higher than Shancheng's.
The leaders of the two sides don't usually interact. Moreover, Shi is a newcomer.
I understand. I'll call my older brother and ask him if he knows this guy's surname too.
Right at the front desk of Tianxiaolao, Wen Xiong picked up the phone and dialed a number from Beijing.
Brother, do you know a leader at Shandong Iron and Steel Group surname too? What? What a joke. When did the Ji family become our Wen family's business? Why doesn't she go to her brother? Oh, why are you rambling on and on? It's just a small favor I'm asking you for. Let me tell you, you have to take care of this whether you want to or not. I can't stand you.
The telephone provided by the post office was of poor quality, the receiver was very loud, and Han Xiaodong, who was standing to the side, could hear the brother and sister's conversation clearly. He was moved at that moment. In his past life, he had spent so many years surrounded by money and witnessed too much human greed and cold-bloodedness. Now, Wen Xiong, whom he had only met once, was so kind to help him, which warmed his heart. He lived in an era with a sound legal system, so he was unaware of the immense power and unbridled behavior of the second generation in this day and age. Without Wen Xiong's phone call, the difficulties and troubles he would have faced in the future would have been endless. Fortunately, a chivalrous, righteous, and kind-hearted girl appeared at the right time.
After hanging up the phone, Wen Xiong put her hands on her hips and asked, "Manager Han, how are you going to thank me?" That's more like it.
Wen Xiong was clearly the kind of pampered young lady who had been spoiled since childhood and was ignorant of the ways of the world, otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered to help Han Xiaodong.
She and Ji Yufei left.
As they were leaving, Ji Yufei turned back and reminded Han Xiaodong, "Don't forget to come to my office on Monday afternoon." This Han Xiaodong is really a bit strange. After closing the shop that night, Han Xiaodong did the math and found that he had earned 3,900 yuan that day. His brows furrowed immediately. That day, the market offered him a deal. If he earned 50,000 yuan, she would help him make inquiries about the store located below the Shanqing building.
I currently have 45,000 in my savings account. With this 3,900 in tomorrow's income, the money should be enough. But what if Mr. Who comes to cancel the card tomorrow? I need to set aside 4,000 yuan. It seems we can only pin our hopes on tomorrow's sales figures. What he didn't know was that the person surnamed Hu was unlikely to come back for a refund. After being rescued from the water, Hui Wei drove to the Emerald Palace in front of the station. What happened that night made him feel uneasy, and he wanted to go there to find some happiness and vent his frustrations. He parked his car and had just entered the Emerald Palace when his mobile phone rang. Hello, who is this? Back then, mobile phones didn't have caller ID. No. Upon hearing his father's question, Hui Wei immediately thought of the two girls at the entrance of Tianxiaolaotong. Could it be that Shi Yunwa's secretary reported it so quickly? The Wen family?
Hui Wei's mind went blank for a moment.
What does this have to do with the Wen family? How did they know?
The old man had spoken, and Hui Wei dared not delay. He turned and left the Jade Palace, much to the surprise of the receptionist at the entrance.
Why did this gentleman come out so soon after going in? He has another house and doesn't usually live here.
In the living room, Hui Wei honestly told his father what had happened at Tianxiaolao that night.
Dad, it's really not my fault.
Ma Liang got drunk and caused trouble, and in the end, they blamed me.
Yes.
Xiaoqi looked at the man very carefully. Judging from his tone, he should be a regular customer, but she had no recollection of him at all. However, making money is always a good thing, so Xiaoqi happily accepted the money, took out 5 diamond cards, and handed them to the young man.
Excuse me, is your manager here?
The young man put away his card and asked Xiaoqi another question. Xiaoqi found Han Xiaodong in the back warehouse. Boss, we sold 5 more diamond cards.
We're rich this time. Han Xiaodong was also very happy. He walked into the lobby and asked, "Customer, is there something you need?"
The young man shook hands with him and smiled, "Hello, manager.
I was sent by General Manager Hu. He asked me to tell you that what happened last night was just a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. We can still be friends." Han Xiaodong immediately understood. President Hu, it must be that tycoon from last night. It seems Wen Xiong's phone call had an effect.
Just as he was about to see the young man out, the door of Tian Xiaolao was yanked open and 5 or 6 men rushed in aggressively. The leader was the drunkard who had harassed Shao Qi last night.